Pro Tem Speaker, Yatation, Delegate Freeland on.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Welcome, Nanta.
Calling in.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. This is Delegate Daniels. I'm on the line for the record.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Yate.
Pro Tem Speaker.
Yes.
Hey, this is Edmund Yazzie checking in, sir.
Okay, Honorable Chairman Yazzie, welcome. Yate.
Oh,
Pro Tem Speaker, this is also I'm on the line. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Shaw, welcome. Yate.
Good afternoon, Pro Temp. Chairman Hez, Vice Chair Smith calling in.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, Yate, welcome.
Hello, I'm calling in just Delegate Begay.
Yate, Honorable James, welcome.
Yes, oh, Mr. Nez, my comrade, Eugene Soul, calling him.
Yate, Shananta, Honorable Eugene, so welcome.
Delegate Daniel So is on the call. Honorable Ricky Nez, Speaker Pro Tem.
Yateshana, Honorable Daniel So, welcome.
Yateshana, this is Delegate Brigadier.
Honorable Elmer Begay, Yateshitsala, welcome.
Good afternoon, Shania, staff, and fellow colleagues. Delegate Stewart's online.
Welcome, Honorable Stewart, Yateshitsala.
Good afternoon, Speaker Pro Tem Nez. This is Tim Manali. We're live and ready to go.
Yate Shanantai, welcome to the 24th Navajo Nation Council Special Session. Today's Friday the 14th, and we will commence the special session here as soon as we have a roll call. So staff, would you do the roll call, please?
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'm present. Here.
Honorable Elmer Begay, answered roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. is present. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Knisba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knisba Crotty is calling in.
Honorable Amber Knisba Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not answer roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Good afternoon. Present.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland
here. Good. Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Ricky Nez.
I'm present, thank you.
Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Ricky Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm present.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I am here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I'm present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Winika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Monica answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up, Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not answer roll call. Honorable Pinal Halona. Honorable Pinal Halona. Honorable Pinal Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused for the day. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have 19 members present that answered roll call. 4 did not, and 1 excused, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Ms. Uvella, for the roll call. Honorable members of the 24th Nomination Council, we do have a quorum of 19 members present, so we'll call this meeting to order. It is currently 1:09 p.m. And welcome to everybody that is on the World Wide Web. We are conducting the 24th Navajo Nation Council special session. We'd like to welcome the Office of the President, division directors, and thank you, staff, for making these preparations for our leadership today. Welcome. And at this time, we'll go to the agenda under invocation. I'd like to ask my older brother, Honorable Daniel So, if you would offer the prayer.
Edo Sicily. Ado. Kudoshi. Ani Twaini. So there's in the hot lot or I think a sto short. That was no a day needs a cocodo sato. Quaggy bay. Still how Ziggy a bat slate or late. Could I was on the list? Shimana Stan. Ha, that is it. Oh, teacher. Nike host into that is Ado. Hai Ado, that is Ado. Nihot is. Pohol just to Nihot Subichet. And now of that Ado Charlie. And now just. Ado out and now just. Ado con This not Gina, so just look on sleep the bensa. There's not just all in con Ni chaos, ni runs, con on later a gene the careful could under a hood on it quite in one. Con the clito con tonas condo con just kept yeah hada again has which in yon consonant when is kisado con sato and that's so the zinda di tsatsa o con without a quite the so the zinigi oh later is the internet and finity no sendo quite also Sunday is what that they cordon and I dat is zo. Dat is in Washington bedekne. Dat kon dat niet kodon. De neppe Washington niet kon dat. Be niet als niet Chicago khazan khodo baseball san sato khasna haado le is on they costo le ke kwagi be khaz haado leda ilte ge 17 CPA baseball san yana chand haado Ajuste nalia to na tin nalia to kwagi khashin so die nisna tin to nisna khatnaz nil per khazani ki kwagi bande khe to kwagi to nitne the base the holoni ki khatnaz natin to nasti ni to berlaho anilt selni o kwaki khashim so sto eso ajo cho indo le ki kwaki khasalla to jo is on it ho eso cho indo le what is on Italia to I shouldn't know askid kedadni ti kuja Allah not on liniki is chin the kon president or vice president Arabiado in the city is to kwagi sato eso got the days into the yor ke kudo baseball san sato orniki in hasalla ado kuja خارون خز أنيجي خسكة أنا هاي أيضا لنيجي استو أجلتو خشين سو استو نيجي دايز إنتو هيشو كوي يدا خشيا نشيدو نيليجي أجل بانسلا بهز آني دكهو كوكو كويجي تيشي خشين سو Oyo anan agi ta in psychology sneak psychology ko kagi ana hot odo ni so ko khasin so ani in ce case to ni che kagi ni is kagi yo to ta wa ni tsen ikunde jo atatilni to jo to ini kedadno internet no lemiki la aita so dizen dalia to kon khasin soi alto yadadilni o ani behz ani na we hope the never be has on kwagi Allah so that meals and that the on ship baseband underneath the sea to con this in the I see I was in dole that's ani kwagi ni get that no in such case what's that to jo Francis case or le kwagi isa beta na hadit aiko ben ya kahigi ya bin ye alchenta huilnegi kwagi esto jo atat ilni to jo nasi catholic halam I see Christian so Allah so نهتنا بان سي كيس so بالخويدو جو بالخز دولي جو بإن إلتل دولي تنيتن ويتخوب باللي هذا زلي دولي تو كون تنكلش كون بيدا الخيجي بيدا خزدوجي كواكي جو بغنو شدا دولي كون الحين هجو استدار هذولي شو تحسن سو يا هنا سلي هنا بأشياء مثلي دولي كون نجى ولا خشي وان كون يزن هنا نشل هنا ولا خشن ستسويدن هنا نكون هاشي خيدا بكجا خديت تنيتن ده ودو خيدا بتا بإن ساتنيل كهيجي تو بنيتي تيدا جو ناسي كاتولي يجي تو جو أنتي ني واشنطن يجي جو نالنستولي جو نيك نهيت نيك يكديس دولي تسن سو كواكي نهيتاهي سلادو نهيتاهي كواكي خزا كو كواكي تيين دميتا نخلني كو يا ديهو كو سابيش هذا ديتو يا ديهو الخانتي كيستو لي قال كواكي دش نيت كوجي نيتنا يسي جوبا نيتن إهو إنال نيجي يجتن كيدولي تو يات إهو بنسكيس بتسيس يسزيني بتسيل نسلي دولي خادت زادولي إنه استوي تلكي نخاستوي نهزان فجو يات إهو ناس اللي كاتو ليكو ما نهزان تغاد رسل فتاو كواكي سرزن بخاستي هادو كون يالتو نخادو نوچن تلتين دا نوچن هيكي سسنا جنت صوت تلتو كون سليد بنسا تلتو تلتي تلتو نخادو نوچن قالو بي الناتشا يكون also Sunday بين شيء تصديقي عند كونتانيت نزاد عند خلنا تنكش عند يدي شيء تو كون عند هو اللي يصير نزاد يجي عند كه خازلا كاي وتا فتنيت أديش سيد وتا ناس نجو وتا كاتوليكم تو كاي تشم خاي هوني دولي دا إلتخا لا ناس يدكخا وتهو الخايجي يلتو بلتهو نلتو بجيدة بتزيلتو بنسكيسيجي أو آني أبينشغا ما ندولي كنزن دولي كون هادو كون أني خدا إشتخايجي يلتو تخالشن تالسيجي وتدني سنيجي يلتو بلتهو نلتو ويوشين لا هو أكيد تنسلين ده كون جو إلتو بيسو أده بهون نهيجي إلتو جو شديسين إندو كواي كيتي نارسوس كيلو نانيجي فن كيلو نانيجي إلتو أبيت غنكي ألتو جو شديو إندو ليك ألتو الخايجي خجو يتهوديش ما دول إيتا ديش ما دول ليكون open na cha e ptil dole kung e ya sto na se sto atkha da istkha dole kuta e ya o kung ni saladan le niki ni a hichni khonda khedo ayedan sogit a eni kha na cha o kung ultra und dar nisigi a kuta pada ultra gi to kung tian de niki to kung كنا استدي كون هذا كون تو زي إن كون دار نسيجي هاي سي زي شو إنيكي بيجي اللي نيكي كواكي أتخا كده ما إنتو خجوخ فاتا هالجيتو ليتو بتسيل أي كواكي نا تهتي نا هو أي كواكي نا نسيجي تي يدا هو إن خدا إنوسن و كواكيتو زيت إن كانت شهيتو قد أو إيه بهون دي تولي مسوية تشنشو شمانا حسنان تخايا لسيل قد أو إيه سلزن إشتا دولي وده قاعدة خزون دولي شرقاتة خزون دولي قاعدة خزون دولي ناو كوستة خزون دولي خزون هسلي خزون هسلي خزون هسلي خزون هسلي
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairman Daniel So. Bejil gonna hatsadansen. Citizen corrosion and Aina Lenigishi. Benacha. Yenedeligengo. Kina Nashidil Nil. I'd like to thank Honorable Chairman Daniel So for his prayer. Very strong prayer. Honorable colleagues, we have work to do, and therefore let us keep the prayer within our hearts and minds as we do our work today. Thank you very much. Let's move forward on the agenda that is before us. Mr. Rico, if you would. Let me go to number 2 on the agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. Shanantai, are there any recognition of guests and visiting officials? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Thank you. There's none. Number 3 on the agenda, review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you would, please read the agenda in for the record, sir.
Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council special session via telecommunication, Friday, May 14th, 2021, Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Ricky Nez, Speaker Pro Tem, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports. Report A, special report by the Navajo Nation Department of Justice and the Chief Legislative Council on the records preservation hold issued by the Navajo Nation Attorney General. 5, old business none. 6, new business none. 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion.
Who made the motion? Please identify yourself.
Edmund Yazzie.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie, motions.
Second, Vice Chair Smith.
Second by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Are there any questions or comments? For
Speaker Pro Tem, Delegate Helona.
Thank you for that, staff. For the record, the agenda has been read into the record. Motion by Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazzie and second by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. And at this time, Honorable Halona, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Speaker Chair, Pro Tem Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Special Council Session. Good afternoon, everybody. Pro Tem Speaker, I'd like to add on to the agenda legislation 008321.
Honorable Halona, would you like to make that motion, sir?
I'd like to make that motion to add that legislation 83021, 083121. Excuse me.
Thank you. Honorable Pernell Halona makes a motion for Amendment 1 to add legislation 0083-21 and would like to have staff, Mr. Rico, read this into the record and we'll have a second after that.
Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0083-21, an action relating to an emergency and the Navajo Nation Council removing Perlin Kirk as controller of the Navajo Nation, sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona, co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Legislation has been sent out to all delegates. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. Honorable members of the 24th Council would like to establish a second.
Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So seconds that motion for Amendment 1. Are there any questions or comments on Amendment 1, colleagues? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay, Amendment 1, roll call vote. Staff, please.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
I vote red.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green. Delegate Slater.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is not, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown
Jimmy
votes red.
Yellowhair.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
If you don't mind to question my question of privilege.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, what is your point of privilege, sir?
What are we voting on? Just the voting?
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, we are voting on Amendment 1 to the legislation. The motion was made by Honorable Pernell Halona, second by Honorable Eugene So, to add legislation 0083-21 to the agenda. That's what we're voting on. The main motion is held by Honorable Edmund Yazzie and second by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. For your information, sir. Mr. Yellowhair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll vote green on that one.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. At that, Mr. Speaker, you have a Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 17 in favor, 4 did not vote, or 4 opposed, 2 did not vote, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Amendment 1 carries with a vote of 17 in favor, 4 opposed, and Speaker Pro Tem not voting. Back to the main motion held by Honorable Edmund Yazzie and second by Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Are there any comments or questions? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? Roll call, staff. Second reading, Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, you have one amendment. Amendment number 1 is to add legislation 0083-21, which will be under new business as new item A. Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico, for that. We'll have the roll call vote at this time, staff.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Pro Tem Speaker, my apologies. What are we voting on? My call dropped.
Honorable Charlene So, got your question here. We are voting on the main motion for the agenda approval. So that's what we're voting on.
Thank you. I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, no, sure.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas
green.
Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty did not vote. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knesset-Crotty votes.
Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty did not vote. With that, Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty votes red via text. With that, Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem, you have a vote of 17 in favor, 5 opposed, and 1 non-voting. Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Motion carries for the approval of the agenda with a vote of 17 in favor, 5 opposed, and Pro Tem Speaker not voting. Thank you. Down to number 4 on the agenda. We have A, special report by the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, Ms. Doreen McPaul, and our Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Dana Bobroff, on the records preservation hold issued by the Navajo Nation Attorney General. So, Ms. McPaul and Ms. Bobroff, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. I am going to start the report. The department, the AG will be available for questions. As probably all of you are aware, this is some sensitive information, so if we need to go into executive session to answer those questions, I will let you know. As was relayed to the council yesterday, the Department of Justice has been undergoing an investigation of contracts the nation has entered using CARES funds, and whether those contracts and contractors are complying with Navajo Nation and federal law. Yesterday, the council was provided information that on May 7th, a cease and desist notice was issued by the AG to one contractor who was operating under a contract with the Office of the Controller. As part of that investigation, DOJ, the Attorney General, issued what's called a legal preservation notice, also referred to as a document retention notice. That notice was issued to employees of the Office of the Controller, Information Technology Department, the Records Management Department, Navajo OMB, the Division of Community Development, and assorted contractors. Well, the bulk or the meat of that notice is confidential. That notice was issued on May 12th. I apologize if I didn't say that. The purpose of this type of notice, which is fairly common in investigations, but the purpose of the notice is to ensure that documents that may be relevant to the investigation are retained and not destroyed. That notice was issued to the Office of the Controller and the other programs that I identified, and it instructs them, or at least reminds them, that they cannot be destroying documents, that they need to be retained. And if they're aware that any documents have been destroyed, they need to notify the Department of Justice. So at this point in time, I believe that is what I can share without going into executive session. The council was provided a copy of that confidential legal preservation notice, and I want to remind the council that it is confidential and should not be released without the express permission of the Attorney General. And with that, Speaker Pro Tem, that's what I have to feel like I can share on the document preservation, or the legal preservation, document preservation notice. I do not know if the AG has anything to add, and after that, we'll stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bobroff. Madam Attorney General, Ms. McPaul, are you on the call?
Yate Pro Tem Speaker, this is Dorit McPaul. I'm here. Good morning, or good afternoon, delegates. And thank you, Dana, for providing the information today. The only thing I would add Pro Tem Speaker and honorable members of the council is just with respect to the cease and desist notice that Dana referenced that was issued on May 7th. I believe that everyone has a copy of that on the council, but just to reiterate that, you know, the purpose of that cease and desist letter was to stop testing that was happening on the nation that wasn't approved either by our health department or our health command center. There were issues with the testing type that was being provided that is not otherwise used anywhere on the nation in any of our medical facilities or otherwise. And also just some issues relating to the contract that the company had being expired, and then what they were actually, the services that were being provided were beyond the scope of that expired contract. And so in looking out for the health, safety and welfare of the nation, we issued this notice to immediately stop the testing that was occurring. So I just wanted to add that to the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Attorney General McPaul. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion, Halona. Accept the report.
Honorable Halona, motions. Is there a second?
Stewart.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. seconds the motion. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, do you have any comments or questions on the report?
Delegate James here.
Honorable Vince James, you have the floor. 5 minutes, sir.
I can have Shanale, Speaker Pro Tem, other members of the council. We see that we have other shares single. Although the neck at your by is to let on high at installation, the house twin is on it. Is other nana, although the base of Ajib a large is easy, although the not source lineage, so the co. Lacha A. Adults extra put out that only source the echo. Akona addicted the Niki, she's the lead of controller, Department of Personnel Management Policy. Out so my first question, Niki, policy. Personnel policy manual. Reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. You have 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. And let me, Shananta, allow me to provide a rendition in Navajo that was stated by Ms. Bobroff and Ms. McPaul. Shananta, no seniki beshba sa ando. Shananta, Celestado. Dasantahage, President Nez, Vice President Leiser, Ado, Chief Justice, and Shikero Shanano Senigi Aradais not Age, the neck at Chikoro Arts as ago. Ben Hilchinch, Akoro Balagonic at Chipeni Hichaha or G, then Yakoro report is no Beshbahas Anbich Elia. Koronike got it Ahe large. Koro Beshbahas Anbe got it Ahe, and they go Ayahati, Koro. Nikananish eat lehigi teacher, Benegeh, Korosas need Liniki, I is a bahast sensitive information. A kote koroneke got it ahit sohoki e yaha, Nal Kakogo, what Bananish e la di Washington, dan cares act within no peso the nepich and Holia. An Sagoshi, di peso ki. Aja chose indicate nal ka a course din al kagish chose indicate aus the neb bebehes anish bik a horse chose in and that the Washington bebehes anish to bik a horse chose in a koti han sakushin al kagi beninachi e yaha cease and desist olgego e yaha got it ahit sohoki Attorney General Corona al chose khai ati kojo base ba hojilia has ado la aje etra contract jelona na kanan nishiki han sagoshin base ho chen holia go hanan nishiji la di kont net kosen saiki la khait ocean testing olgeheki bedet bedol na dat de gadat hat neniki aj banana shidek on kont na bakab na so banana shila a koti pen na chen stoti in hegat it ahit sogin al sos khai ahake koje peso ba khaya has aj controller je di documents nal source I guess about has tiki do khait out a dol chon do khait out an rego khodol niltande e yahan hich en khodol nil no retention ki aj hodat ege benige e yahati alto kholia nela a kotina al choshige khait ada e yahi choda na rego da khait ada khailia ko kota e yahat it a bit sohbet khaz aj e bit en khodol ne to bel khodol ne nela ara ba kego na gat it a hit sohanana ji go ne go e yaha dide Mays etliki tost goyol khalenta e an ni DCs and disesol geheki e khadasit hach a ko peshpas an not ani no lenigi iltolta ne hich khodalia bene geheki e ti the cosent sa nenigi testing an tsagoshi ti tana a tse nebedol landa gadat no e aj khatchihon dan dat sigo hajet abat aro ki e khit o e aj banana shi yosen ki karadol le khala bek e hojor nishko be agat et aniki contract itniki khatam be e a ko e season desist itniki e karadol le akorich e hinanis olla da hotoni hon sago e ya be ne hich ha o zido benesh ani en sago shi korod nek as be ni hit question at all le so Aro Korosh and Honorable Vince James, Naidel Kidikishi Koro, Naida Kidin Linigi will go to our Chief Legislative Counsel to answer the question that Honorable James had put forward. Ms. Bobroff?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Nez. I appreciate you translating. So the question is, do the Personnel Policies Manual apply to the controller? The answer is no. The controller is a political appointee. She serves at the pleasure of the Navajo Nation Council and is excluded from the personnel policy provisions. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff, for your response. I not I coron ke got it a large banana your seniki beshbahas onion ad nishiki hanachi ako kro ninant I nadesh kiriki Honorable Vince James Belaconic echiko nigo ha did coron ke control the peso ya halianiki peso ish did the nad nation liniki personnel bebe has anish Biaros nad nastobik est nela a konda ni gat it a hebel nela ntaga nela edobik est kita di the controller jileniki peso the nebe peso ba ho jilianiki e hake hodin ni o e hot ahana shit Ado hananish jil inike de besh mahasa ane banjilnish. No, Matsi. Oh, Ishi what leto. Honorable members of the 24th Council staff, is there anybody in the queue? Honorable Carl Slater, you have the floor, sir. Honorable Slater.
Speaker Pro Tem Shanola Nez, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we're here. You have the floor, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. My question is, was the was the document preservation notice issued because of any particular events that may have occurred? And I wish I could be more specific, but I'm afraid that be violating things that were issued and that were delivered in executive session. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Ms. Bobroff. What I can share, and certainly the AG can supplement, is that these legal preservation or document preservation notices are standard in investigations, particularly when such documents, when such investigations are document heavy. So this is a standard practice. If the AG wishes to elaborate further, certainly she may. Thank you.
Madam Attorney General McCall, may you respond as well?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I don't have anything to add to Dana's response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This being a very sensitive, concern, koro ay sa bahas kigit ay hasa betan ay ni taros at sozki nadol kigit apa nosan kala tina al kah neniki e khandeshi anas ol kah ki benina e nadol kigi apa khotlia. So I just would like to encourage our colleagues to be careful in making comments and questions that are very sensitive and related to investigation that is ongoing. Thank you very much. Staff, anybody in the queue?
Question of privilege.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, what is your point of privilege?
It's actually a question of privilege, Chair Naz, Speaker Pro Tem. My question is, I didn't hear the question that was stated by Delegate Slater. Can I get a repeat on what that question was? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Charles Newton. Honorable Slater, could you repeat your question, and we will have an interpretation of your question as well. I will not take away your time, and if you would reiterate your question, sir.
Speaker Pro Tem. I'm hesitant to restate the question based off of the response that I got from our Chief Legislative Counsel and Attorney General. So, I mean, if they're comfortable with me asking the question again, then I'll ask it, but I want to defer to them first.
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Ms. Bobroff, and yes, Mr. Slater, or Delegate Slater, can restate his question. My answer will stand. I presume the Attorney General's will also stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Honorable Slater, proceed.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. The question was the document preservation notice issued because of any particular events? I think that's how I stated it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater, for reiterating your question. And Madam Chair Charles Newton, are you satisfied?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Also, for the record, as the pro tem speaker for the day, I would like for you to know as well that I am a certified courtroom interpreter for the state of New Mexico, Arizona, and the federal level. So I will do my best to provide the statements in Navajo as best as I can. So thank you for that. Any other comments or questions? Shananta? Elmer Begay, you have the floor, sir. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Yes, Ishina, Nana, although the members of the Navajo Nation Council, although the attorneys there. I have a question. I know that being on BNF Budget and Finance Committee to oversee the fundings, external and internal fundings, and then also the physical management that are within the Navajo Nation on behalf of the people's funding monies. So right now we're in the middle of trying to get all the fundings accountable for the usage from the CARES Act funds, and then right now there'll be some fundings coming in again under the American Rescue. And right now we're still on working with the comprehensive budget, and this is a budget season too. So I was wondering, do we have any plans how we're gonna continue with this funding? If we're gonna work something like what we have on with the legislation. So that will be my only question. If we have any plans how we're gonna move forward. Do we have somebody in place? Something like that. So that's my question. Thank you.
Point of privilege. Otto So.
Honorable Chair Otto So, what is your point of privilege, sir?
Thank you very much. I think the discussion is to the report that the Department of Justice had provided to the council. It's not pertaining to any legislation, and it's pertaining to the cease and desist order. So I think we're going all over the place on this topic. So if we could try to keep it in order to address these questions to the cease and desist order. The other is a lot of the questions are pertaining to a legislation matter. So it is okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman So. Honorable Elmer Gay, as well as my honorable colleagues. This is a report by the Attorney General as well as our Chief Legislative Counsel. If there are questions that you would like to ask to the legislation itself, we can move down to new business and discuss those issues and raise those questions as well. Elmer began at Kirikishi, yaha, the report ki edel iniki, yaha, report at a call, Hodina called legislation 0083-21, Asian article Lango Panai, the Kiriki Holon, no single night of Kitko. So, Honorable Begay. Honorable members of the 24th Council, are there any comments or questions on the report?
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, you have the floor. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Temp. I'd like to ask Madam AG, when did this investigation begin? 1. And 2, are all division and departments that receive CARES money also under investigation by the Navajo Nation Department of Justice for the money that they received? And does that also include the 110 chapters? I reserve the rest of my time.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, you have 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Ms. Barbroff, may you respond?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I will have to defer that question to the Attorney General as far as the scope of their investigation or investigations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Madam Attorney General McCall, your response.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Delegate Charles Newton, for the question. The work of the Department of Justice on this particular matter, and I'm referring to the information that we received that this company, Agile Technologies, was performing unauthorized testing on the nation, began right after the spring session, so in late April. And we learned about the ongoing activities of the company and did some follow-up to learn about their activities, but also looking into their contract. And that inquiry has led to the additional sort of investigatory work that the Department of Justice is doing to substantiate the legal preservation notice. As far as other departments or 110 chapters, the legal hold that was referenced, that was sent out on the 12th, was sent, as Dana mentioned, not only to the Office of the Controller, but to other entities that would have information relevant to the CARES funding. And that includes, for example, the contractors who are working on those matters, both Baker Tilly and other consultants, as well as the Office of Management and Budget that could have relevant information, the Division of Community Development, as well as, let me see if there was one other department that was identified. Records Management. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McPaul. Aroshin Doshik Eno Senegi Ara Asen Dysonolt Age Ilea Yadashkin Beshbans and Danosanshi Abenesh Anel Toshe Koron Khatkash Nedole Koroni Beshbans Anna large bananish Inigi Lawn Order Committee Aja large Dasatagi Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton Nage Torteko not Ani Nesta Hatne Naidash Kid. Then I stashed Kidiki H. Nila, a course, Dida, Contana, Washington, Saho, it's others, so got a nation, Lenigi divisions, though departments, or Ligahiki, Beso Chudajos in D. Washington, but Beso CARES Act, but the Niniginich and Holiagi, which a stone that El Ka, Jono A. Naidash Kid. A conat ahana or zigo a coron here got it. I hit so a nego a yaha. De Koro Nation Liniki Agile, it's Nego, Enereha Apiadanko, Eshi Also, go she bananas la did a corson sa nature ada to ada sidan de dinal kako hela betol na ocean da gash nenegit ehegi what bananas yosan on a re da dina dindona dini hata ta hahol sto arginal sos past hat ego ini nach na nashinde a kodi han sagoshi bada hanijin lenegi benina yan al khaki denol inton ol khadon nigo aj bananas lati gatit ahit so di oje belkhas aj ako aj ke yati hanel shiti contractors nenegi na nashiki chodas ki yahat denol intol Baker Tilly olge go aj bananas la endeta akhodo Division of Community Development olgeo on has aje esto kholia Johnny go nat ye khanachi in lido le so dishi are dais not agi put in kitchen are le so kashe nasna do le kron next in the queue will be Honorable Amber Kennesbaugh Crotty. You have the floor. Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. This is Delegate Crotty. I'm having some audio issues. I want to thank Chairman So for the invocation and Attorney General and her staff for being on the line and Legislative Council for the report. In terms of the timeline and this ongoing investigation that started roughly 3 weeks ago, can you provide some type of indication where we're at in the investigation? Are we in the early phases in terms of investigating an initial either complaint or concern? Was that considered the utilization of like the whistleblower? Could you give me a little bit more background? And what's really important for me to know where we're at in the investigation, and then what are the next phases, or what should we anticipate in terms of moving beyond the investigation period and moving towards knowing what actually occurred and getting additional information. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you very much, Chairman Nez, and I appreciate not only facilitating this meeting, but also translating for us. And I'll reserve my time.
Honorable Chair Amber Kennesbaugh Crotty, you have 3 minutes and 38 seconds remaining for your time. So, Ms. Doreen McPaul, your response?
Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to step in front of Miss Paul. This is Chief Legislative Counsel. To provide relevant answers to Delegate Crotty's question without compromising the investigation, it will be necessary to go into executive session with the delegates. AG, if you would like to add anything, please do.
Ms. McPaul.
I'm here. I apologize. I was trying to get off mute here. That would be my position as well, Speaker Pro Tem, to discuss any further information related to the investigation. I will share that it is ongoing and that we are at the stage, as the council is aware, where we have enough information that we thought it was important to bring to the leadership, and we will certainly continue to keep the leadership advised as we learn additional information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bob Ruff, as well as Ms. McPaul. Sinados ke no senigi arid aisnot age corona hipesh bahas anan nage tohol todo banaje aje ikedes amber kanasba crowdy joliga. Queen Ashtel kin lenigi yaha de hol jishko hat ato a hashi yos khalki han zakola dede ben hilchana a hagi latin al khagi it jonela endata na al khagi dede khait ala yaha benache hosen di what on hilcho lenigito di whistleblower yishnego yishige yaha di khaida Bahudesh Nansen go behas ani bikesti odatse ahor neki odat joe yahaji ako naskosha yahait ala Neini tlido le chara hodon nitligi jono in United kid. Akon he got it ahe large krobesh was ambe got it ahe khanatzi go nila. Di bar hastke gibenina yahdi got it ahe chogishi acha anso goda yahba hastotze. Nde di executive session neniki ashate baho hot be nketesha neko to up hot executive session jono hatzi ako agatit ahitson lenige korohanana ji baho nde nela ne hot o di de ki bahaskin lenige to din al khan lenige oko di de benachin al khan lenige ne khanel she ya aitan ke hodno benach era hozeniki ako tishi hot ego di nat ani nat lenige niketcha di lecho niket on nego khana otzi ako shnant ana lenige inosan go shilto korobe hitos natole. If you would like to make a motion and a second to go into executive session, that we may receive some of these confidential and sensitive information from the Attorney General, as well as our Chief Legislative Counsel.
Protect Mr. Naz, Eugene So. I want to make that motion so we can benefit from it more to vote on it. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor by Honorable Eugene So to go into executive session. Is there a second?
Point of privilege.
Second by Delegate Crotty.
Honorable colleague, who has a point of privilege?
This is Delegate Slater. Speaker.
Honorable Slater, what is your point of privilege, sir?
Thank you, Speaker. Can you ask the Attorney General to clarify that this investigation does not derive from the council and is something that is completely independent, that originated from the Department of Justice, before people lose their minds on Facebook?
Madam Attorney General, Ms. McPaul.
Yes, Speaker Pro Tem, and to address Delegate Slater's point of privilege here, this is a DOJ matter. As I indicated earlier, our office was advised of the ongoing unlawful COVID-19 testing on the nation by Agile Technologies. And so that is the that originated within our office with the information we received, and that's what we were looking into. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPaul. There is a motion by Honorable Eugene So to go into executive session. second by Honorable Chair Amber Kennesbaugh-Crotty. Would like to have a roll call at this time. The executive session is to receive some sensitive information from our Attorney General as well as our Chief Legislative Counsel. And
Question privilege.
Honorable Eugene So, how long would you like to go into executive session? 1 hour, 2 hours?
Mr. Nez, but we should not go less than more than an hour because our husband need to catch up 80 on his part for the year. Maybe an hour.
There's a motion by Honorable Eugene So to go into executive session for 1 hour, and second by Honorable Amber Kennesbaugh-Crotty. And I did hear a point of privilege. Please identify yourself.
Thank you. That was Vice Chair. I was going to ask the time frame. Thank you. I got the question answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Staff, roll call. It is currently 2:24. 1 hour. We will return at 3:24 p.m.
Mr. Chair, point of privilege. This is Delta Daniel.
Before I go to the point of privilege raised by Honorable Daniels, the executive session will only be for the 24th Navajo Nation Council, as well as our Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barbara, and Madam Attorney General, Ms. Doreen McPaul, as well as Mr. Rico to do the recording, and also our Chief of Staff, Ms. Charlene Yazzie. Mr. Honorable Herman Daniels, what is your point of privilege, sir?
Mr. Chair, Pro Temp Chair, thank you very much, colleagues. Is there additional information that is going to be disseminated to the council? The reason why I asked this is because yesterday we got some information. Is there additional information, or is it the same information that we got from yesterday's? Thank you, Chair. Chair.
Honorable Herman Daniels, I believe that when we do go into executive session, there will be questions raised by our honorable colleagues, and those questions may be different from the questions that was raised yesterday. So therefore, I would think that when the Attorney General provides her sensitive information to us and some of the questions she may have to respond to that are also sensitive. Abigahia, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff, roll call vote, please.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kennesbaugh-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kennesbaugh-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kennesbaugh-Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Green.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green. Delegate Slater.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
That is all shared.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we have a vote of 17 in favor, 5 opposed, 1 non-voting, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem?
Thank you very much. Motion carries for executive session. We have a vote of 17 in favor, 5 opposed, and Pro Tem Chair not voting. It is currently 2:30 p.m. We'll come back at 3:30 p.m. And I believe there's a phone number that's been sent to honorable colleagues and those that will be on this executive session. Thank you, and let's call back in.
investigation, how long they, if there's a prediction of how long it will take. And so I have to turn those questions to the Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara.
Pro Tem Speaker.
Schneider.
This is Delegate Charles Newton. I'm on the line.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Delegate Daniel here.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels.
Delegate Helena back online.
Eugene So back online.
Freeland here.
Honorable colleagues, we'll have a roll call here shortly. Staff, could we have a roll call, please?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Kunesba-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kunesba-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kunesba-Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon's excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Here.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Delegate Haniel is present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Ricky Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Concentrate.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I'm present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Winika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Winika answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'm present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Caleb Gadoon is present. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Amber Kanesbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kanesbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kanesbach-Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did not answer roll call. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona.
Hello, Mr. President.
Honorable Panal Halona answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have 19 members that answered roll call, 4 did not vote, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Ms. Uvella. Honorable colleagues, I'd like to establish a motion and a second to exit from executive session, which we did at 3:31 p.m. Motion?
Motion, Stewart.
Second, Halona.
Honorable Stewart, motion, second by Honorable Eugene So. Roll call vote, staff?
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Caleb votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanesbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kanesbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kanesbach-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did not vote. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Daniel votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Amber Knassat-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knassat-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knassat-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green. Sorry, let's roll call too. I'm online. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So does not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, 4 not voting, and 1 excused. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Motion carries that we exited out of executive session at 3:31 p.m. Honorable colleagues, we'll go back to number 4 on the agenda, which is reports. Are there any comments or questions on the report? We do have reserve time. Rich James, Honorable James at 3:45. And Honorable James.
Yeah, it's another Speaker Pro Tem. Honorable Rickness, other members of the council. Although a question to legal counsel. In the policies, the procedures, the process of an investigation, going through the administrative leave process, going through the closure of the investigation, and then finally the removal of the process. There's always 2 stories to an event that is brought before us. Dana, our chief legal counsel, am I in the right order to request to hear from our controller of the Navajo Nation? Reserve my time. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James, you have 3 minutes remaining. Ms. Bobroff, may you respond to Honorable James? Ms. Bobroff? Ms. Bobroff? Anybody from Office of Legislative Counsel on the line with us that may respond? Do we have Ms. Khan with us on the line? Ms. Tapahi?
My apologies, Speaker. I lost my call. I lost the call, but I am back on. I did hear Delegate James's question. If the council wishes to hear from the controller, I think that Delegate James should probably, I would recommend he identify what the controller would be speaking on, since we were talking about the report was on the legal preservation notice. If the controller does care to speak, that is at the discretion of the council. It's just a reminder that anything said is can be used at a later time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara, for your response. Honorable Carl Slater, you have 4 minutes and 35 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much, Speaker. thank you very much to the Attorney General and to the Chief Legislative Counsel for what's been presented thus far. I will always stand up for the Department of Justice and the incredible work that they did over the course of the CARES Act. The amount of time that your attorneys and staff devoted to processing contracts, protecting the integrity of the nation, and ensuring that funding was spent correctly will not be forgotten by myself, by my chapters, and by my people. I really think that we're behind you and we're supportive of you. And I think that any effort to discredit your activities are wrong. And it's really sad that people are trying to make political calculations off of a legal matter. So thank you very much for the work. I wish we could discuss more on the record, but I would like to press you, Madam AG, and Madam Chief Legislative Counsel to think about what the maximum amount of information that can be conveyed to the public right now, because there is a lot of speculation and misinformation that's being peddled that is going to really harm the I'd say political conversations on the nation and the faith and leadership to execute things in a good way and to look after things. I think that that's really because of how a certain position has been politicized, something from an administrative officer who now is a celebrity politician. And so I sincerely ask and request that you take it upon yourselves to figure out the maximum amount of information that can be conveyed to the public right now. Because the public has a right to know about activities, but first and foremost is the maintenance and caretaking of the people's money. If there's a threat to the permanent trust fund, if there's a threat to the master trust, if there's a threat to any of the money of the nation, we need to take that seriously. And any effort to stall or inhibit that, the people should view as suspect. Now, in this instance, it is the Department of Justice who is looking after the people's money and trying to make sure that there is compliance with federal and Navajo Nation law. And those who are seeking to discredit that, not on the facts, but on speculation, are not damaging just themselves and their reputations, but the public discourse and the ability of the Navajo people to believe in their leadership, to trust their leadership. So please, please, please figure out what you can make available to the people so that they know that this is legitimate, because apparently your integrity has been impugned so much that they don't believe the Department of Justice. They don't believe our attorneys. They don't believe our women who are leading this. So I ask our people, if you believe in that women nation, who is your chief law enforcement officer of the Navajo Nation? What is her name? Believe her. Thank you. Yield my time.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Ms. McCall, your response?
I don't even remember what the question was.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Delegate Slater, for the support for my office generally, but also for your important questions and comments there. Before we went into executive session, I in addition to what Madam Chief Legislative Counsel reported with respect to the records hold that was issued just the other day, and the cease and desist letter from Friday to Agile Technologies for their testing. I talked a little bit about that cease and desist letter and the concerns raised once our office was aware that testing was continuing beyond the expiration of that contract. And so in looking at the the contract and the company's ability to be on the nation, providing the scope of work that they were engaged to do, which was specific to the Office of the Controller, specific to testing OOC employees and their immediate families. We learned that the testing was being offered much more broadly to other Navajo Nation employees and to the public. And it was beyond the Admin 1 building and, in the shopping center area here in Window Rock. And in looking at the contract and trying to ensure that we weren't making allegations against Agile Technologies, we verified things like the contract wasn't extended, and those kinds of things. And in looking at that contract, what I can share with the public related to the inquiry and the records hold is that there were aberrations with that contract that were concerning, including the way it was procured, including the way it was paid, and including the way it was allowed to continue beyond its term, despite express disapproval by our health director and our health command center, and for testing to cease. So those are the concerns that my office had to deal with even prior to issuing that cease and desist order. And looking at the contract and finding the, knowing our internal process for procurement, knowing our practices from our finance office on how things are paid, including timeliness and all those kinds of things, this particular contract has some serious concerns that our office is continuing to investigate, and we will continue to investigate other contracts where there may have been some aberrations. So that I can share publicly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPaul. Next in the queue, I have on reserve time, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. You have 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Thank you, Chair Nance. Just so I have clarification here, Madam AG, if you could just one more time, just to be clear. So the DOJ received information about Agile and their illegal testing, and you received this information in, I believe you said on the record, April. So I guess my question is, how is the controller connected to this concern that's been brought forward? And then who is the one who brought this concern forward, if you can share that information? Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you. Ms. McPaul, your response.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Delegate Charles Newton, for the question. This concern was brought to our attention in April on the first day of council session during the introductory commentary, and Speaker Damon on the council session thanked the Office of Controller for providing testing to the council. And one of our staff here in our office heard that, asked if the controller's office was still providing testing beyond what Agile was and the controller's office were directed to stop doing in December. And so that's how it came to our office and when it came to our office. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPaul. Next in the queue, under reserve time, I have Honorable Chair Amber Kennisbaugh-Crotty. You have 3 minutes and 38 seconds.
Question of privilege, Chair Nance.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, what is your point of privilege?
I just wanted to ask how much time I have left.
You have 4 minutes and 2 seconds, Madam Chair. Honorable Amber Kennesaw-Crotty, your reserve time is 3:38. Honorable Amber Crotty.
Chairman, thank you. Yep, unmuted myself. Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. I wanted to see if for public record, are there any other contracts that stem from the CARES funding that we should be, as a council, concerned about? So in understanding the cease and desist order, there's some other challenges when it comes to personal information, but I also am wondering if there's any other contracts that the Navajo Nation is currently concerned about, how it was either the contract process or how that was implemented. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. McPaul.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Delegate Crotty, for the question. Right now, with this particular testing contract, that's what our focus was, and shutting that testing down to protect the public, and then addressing the red flags with the contract have been our primary concerns. We do have concerns about other contracts, which we are still following up on, in particular, subcontracts that don't otherwise go through the procurement process. And so those are things that we still need to follow up on with the records hold, but those are our primary concerns right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPaul. We don't have anybody in the queue. We still have reserve time. Honorable Vince James, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Mayors and members of the council. Legal counsel, ikites in large yeta setahin ichahadotze chokut bahasi ako the contract na rahaki a jail bti no ko yuni jo ko kwaigi bahna the do kisto hait ya hadiliado hait ibn asin shiki chokut bin ya tasnento agenda baka do belansi klinico additional could not hanasi to legal counsel. I reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable James. Dana?
Thank you, Speaker. My Navajo is not up to speed today. Could you translate for me, please? Oh, man.
Anna, you're still on?
I'm on here.
Yes, Speaker, I did not, this is Dana, I did not understand Delegate James's question.
Okay, Honorable James is requesting that the controller, Madam Controller, provide a report on the contracts related to the CARES Act.
Speaker, that is at the discretion of the discretion of the council. Here with your phones. That is at the discretion of the council. And if the controller does that, it should just be made aware that anything that is said can be used in the ongoing investigations. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Vince James. Akor nche nat ha o tsiki ashi beshbon sa ana the 24th Navajo Council. We can amend the agenda and add under report the controller's report based on your request, Honorable James.
Speaker Pro Tem. Ado kodo shanahun ibn kodo that is under suspending the 4 rules to hear a report from the controller regarding contracts. Reserve my time.
Vice Chair Smith, point of privilege.
Thank you for that, Honorable James. What we need to do is go to the report and vote on it. And after the report, you can make a motion to amend the agenda, which requires a 2/3 vote to add the controller's report to the agenda. That is my response to you, sir. But what is your point of privilege, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith?
My question is, there might be a conflict of interest in this. I think that Honorable Vince James is related to the controller. If that's true, then that would be conflict of interest because it's dealing with sensitive matters. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Smith. Ms. Bobroff, if Honorable James is related by consanguinity to Madam Controller, would it be considered a conflict of interest?
Thank you, Speaker. Two NNC, so 2 Navajo Code, Section 191 addresses conflict of interest. In the first instance, it states that committee members who have personal, family, or business interests in matters before the committee or joint committee meetings shall not participate in the committee or joint committee proceedings or vote on the matter. That is what the Title II states. The ethics and rules provision on conflict of interest. Hang on just a second. I had it in my hand and I don't know where I set it down. 1 second. Okay. Conflicts of interest under the ethics and government law speak to, there's a very specific provision that is applicable. It is the regulations and standards of conduct for elected officials. And it states it is Section 4 of those regulations and standards of conduct for elected officials. It states, it's fairly long, but I'm going to try to pick out the appropriate provisions. Section 4.8 states that elected officials shall not use their official position to improperly secure privileges for themselves or others, including but not limited to relatives and constituents, which such persons are not otherwise entitled by law to receive. Then it goes on further, paragraph B, conflicts of interest arise from personal relationships, economic interests, and various duties imposed upon elected officials. And then it provides some examples. Personal relationships give rise to a conflict of interest when family relationships are involved. The conflict of interest can and should be avoided by the decision maker by excluding oneself from this decision, including both debate and voting. Okay. Another provision is an elected official shall not participate in debate or vote on any matter before any entity of which the elected official is a member by virtue of his or her status as an elected official in which the elected official has a personal, family, or business interest.
Ethics code.
Right, that's what I'm reading for, but help me find a provision. Okay, Speaker, at the moment, those are the provisions I have been able to identify. And so the question really goes back to if Delegate James is indeed a relative, and I believe the way that I read this, it would be a blood relative, then it would be recommended, or it would be an apparent conflict of interest for him to continue. However, as we have always stated, in the first instance, it is the responsibility of the delegate to identify and state that they have a conflict of interest. If there are others who do not agree with the delegate's self-evaluation, then they can raise a point of privilege on the matter. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bobroff. Honorable Vince James, Koro, Nikegatit Ahe, Ms. Dana Bobroff, Behas Anin Hichi Nchi Iltchatoni Hichi Eltchatchanant Ah. We are read the laws on conflicts of interest as elected officials, and therefore, Honorable James, I believe it would be appropriate for you to answer or respond whether you are a relative, a blood relative to the controller yourself. I yisish khan sogodash elke nohtlingo koro the conflict of interest and niki bedet ik benina ot anand nandikit. Honorable James.
Now, Speaker, other members of the council, other legal counsel, Chief Legal Counsel Dana, thank you for that information and thank you for reading that wording from the law. Just to let you guys know, we are not related. I did not know Shade Perlina Kirk until I became council delegate. So, through clans, just like how we all greet her and how she greets us as well through the Nachako. What are not Ahanasito, Dodo a Asado Dodo a Asado a Nihimadon his Holonda Stoko. So we're not related by blood, what are a specify and Leshito, Nido Beha Zito Behans Ani Bakai given Nacha. What are Behasito Lish Kotela, Ado. Nana, she is a constituent from Kitlichi. I do represent Kitlichi, Ganado, Cornfield, Steamboat, and Jedito.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James Shanala. Not up, Atan Lahasan Nati, Do Eyaha, blood any at deathbe I guess in eight at no hindzi de clans but the ninjago ajago a ha a nation hot a kekidi nijudanni. So my honorable colleagues, Honorable James' response is that there is no relation to the controller by blood, but rather by clan. And Mr. Honorable Vince James never knew the controller until he became an elected Navajo Nation Council delegate. So for that, there is no conflict of interest on his part. Thank you, Shananta. We still have reserved time. Honorable Chair Charles Noon, you have 4 minutes and 2 seconds.
Chair Naz, thank you very much, and also colleagues. This is obviously turning into a very heated issue, and just for clarification and on the record, Pearline Kirk is my shedeh by clan. I want to make that known. We are not blood related in any way, and I never knew Ms. Kirk until I became a council delegate. And I do want to state, Madam AG, that I think that this council has always been in support of your office, and I do share the sentiments that were spoken early by Shiaj Carl Slater regarding your office. I share those similar sentiments with the controller's office, because I know that, through the CARES handling, she, there was obviously a lot of hard work and dedication for, what she did, and then also standing her ground in a lot of cases where she did state no to a lot of things for the record. For instance, a chapter 1 by Apple products. I believe there was also Yeti cups that were trying to be purchased using CARES money. So I want to thank the controller's office for protecting the people's money. And so I know that there, again, been a lot of statements going back and forth about what has been happening, but know that we do support Department of Justice. But this matter that is right before us is looking at the evidence, which requires us as the legislative body to look at and to be fair. And I think that the questions that are coming out, are fair and legitimate questions that have to be asked, because we are, in essence, with our vote today, we could possibly ruin a person's life and their career. And I can honestly say that as a delegate, that's not what I signed up for. I signed up to help the people. And so, it is turning into a debate that is turning ugly. And we have to keep in mind that we have our federal delegation who is also watching us at this time, watching to see what we're going to be doing with this issue. But I do have a lot of questions, and it is very difficult because these questions are going to require us to go into executive session. And I think what was stated earlier about the people knowing what is happening, I think that is fair and it is true. The people need to have a full understanding of why this particular emergency legislation was brought forward for us to consider. So I'm sure I don't have very much time, and I hope that other delegates, could consider giving me their time to ask a little bit more questions, but I just need to make it known that the executive session discussions that have been going on, we do have information about, what is happening. And as Delegate Slater stated, our people do need to have a full understanding of what is happening, especially since we still have to wrap up CARES money, and then we have the possible $1.8 billion coming down from ARPA. And I think that what Delegate Elmer Gay stated earlier and his concerns are also legitimate, because in hearing this report, we're going to be leading into a legislation that's going to require us to vote red or green in the matter. And we should be prepared in asking ourselves who is going to be taking this position if we do release her of her responsibilities and her position here in the Navajo Nation. And what will that mean for Navajo Nation? And more importantly, what is it going to mean to the Navajo people and the services that are being provided? And I'm sure that delegates are going to, we are all going to, have we're going to be upset when we don't get our checks. And so I think that these are things that we do need to consider. And as I stated before, it's a matter of, looking at this and making sure that we have a full understanding of not only this report, but also what it will mean. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Charles Newton, appreciate your statement. We have, Honorable James, you have 2 minutes and 14 seconds, sir.
Another speaker, pro temp, Honorable Rickness, other members of the council. Although motion you carried after we accept the report in the cautious as they do quite I don't although it actually didn't hit that on Skaziki. It actually not stop case open not in this case of this case ani but not need to go ni yana na ki odo ko honet za the door list ako shisa zaido kwato yego binina ba na dishkidi ki jo na al kha ko had gita na nishindini ki na betel kha ki na nishindini bet na kol do sanjede hawan the suntan le hana ade sasanta ade kwaige da il kha chukot baby cha khatse adon da son da al kha don da not sos kha da in bk don da hich khona da in da ade hit on as kha do hit ya ni ta ton hines de ikotat bikita kha chot ada kha do le kwaige ki do be neta ako o ahostet di kodo bananas idil enigi nache hadil joti ne ako atinda al kha oko akwa igi oyo bes nishile benina hot bahna dishkit ako ahaje ki hodini ale hot is zido banses case ako ahadin ki hodini do ya shonda ako hard da le kodo ben hitato nanot lako kodo bespa sa anani pleni chokot ibanses case ko chinat no senigi ko ani to hona eta histes what ko do hona iban sa case ki histes what's a leko akonde ado la not ani jilay ko handa abana is case haje is to ahachi ado green to that is to chokot either vote green or red.
Thank you, Honorable James, for your statement. We have in the queue with us Honorable Kialan Begay. You're up. You have the floor.
Chairman, thank you.
One moment. Who is the second person that says put me in the queue?
Eugene So, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Eugene So, you will speak right after Honorable Kialan Begay. Thank you. I apologize for the interruption, Honorable Kialan Begay, but you have the floor right now. Thank you.
Shana, Speaker. I don't know the Kodo Bishmas under my seat. The Kodo reported Yagi, Jukodo, Shanalina, this kid. Mr. James, quacky being test case or says it's not sure. A coco Jota in the sea cray. Don't be tada de cray, don't end it at it. Being that a call net like one song, yeah. A coco laughed at need the net of that ingo good that stop baby bitin history. The Hajo Lache or Cato, Hajo Banat in the key. Jot go kodo shiot besization and no sleniki a coco kodo qui hot ni go kodo not so zgijo quaki being test case ni a coco the land liniki the kodo station nal petition again hashit to argent the canasic el kit a coco kahiti ninaki quaki be ekini haldan to akut at the anlede at erne e be kai ki je go be da agin de be 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 tada di kai but akut ende jo at the ni ado acceptenti khoje Well, there has added or gattit ahit so that has Haniji Binti at set of bananas ile Binti Aj Hohot Konal source cut ni go to eat ni ben ni credo baby natchet Hohot at the Nidoyat eto listen song Shapan Saskation and Annie Glennicky a coco ani great out at door. Clear at the Dilia Dank or that stop just a quite keeping not on him, Nanti again on at stop. Because that I done did hard she, the then Liniki at the better horse and could that quishy are there, hohot, no, then, basically, Hanebi, there, ya hit the Katida, a coben nago hasha. Hajot anna hiti khato pentin la che hajona al kha indiki shi penti sepenan she thote le awat end pe bana has ki shi pen na che ki et anin la te hit a in not a la ko sto jun la te pe so kan hi che khona na na ki an ki na ya gidit a laban al te ho khalit ila binna e khoto pe so hi che khona to le chon hit to ni hit da shin be da ki ta ati dat a cho che jo ba cho ho khosiki a ko e be ben na che nan ta ni kliniki kha sha jo sa na hiti khato khoje Department of Justice kliniki binti chobenan is ile ta den da do na ken legal and the conal source di hot ni go in the eco di ego go ben di kan so in hitition and art as shode banan hin khati do ani be yel ki in the do kun ilo ki a ko be ben go eco do I plea with the legislation sponsored that hard of so been the old when been the Department of Justice picture when the linked as shown but give word back to the Department of the federal government of what we're doing internally. So what ego kodosh ba nice condolis chairman pro temp chair do I hiki kodosh nalin diniki which hoshketo Mr. Vince James. Chairman, yeah.
Thank you very much, Shatsila. Honorable Kealam Bigay. You have 1 minute and 6 seconds reserved time, which will be handed over to Shanala. Honorable Vince James. Kuroshi Nahish Atalate, 1 minute and 6 seconds. Honorable James.
Another Speaker Pro Temp. Ado Shanala, Honorable Kealam Bigay. Kodod IT shatin anigi ako sinat ano sinigi ako kodo pa na ini ka ako ani kodo not ani plido kodo nakape so kites igi not ani ple ado na kiskana andan hisba da hausin ako kohot en hit no ako de ani be ha otli ag ha 3 December yata chokot da alia jono yen hit ha 3 ako where the boss there's 20 she has 24 bosses which is as council delegates ako kwaiki has ani benina kwaiki administrative leave ki parties ni ako na kafna I don't a final report ni hit kwalia and I hate and as I gave Shahot Anina of the cow, Nihichequanado means as the 24 bosses of the control of Chokot issues the bounces case called
Thank you, Honorable James. Next we have in the queue, Honorable Eugene So. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Got to. So yeah. Sure. This case you already touched them. You call the non meeting is when they're employed by the Navajo Nation. Rain that's Kagi. Hunting Artation. I should be able to spare the husband. Michi, I need a lot of me, no don't as card of me, closing oh, Mrs. $1,000. The call, I need a long a Mrs. Hunter again. Say up a cake said, Hala, the Washington, that basement, John, you lot what I see, but has short, you don't, if you been Jenny John, had a the late. Being hired shit all this. Or if we're very affable, if we're not enforcing it, what we put down as the investigators and also the AG, and that's Kahagi, then she's holding it. So executive session, but he's holding the apron as you mentioned. Oh, yeah, hold on, Dada. And I need the where could the RBG or RBK could don't let that get into your way with what's going on. People use that RHEOS and hook is it so where so much to Yazi. What I could no a consequences. We do turn and say something to our younger generation like our grandkids. Just kego. So that no go. Ben hot squeezani than is grinning. The cracky gay say what are a bang this case. I learned that all of that and so is that. In the not so some hit on Holia, a namish I know. So the in the band has is actually such band has even as in this case or sure what Khaled a doch Neyland soil for the council that they need on Corona Ham this case. We hire the Navajo Nation hire the investigators to investigate anything that's going to happen, check and balance. I don't know how to you any abazun because you any short hours. It open not sneak all this okay crash or space either. How don't let other Indian tribes in that. I don't let that a Congress in that. Khalid out all by Marty in your list. The door for our we have three branch government. That's for check and balance and that's what's going on. She don't what Adam she don't need. Oh, not as caught it. No, I don't get that is caught. Or not sound it ask for you should talk about it. You just ask for all that. You just let it go. You should don't need need prayer. Need so book a codo. Eat all. Then she pay the but to me, I don't want to be affable. Just like I said the other night, the other day on Shay Nandasi Lipa Jinx. Das Cargi and the Attorney General, although Constant Stagi Sena. They had in the doing it, not at all, based upon it. They're doing the check and balance right now, and that's what there is something wrong. And we need to start enforcing our rights as a council delegate. You can't just sit back and say, oh, where not do no, I don't know. Say, oh, you didn't like evidence, but something that's not right. Oh, sure, I'm sorry, but I had to go this way. Today, I shared all this out. But I want to voice my opinion, my comment, and my understanding in my layman's term law understanding. Regards to what is being happening. And by by three branch governor, this is a check and balance, as you now experiencing it. I'll go on there. Thank you.
Thank you. You have no reserved time, Honorable Eugene So. Aroshanan Ano Seneki, Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is still on report. Report git atinde. we haven't got to the new business of the legislation yet. So a quagi ban socation and the report it at in abgieltke at o kujugo what at the niniki a ajabit at the kata. So with this, I still have Honorable Herman Daniels in the queue. So Mr. Honorable Daniels, you're next, sir.
Thank you. Pro Temp Speaker. Shina Pado. A conflict of interest at me. Shina. Adonana Quado. Shina Ano Shinigi 24th Navajo Nation Council. A Quado. A cabinet edition is Quadona. Madam Attorney General Doreen McPaul Quado. We're giving us a report. Quado. AIC Quado. Ako nini dajo ya sajde se di fa ko na ko do di ko do ai ko I papa ya ki do pa na de ki ko. So some of the questions that I had have been answered. So ko do should not shinigi ko do should say so do this morning e ban fes case so ye ban fes case get a court for the zone o zi ko do do less. So it would end hello is for the better of the later or I am later Carnegie Kodo a call Shada Adole Hazo and Lehoda Nehoda Halebe that means Hazo Banton Keso and Le Banton Keso Yanski so that Nisa Halebe Hazo Dole. According to that, but the Haki could have Yego Ibani could have not be EST. A call major and a death team could have Adonana could have, even though could have Araba was recent. Oh, yeah, I thought about that. They could have the legislation area, Yada, they could have a call what they could have. Rudash at LA and C could have. This was unneat lineage. The way we talk, the way we think. It's different. Some of us only the Koyadat I didn't see care for years. You should jaded by years. Or need echo. And does Iggy for years with on the radar. So I don't know to the quaggy or you know that has late quaggy. Or you know that or you know. Got a husband. Then he don't need later teaching artist that else than he got a near. Because they that he artist need a con his doesn't take between 10 years on it there. Teaching artist now. A codone measure has no daughter, Kodota should not Senegi. Adonana Quado. I just want to thank protest speaker Quado. I see in general Ecuador at the next about now even there. Then he's Frage Yawan and Donana. Later that is that Adonana Quado. I'm sure we're getting a lot of attention. Quado. Ilaban al defra hot Sunday. So what even not a zodole. A Quadi Quado AJ met Latte Beson, hitch honors aid on him hit Besuda. Hit the never Beson. Aid as in Adonana Quado should say Yaha, Quadoki Elmake Quado. Delegate key of the K. Not take on the hit another Washington there. Hit another Ilaban Alte. So what actually I didn't get echo. So it is all now can't eat a deed Ecuador should not honestly. Adonana Quado. I agree with them. Select Ecuador them. Delegate Vince James. Yeah, yes, take it Ecuador. Hashins for I knew what Adonana Quado and the Ecuador. Dalka. Sing Quado inta gate at home. Though is that Hondas Kada, a hat nanigita, Sayada Hatzi. Though is Hondas Kada, interview the Hattis, Degi that Adida. So even Quado Hazodo, Quadota should not understand Hazoban Sudokos. So it is about Hatzidoles. Pro Temp Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Herman Daniels. Nihja Heinzi, Kro, the Nabanant, Ani, Tliniki, Beshma Hasana, Ani, Bitziliki, the Entida, Toro Opalnekor, Haida, Bahajotzi hit era, a Jogoyat, Eshan and Anna Tliniki. I don't report it. I don't have anybody in the queue right now. I believe we're pretty much done. There was a motion and a second for the report by Honorable Halona and Honorable Stewart, and I believe we're ready to report to take a vote on this. Honorable Henio, you have the floor, sir.
I guess you can Speaker Pro Tem. I listen to the Nation Council. This is I don't report each any idea. So could on see hala. I don't make Chotanigi did my Attorney General's office. I don't aim at you. Could do our Chief Legislative Council. So like هذه النشرة هذا النتيجة هي ده هتسيله ده هتزاله هذا نص جدا لو يشوفه تعال هذا نالك جو إيه bah ini kiko جو إيه ديكم أدنى الكهات نو أيات أدول سنة عادي كهات ينجي أيضا كل شيء ده كه شو ده الشهادة هذا الناس يأكل نالفرصة اللي هذا أي تاين أقول تجربة إني هذا إياه أساس طبعا هاي تاسس بعض الشيء تايس يستكين كات بايت ناس الناس كان حاجة ابن نتيجة كوي ناس بإذن الله الشيء هذا ما هنتين أدي هذا ناس بالنتيجة أنا صنعت كهنيجي شيء أشتغل هذا هذا شيء ده دي شيء ده أنا هذا الجسوت ده إلى واشنطن بنت كنسل هذا يجي على شيء ده هذا كده خاصة دي ده إيه ولا أهل بيكام هذا سبنا أنا دومتنا بتصاب بدني تيا جلكو هي هذا من هذا كنسل لا نتاهش كذا نتانا صار ده زي كلها تاعي كدونها تاعي هي خاصة لا تنسج إذا ما شيء يعني إذا علينا إذا تاعي خلاص إيه بلشيء هذا بنحكي إيه يكون إيه بنحكي عشان شيء يكون خيال كده شيء قد يخ هذا اللي بيشوف أنا جلو كل بيتخش غالي من خيط أشتيا هذا خليه خلاص إيه من يبينه إيه إيه عشان دي شيء بدينه كل يوم بنحكي إيه دي شيء بحاول يشكو هذا شيء دي كلامي كتير بعدين the hardest decision to make is upon us right now. But even if you how say you have been the today نادي كاكو tomorrow هناك نتيجة ناس شيء نخرج شيء هذا اللي نتيجة بس كان ناو تعلم نتيجة كده في أساس نبدأ نتلاقى أي نادي نشوف يبقى بس عندنا تنيجي ده كنت أدي بعد استدلال سوسم جو يعني أهدي نيجي أيش سنتأخذ دي ده هذا أسكارنا كذي جوهرة هذا الصوص باليد علمي تقييس أسكار جوهرية هذا هذا الشيء ما ممكن نقول كده عشان بعد بحث كده حس أي دي ما ممكن هذا so كان ده ko even che I also saw has I don't for in the details so the legislation about it also to put in
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henio, for that, your statement. There's nobody in the queue. Are there any other
Chairman Nez,
questions?
this is Delegate Crotty with the question of privilege.
Honorable Chair Amber Crotty, what is your point of privilege?
Thank you, Chair. My point of privilege, if I may ask Attorney General or Legislative Council, are there any penalties when a business does not comply with Navajo Nation law to register? And then are there any penalties for a business that may have not followed the health orders or received authorization from Navajo Nation? Thank you.
Ms. McPaul, may you respond?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Delegate Crotty, for the question there. With respect to penalties when a business doesn't follow the Navajo Nation law, and I think you're talking about the registration as a foreign business requirement. That is one thing that we did check for this particular contract, and I know you're asking generally. And my understanding is that when that's the case, BRD sends them the information in order to register, but not doesn't initially start out with penalties. And then with respect to not following the health orders, the cease and desist was basically a second notice. The company was informed directly multiple times to stop testing in December. And so the cease and desist was a follow-up to that. When I sent this cease and desist letter to the chief managing partner of the company, and I do know that he received my correspondence because they did stop testing that day. They evacuated the building they were occupying, the tribal building they were occupying for testing. But my communication also asked that he have his lawyer contact me immediately. And that was a week ago. I've not heard from him. I haven't gotten any correspondence or information from anybody involved in setting up this contract to make any kind of clarifications to what was happening with this testing. And I do want to share that this isn't the first unauthorized testing activity that has attempted to take place on the nation. There was another one in the Shiprock area that the Health Command Center shut down last year as well. So this is something that has been sort of an ongoing issue. And I hope I answered your question, Delegate Crotty. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. McPaul. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we don't have anybody in the queue. Are there any other comments or questions on the report? Going once, going twice, going three times. Staff, roll call vote to accept the report, please.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer
I will
Begay.
agree. I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan Begay Jr. votes green to accept the report. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
This is Delegate Brown.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Sorry, Speaker Pro Temp. I keep getting cut off on my end. What are we voting on again?
Sitzilla, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. We are voting to accept the report from the Department of Justice and our Chief Legislative Counsel.
Yes, and I vote red on the report. Thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Amber Kniswa-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kniswa-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kniswa-Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Canal Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Canal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henry. Honorable Jamie Henry. Honorable Jamie Henry did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince
Delegate
James.
James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green to accept the report.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Monica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Monica votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Evan Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 19 in favor, 3 opposed, 1 non-voting, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Motion carries with a vote of 19 in favor, 3 opposed. Pro Tem Speaker not voting. We accepted a report from the Department of Justice as well as our Chief Legislative Counsel. Back to the agenda. Number 5, old business, there's none. Number 6, new business. A, legislation 0083-21, an action relating to an emergency and the Navajo Nation Council, removing Pearline Kirk as controller of the Navajo Nation. Sponsor, Honorable Pernell Halona. Co-sponsor, Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Would like to read this into the record, please. Mr. Rico.
Question of privilege, Chair Nance.
Question, point of privilege, Honorable Chair Charles Noon.
Yes, Chair Nance. I believe there was a request made to possibly suspend the floor rules to add a report from the controller. Can you provide the council guidance on how we can proceed forward with that motion? Thank you, Chair Nance.
Thank you very much, Shadeja. Honorable Chair Charles Noon. If anybody wishes, before we go to legislation 0083-21. If you wish to make a motion to amend the agenda, it will require a 2/3 vote.
Chair Nez, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to add a report on from the Controller Perlene Kirk.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. There, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, there's a motion to amend the agenda. It will require a 2/3 vote to have Madam Controller, Ms. Perlene Kirk, to provide a report to the full Navajo Nation Council. Is there a second?
Delegate James, seconds.
Second by Honorable Vince James. And I believe we'll go ahead and put this to a vote to amend the agenda to add the report, which will be under, we'll go directly to report. Honorable Chair Charles Newton, what will the
Speaker Pro
report
Tem.
be? What will the report be on, Honorable Chair Charles Newton?
A question of privilege, Pro Tem Speaker.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie, what is your point of privilege?
My question of privilege, colleagues, and to Pro Tem Speaker, is that if we do allow this, and I will ask our attorney and DOJ, is this going to jeopardize the investigation that is happening now? Okay? Could we be held in contempt as well if we do this? So that's my question of privilege, Pro Tem Speaker.
Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazzie, there was an email sent to the full Navajo Nation Council on this concern. It would be up to the 24th Navajo Nation Council to add this report to the agenda, to amend the agenda or not. Therefore, it would be up to the controller to provide the report or to not report. So that was our understanding when we received the email. And I will go to our Chief Legislative Counsel to make that clarification. Ms. Bobroff?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Yazzie, for the question. As Speaker Nez said, it is up to the council whether they wish to add the report or not. As far as your question as to whether it will interfere with the investigation, I will defer to the AG on that, but I will point out that anything said by the controller as well as any presenter will be used if it's applicable in the investigation. And as far as council getting in any kind of trouble for hearing a report, I do not see that as a possibility. Perhaps the AG has identified something else. Thank you to the AG now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bobroff. Ms. McPaul, Madam AG, your response?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I think that in order to accurately respond to the question raised, I think the first question that you posed to Delegate Charles Newton needs to be addressed. I guess it depends on what the controller is reporting on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McPaul. My honorable colleagues, it would be up to you to decide to have this on the agenda with your vote. When you vote red or green.
Speaker? Wonderful. Question privilege?
Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Your point of privilege?
It's Delegate Slater, unless Vice Chair Smith also had a question.
Okay. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, what is your point of privilege? Did you raise a point of privilege?
No, sir, I didn't. My voice probably sounds alike, so it wasn't me. Thank you.
I'm sorry. My honorable colleagues, please, when you ask for a point of privilege, identify yourself. Honorable Slater, you have the floor, sir. What is your point of privilege?
Thank you, Speaker Nez. Can we ask Chair Charles Newton if the controller is available to speak? But before we vote, because we need to know that.
Honorable
Sir,
Slater.
point of order.
Honorable Slater. Honorable Eugene So, what is your point of order, sir?
My point of order, a question was raised. What was the controller report on? We haven't got an answer on that yet. That's my point of order.
Honorable Eugene So, any point of privilege takes precedence over any answers that need to be provided with a question. Therefore, I had to go to the point of privileges first before any of these will be answered. So, the point of privilege, you get to large, which is in conduct that you have the Bekegona, the night I can then again, not between Nadish, Arti, Koron, and I, Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Even you have report either little at this point we're putting the point of privileges up because it takes precedence. So back to Honorable Slater. I believe once whether we pass or not the report, we will then find out whether the controller is available at that time. Honorable Slater, thank you. So now back to the question to Honorable Chair Charles Newton. What will the report be on from Madam Controller Kirk?
Thank you, Chair Nez. I believe that we should give the controller the opportunity to speak on matters that have been presented to the council. We are hearing one side of the story, and we do have to make a very crucial decision regarding not only her position, but also what will be going forward with this matter. So I would like to ask the controller to, if she feels comfortable, speak on the issue. And again, if she doesn't feel comfortable, then that will be up to her. But I think we do need to give her that opportunity to speak on the matters that have been presented to council on the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. Honorable colleagues, we will, after we vote on this amendment to the agenda, whether we pass it or not, we still will go to the legislation at that time. Like any other legislation, we can ask the controller, OMB, Department of Justice, Auditor General to ask certain questions if we wish to do so. So at this time, Shananta, let us. So at this time, we have one individual in the queue to speak. Honorable Kialam Begay, you have the floor.
So there's a motion and second to add a report, Shananta. My question would be is, hajo papa konitsen sto Shananta no liniki, the nan liniki do kudosh nalin liniki do hate out that we're forcing her to get herself in a situation that's going to be on public record. Akoko Johnny Haitashi Naiti Kitiki is going to lead to that pinpoint to Ben Hitton Dahasan. So we're beginning to be the DOJ or the judge in a way. Unless there is a written statement from her that she is willing to go. But if we vote, we're forcing her I think it's more appropriate for us to utilize that common sense. We don't want to put her in a situation to where it will to really jeopardize herself making these statements, especially when we will be asking questions. Protect Speaker, yeah.
Thank you very much,
Protest
Honorable.
Speaker, Eugene So.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kialan Begay, for that. Shananta Nothenegi. There was an email that was sent to us, in there, it explains if the controller wishes to speak, whatever she says, statements that she makes will and can be used against her. It is up to her to provide a report or refuse to provide a report to the council. But at this time, when we vote on this agenda, it will be up to you as council to vote red or green to decide whether she should be added to the agenda. So thank you for your question. Honorable Eugene So, you have the floor, sir.
I put it this way, she's going to self-incriminate herself, and she might already have a lawyer too. So even though it's going to be a self-incrimination, she must have a lawyer too. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement, Honorable Eugene So. There's nobody in the queue. We have a motion by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton to amend the agenda to add the controller report, and seconded by Honorable Vince James. Honorable Chairman Otto So, you have the floor.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the net there's one on I don't know I don't know it's at the natcha. I did not all Nisha Shinkana had I did controller. Iba went in the I say quite ego underneath eco. Ego quite I don't that could had it ego that so could they be was unnecessarily so out. I go up in this ego, shadow, she got shown. I don't that could earlier report one night day, so it's the equabas. I don't that could but I do feel that to have the controller make a report at this time and it being used against her, back on against her and the court of law is something that who needs it only. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Otto So. We don't have anybody in the queue at this time. So, Shananta, are we ready to vote? It requires a 2/3 vote to amend the agenda to add the controller's report to the agenda, to the special session.
Chairman Nett, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Honorable Chair Amber Kenneth Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My question in terms of the memo and the advisement that anything that's said in a possible report can be used. I need clarification. Where are we at in terms of, I don't understand why that memo was drafted with that recommendation or with that advisement. I need to know legally where we're at with the controller, because I think that would substantiate the advice given. It's my understanding that anything we say here is for public record, and in the public record, that could always be used in any court if there's a case or a suit filed against any of the parties. So I need to be clear on the advice that was given to council via that memo, and then also in terms of moving forward with the report, if there's any legal restrictions or questions that cannot be asked. If this is what I'm saying, if this is a legal matter, I want to be clear on that right now. Thank you, Chairman Nez, and I can restate the question if needed, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Crotty. Let me go to our Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barbroff. May you respond, please?
Yes, certainly, Speaker and Madam Crotty. The memo that was sent out, of course, it was attorney-client privilege, but we're still within those bounds right now. So, but the memo was sent in response to questions raised in the executive session. Yes, I guess it was yesterday's executive session that weren't fully answered. One of the questions asked was if there was a way for the controller to testify or to do a report in executive session or such. And what I wanted to reiterate in that memo is that for the reasons stated in that memo, executive session was not going to provide any protection, so that if anything she said in executive session or in open session to the council could be used. And Delegate Crotty is absolutely correct that it is a public report. And anything said in public sessions can be used later. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bobroff. We don't have anybody else in the queue, but we do have folks on reserve time. 2:29. For Amber. Honorable Chair Crotty, you have 3:29.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have anybody on reserve time or in the queue. Are we ready to vote to amend the agenda to add the controller's report? It requires a 2/3 vote. Any other comments or questions? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Roll call vote, staff.
Almer Begay. Almer Begay. Almer Begay did not vote. Kiel Begay Jr.
Kiel Begay Jr. votes. Kiel Begay Jr. votes red.
Kiel Begay Jr. votes red. Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Almer Begay votes green. Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knispot-Crotty.
Delegate Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knispot-Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Good.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Jamie votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Eben Yazi.
Red.
Honorable Eben Yazi votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 8 in favor, 12 opposed, 3 not voting, and 1 excused, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you.
This is Delegate Brown. I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. We have a vote of 9 in favor, 12 opposed. Chair not, Pro Tem Speaker not voting. Motion fails. Go back to the new business. On number 6 of the agenda, A, legislation 0083-21, an action relating to an emergency in the Navajo Nation Council, removing Pearline Kirk as controller of the Navajo Nation sponsor, Honorable Pernell Halona, co-sponsor, Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Mr. Rico, could you read this into the record, please, sir?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tems and member of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0083-21, an action relating to an emergency and the Navajo Nation Council, removing Pearline Clark as controller of the Navajo Nation, sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona and co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, let's establish a motion and a second.
Edmund Yazzie motions.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Yazzie. Second by
Vice Chair Smith.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Thank you. Nanta. 20 minutes. Honorable Pernell Halona. Are there any questions, comments? Are there any comments or questions on the legislation? Going once? Going twice?
Delegate Charles Newton has a question.
Okay. Honorable Pernell Halona, you have 20 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. My colleagues on Twist Plus Navajo Nation Council, good evening. I bring this legislation to the council and it concerns the removal of the controller who serves at the pleasure of the Navajo Nation Council. The Navajo Nation Council establishes the controller shall be appointed by the President of the Navajo Nation at a negotiated salary with the approval of the Navajo Nation Council to serve at the pleasure of the Navajo Nation Council. Council can remove the controller at its discretion, and the Navajo Nation Code does not require the council to provide any reason for removal. I brought this legislation to the council because it is my belief that the Navajo Nation would be better served if a different person was appointed as controller and given authority over the financial matters, the nation's financial matters. Pursuant to 12 NNC Section 202B, President may appoint an acting controller with the consent of the Budget and Finance Committee to serve during the vacancy in the controller position. The legislation requests that the President quickly appoint an acting controller. It is my belief that the recent events that have come to light, including the AG special investigation that the Chief Legislative Council reported on earlier, demand that the Navajo Nation place a new controller at the helm of its financial management. This is the legislation I bring to the council. That concludes my report. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I would like to encourage you, as in the words of Honorable Herman Daniels, be very careful of how you make your statements, your questions directed, as well as make sure that we are respectful to one another as colleagues. And just to let you know, there are rules of conduct that apply to every session. It is also up to the speaker as well when there is any disorderly behavior, and the actions, the ramifications for it is the first time the speaker shall not permit the delegate to speak, to vote, or to do both for the remainder of the session day. So please be careful. Thank you for that. First on the queue, we have Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Noon. You have the floor, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Naz. I'll just cut straight to the point. So thank you, Delegate Halona, for this legislation and for presenting it to us. Very quickly, you did state that the President appoints and the new controller. So my question to you, since you are sponsoring this legislation, can you tell me what the responsibility of the controller is? Second is, on the legislation, it states that it is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation to remove Ms. Kirk. If you look at the legislation, page 2 of 3, can you tell me, was there an opportunity to give this matter to the people? Thank you. I reserve my time.
4 minutes and 23 seconds, Honorable Chair. That is your reserved time. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Pernell Halona. May you respond, sir. Honorable Halona.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Charles Newton, for the question. It's no big secret that our controller is in control of all the financial activities for the Navajo Nation, including investments, spending, and purchasing. And that's her primary duties is to make sure that the funding for the Navajo Nation is all accounted for. As far as the control of the business at hand, contracts, signing all the contracts, awarding contracts, and creating business opportunities for the Navajo Nation as well. And the biggest thing is to monitoring the total investments of the Navajo Nation, a permanent trust fund. Pro Tem Speaker, that's my response.
Thank you, Honorable Halona, for that. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, are there any other comments or questions?
Point of privilege, Chair Nance.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, what is your point of privilege?
My second question wasn't answered. Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that, Chair. At this point, the President will recommend the acting controller, and the BNF committee will be the ones to approve the acting controller. After that is done and completed, the President's Office Executive Department will be in charge of searching for a new controller. And at the time when they choose a controller, that will be presented to the Navajo Nation Council for approval. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you for your response, Honorable Halona. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we don't have anybody in the queue. Are there any questions or comments on legislation 0083-21?
Chair Nez, this is Delegate Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, the other members of the Navajo Nation Council. Please, I mean, I don't people that are on the line listening. I don't Shijedo, Delegate Halona, Delegate legislation news so the I thought it and I just keep on the earlier on the I asked a question regarding the how the responsibility, the judiciary responsibility that's being held by Madam Controller, because she has a lot of responsibility, and she has a is certified with her CPA, and then also her other degree that she has for her for being a Craig for today. That there's outstanding terrorist actions that are still being, I think the AIA is still reconcile, and then also there's still outstanding payment that they have to make. Plus, also that the comprehensive budget and the Navajo Nation called for aid, though, and we're still in the process. I think the AIA soon going to have to start doing the budget preparing for how to reduce the revenue projection, and then also she has a lot to do with their investment. Although also the new funding that will be coming for the Navajo Nation. So we have somebody that's
to start.
Point of privilege, Chair Nance.
Honorable McKay, could you pause one moment, please, sir? Honorable Chair Charles Noon, what is your point of privilege?
Chair Nance, I'm not sure if it's just me, but Delegate Begay keeps going in and out, and I can't really hear what he's saying. I apologize, but on my end, that's what I'm hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Chair Charles Noon. We can hear him clearly over here, but Honorable Begay, you may proceed if you would perhaps increase the volume on your phone. Shouldn't I?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now also.
Okay, I think I think that so to make it short down, do we have a plan to replace possibility and interior man control and dignity we need to be prepared.
Honorable Begay, you're beginning to go in and out of your phone service area. Aya dohadit ako or you static yanstiko. But you can proceed, Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay. I believe Honorable Begay's phone had lost connection there. I don't have anybody in the queue except that we have Honorable Chair Charles Noon with 4 minutes and 23 seconds on reserve time. Chair Charles Noon.
Thank you for that, Chair Nance. I was just looking at the legislation that originally authorized, or I'm sorry, that originally appointed Ms. Curling Kirk. I believe it's labeled Exhibit 1. And it does state on page 1 of 2 on Section E that the Navajo Nation Controller's duties, responsibilities, and authority are found at 12 NNC Section 203. One particular duty of the Navajo Nation Controller is to, quote, exercise supervisory control and direction of all sections and divisions under the controller, which is a little bit confusing because I'm not really sure if the controller is under the controller. So I would like some clarification on that if I can. I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Noon. You have 3 minutes and 37 seconds on reserve time. Ms. Barbara, may you respond?
Thank you, Speaker. I believe that Chairwoman Charles Newton's referencing the legislation that appointed Ms. Kirk in 2017, and that actually she's looking, if you go to Exhibit 1, it's on page 1, paragraph E, and it states that the Navajo Nation Controller's duties, responsibilities, and authority are found at 12 NNC Section 203. One particular duty of the Navajo Nation Controller is to exercise supervisory control and direction of all sections and divisions under the controller. And then it cites the code section. It came from 12 NNC section 203D. And I have the code in front of me, and that's actually what it says. That the controller exercises supervisory control and direction of all sections and divisions under the controller. That's what the code says. I think that it's probably not worded as correctly as I would like to see. I believe it should say exercises supervisory control and direction of all sections and divisions under the office of the controller. Thank you, Chairman Nez.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara, for your response. Honorable Slater, you have 5 minutes, sir. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker Nez.
You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'm trying to gather my thoughts. Colleagues, committee members, it is with great displeasure that I will be voting green on this legislation. And I do so as someone who was an ardent supporter of the work of the Controller's Office. And I would like to remind everybody who is participating in this discussion today that legislation, that programs, that everything that government does is teamwork. It's multifaceted and it comes from multiple parties. While many people have rested a lot of faith in our government through the Controller, there is a system of checks and balances. There are laws that govern how the Department of Justice conducts its operations. And these are things that we should take with the utmost sanctity. We should not be hasty to judgment to assume different things. But at this point, the information that has been conveyed in executive session and the publicly available information at this point is enough to warrant the green vote. And because of that, I will vote green. I received this testing from Agile Technologies. My personal data, including my social security number, my date of birth, my personal DNA, is now unaccounted for because of the actions of the Controller. This contract, and this is publicly available information that was posted in the Navajo Times. This information that was posted in the Navajo Times is incredibly damning. It states that a contract services were extended beyond its date, that the procurement was suspect, and now our people, our DNA, our social security numbers, our phone numbers, our dates of birth, we have no idea where that is because of an unaccountable company. And I cannot even begin to imagine, as someone who's raised with traditional values, my personal data and DNA is sacred, and it belongs to me and the people, not to some company from Chicago. This testing was pushed upon the council, and we were forwarded that information by the Attorney General. Apparently, it was recommended by Madam Chair Charles Newton for this testing to be performed on council delegates by this company under the auspices of the controller. And I feel incredibly let down by the controller because my data is not safe. Because the circumstances of this contract are suspect. And because we are now in a position where if we don't act, it will imperil the ability for the Navajo Nation to be taken seriously by the federal government, the US Treasury, and the rest of Indian country. This is no laughing matter. I'm hurt and I'm let down because I know that we have citizens out there today whose social security numbers and whose DNA has now been lost to this unaccountability. There's so much more I wish we could share. But because of this investigation, some parts are complete, and that's why things needed to be presented to council in order to maintain the financial integrity of the Navajo Nation. But be very careful, people, about whom you listen to and why. Be very, very careful. I understand the compassion that you feel toward Madam Controller and that you feel toward the work of the Controller's staff and her office.
Honorable Slater, time, sir.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for your statement. Honorable colleagues, I do not have anybody new in the queue. We do still have reserved time by Honorable Chair Charles Noon, 3 minutes and 37 seconds.
Thank you very much, Chair Naz. So I want to go back to the statement made that the president is the one who selects the acting controller and also the new controller, which is then confirmed by council. I feel like, as was stated, no hasty judgment should be made at this point. And that's why I'm still trying to gather everything. And it is true that I did communicate, the experience that I had with Agile. However, I do want to state for the record that there was absolutely no communication coming from the executive branch regarding this investigation. DOJ at no time ever came forward to indicate that this company was suspect. So I am guilty of making that recommendation because I too got tested 4 times by this company. Had I known that there were any investigation on this company, obviously I think that things would have been different. But at the same time, I'm really concerned. I want to know what this removal will do to the current distribution and the reporting of the CARES money. I also want to know if this removal will affect the distribution of the ARPA funds. And then I also want to know who is going to replace Ms. Kirk, because we still have budget season that we're going to be coming up on. And if we're talking about our Diné people and we're talking about our concerns of them, I think that these are questions that should be asked and also answered. I believe that Delegate Elmer Begay did ask that question during the reporting session, and I think that he tried to ask that question as well. However, we were unable to hear him. So at this time, I'd like to reserve the rest of my time based on the response that will be provided. Thank you.
Honorable Charles Noon, you have 1 minute and 31 seconds reserved time. Let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Pernell Halona, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker Nez. I guess the main question that she asked was there a plan? Right now, there's no real solid plan. I had been working on a different legislation to have a replacement. And at that time, I was working with some other delegates to appoint or present somebody to an acting position. But that never got very far because this new evidence came into light. And so that's what we're trying to deal with right now. I think the president is working with the executive department there to identify an acting personnel right now, and as well as long-term personnel for who will be able to fill the position. We already have staff right now that is capable in the controller's office that can continue to move forward with all the activities that need to be taken care of on the Navajo Nation. I think the OOC department can handle the job. They just need a leader in place. And that will be up to the president and as well as the BNF committee to appoint an acting controller. And that that's about all I have to say about that right now. It's just a plan that we're trying to move forward right now that, you know, in light of the new circumstances, the Navajo Nation needs to make a decision here and move forward. As far as the money is concerned that's coming to the Navajo Nation from the federal government, that is a done deal. According to the executive department over here, that money is not going to change. That funding will still come. I think the federal government, the government will look at us as far as doing corrective action as soon as possible. And then the method of doing corrective action would be to remove the controller at once and then put another acting controller in place so that we can continue to move forward with the ARP. Speaker Ness, Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Honorable Halona. We have some new players in the queue. Honorable Paul Begay and then Honorable Chairman Daniel So. So Honorable Begay, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair, Honorable Delegate Rick Ness. You're doing a good job. Colleagues are participating in this special Navajo Nation Council session. Aroda is not sagi. Although you were teda. Ado tati. Cut out. Ehki nekin hui let nahalan. Cut end. You know the sabi tanodi tahi wal yagi. It don't matter if it's good or bad, if you agree with it or not. Every legislation deserves to be heard. So even benachuya, bana nabakia chico, bana tingo, even nachat aroles in peho yosi. A call. That social media, then you get the ingo. But it all, those shoda. O da sa cha han na lo ta o ko te ne o ki ni cha a do na ta kwe I din nai ki ta ki na to pa na hui la to pan ti ta o kwe ki do ya te ta o ko ti ati ban hat ati ban te a do ati na al kha na han shi ha shi te go e ta ti ta. There are three options, Johanna. Administrative leave with pay, administrative leave without pay, or dismissal. So, yes, it don't matter how we vote. We don't know if we put the controller on administrative leave. We don't know how long that's going to take. I don't know. If we let her go, So e ba nit. Ni e ya ko ni ba ha the woman nation. We don't know who to trust. And he came the Abel Khayjin. You see, but in it to ban seek here, Senator. So what ego the Bahan? We don't know. Halit ego eya akot ela. Our woman nation respect il inde. So that could on nito. It don't matter who the person is, man or woman, child, elderly. So the bad the Bahutli Shibet Tahagi. So what that? So Tiba Yilki is good. We have to talk about it. Whether the legislation we agree with or not, we have to discuss it. They could acquire the Shabanathan Dole. Social media, yeah, you did the door, should need it. The net or hand the Yilgata or by Yanti. Adoti, Neza Basitio, Yat Etole, Neza, I don't see kiss. Halit ego horsity, Nila, Hashot out of Lebanti, in such a Okunson. So, idea about this thing so. Kodo shut the chat like uncle by Henson. For the rest of the time, I'd like to yield it to Honorable Delegate Slater. Thank you.
Honorable Slater, you have the floor.
How much time do I have?
1 minute and 5 seconds, sir.
Thank you, Shanoa. And thank you, Shanoa. We were let down. And again, our employees who submitted their DNA and their confidential information to a company that should have been vetted. There is a responsibility. The Health Education Human Services Committee was intimately involved with the Health Command Operations Center and Navajo Area IHS and the CDC and the federal government in developing the testing regime on the Navajo Nation. And the tests that were put out by this company were not in compliance with any of that, let alone the medical community. And so we have these forced upon Navajo Nation employees and our citizens who are just trying to keep food on the table, working in the controller's office, and their data is now lost. Their social security numbers, their DNA, this company is being completely unresponsive. So this is irresponsible behavior.
Honorable Slater,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have in the queue with us, Honorable Chairman Daniel So. You have the floor, sir.
Chairman Nez?
Yes, who's this?
This is Edmund Yazzie. Put me in the sheet, pen, please.
We certainly will. Thank you. Honorable Chairman Daniel So. You have the floor, sir.
Oh, I can't sit still. Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Ricky Nez, Ados and I, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ados Shikesha the Nez, the kids in Kahasinko. Kragi I think so. Honeyska. Kragi Sato. Ni Ratit Ahi Alaj. Salau. Because Lagana Ketcho H, Chief Law Enforcement Officer, Walia, Attorney General. Oko Kwagi Hanegin Hitchen, Shana Igla, Ado Apinda to in Hitwone. E Kwagi, controller, Atahol. Ako Attorney General net pinda I thought nalsos the hospital, not Kiko. In the Rock District Court, criminal charge will yagi a nalsos ni nil. Bako kwaki. Ado what out ni hol na nihil stane ila. Ado di kocho non such agile. Oh, creation a base of between what yagi. Esto ado nada alka. Ko kwagi igisi o zigi AI don't nalsos ni nil. Ako sen. Chicago said in there. So, and
Question of privilege, Chair Naz.
A quaggy. Hey,
Honorable Chairman Daniel So, could you pause one moment, please? Thank you. Honorable Chair Charles Noon, what is your point of privilege?
Chair Naz, I believe that there was a comment made that was shared with us in the executive session. I don't think that that information was shared on public record. And so I think we need to be very careful. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I don't recall the Attorney General saying that she was going to be filing criminal charges on the record. So I just want to make sure that we are in compliance with what is being discussed in the executive session. And again, perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps the Attorney General did inform the public and the delegates of a criminal, a criminal action being taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. It will be noted by all 24th Navajo Nation Council that we will certainly refrain from any information distributed within the executive session. Honorable Chairman Daniel So, you may proceed, sir.
Hakushila, so quaggy. Kajoba Hunitan Dole. She what up the Binda the phone Maggie Conde. So quaggy. Kajo about Hunitan Dole. The trust and fiduciary responsibilities. The nail nestole ko a quaggy sato. I think so. It's on each constantly quaggy. It's not Mishiki. Ado quaggy. So the right now agile. Look at me. Could Health Command or AA nasal swab to AA to A need this. Sato A health. So either to lake without me. Kunde could A bit the answer don't hit a lot seat later. Ko craggy I see none the question I just chose is totally Nepal need on it that's just parking lot the question hit the net just had the house the quinil again the dojo thousand the ko craggy Sicilia had the DNA Joshin Sali the quaggy social security number, address, telephone number, it's a good idea. Also, that so quaggy a trustee, nice because you see, Plateau, because these ain't only, so that's the only, so a it's actually la ko kwagi the near a kwagi these they don't have the I need dust or source. Sato edo need to kwagi do. Okatao Nasby Mrs. Adoli Kahoto George and Nadika so a kwagi ben gay. Sabe done it now the I any data source. Hey kwagi.
Honorable Chairman So, time.
Oh, Hogosila, but our Eka seat only.
Yeah, Honorable Chairman So. Next in the queue, we have Honorable Edmund Yazzie. You have the floor, Chairman Yazzie.
Chair Nez, thank you. Also to my colleagues and everyone that is listening. I know this is a situation that we've dealt with in the past of removal of individuals. But I know there's a lot, and it's really hard for us to talk about. But during executive, we were given info that was shared to us that we can't expose because the seriousness of the pending investigation. But I just want to say, you know, it just pretty much what we're going through is affecting all of us. And, you know, I was just thinking about the lives that have gone on with this COVID, you know, and, you know, we're now in a situation what we will get out of, you know, through prayers and, you know, just to continue to support. But I just want to say this, and I know maybe my colleagues want to speak, but the seriousness of this situation, and just to be, you know, fair to, you know, both parties, you know, I strongly believe that we as legislators just need to vote, you know, whether it's red or green, you know, that's entitled in us for us to do. And so I feel that the more we, you know, talk, it's, you know, putting like salt on the wound. And so for just the fairness, I just want to make a motion to cease debate and just go straight to the vote. And so I make that motion, Lieutenant Chair, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Yazzie. I believe there was most of the statements that are made were favorable, except that there are two, one opposition and the rest are all favorable. And therefore, Honorable Yazzie, I will go ahead and honor your request to cease debate. Is there a second?
Question of privilege, Chair.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, what is your point of privilege?
Yes, Chair Naz, can I please get the document, the protocol and the procedures for testing on the Navajo Nation? Can I get that for COVID testing? Thank you.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, staff is contacting Dr. Jill Jim for the document that you just requested. So we will let you know when she's on the call.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, there's a motion to cease debate by Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazzie. Is there a second to the cease debate?
Point of privilege.
Honorable Edison Waneka seconds the motion for cease debate. Point of privilege, Honorable Herman Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Pro Temp Speaker. Shanat Arnold Senegi. There is a point of privilege for the great we are since so because we still have questions for the great my colleagues since over that Ecuador. We don't know what are what's here so then I don't share short. A quick day at them, but by nine scatterless for those should shake without the chairman Yadi and the Yaki that we done I had thought that so you be this kitten for 80 years ago. So 81 for the list. Pro Temp Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. There's a question on the floor directed to Honorable Edmund Yazzie. How do you respond, sir?
Chair and members of the council, Mr. Daniels, I still move forward with the motion, and yeah, I still move forward with it, sir.
Thank you very much.
Chair, if I may ask and also include that, we were informed yesterday, Chair and colleagues, of the details of the situation. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll stop.
There's no discussion, so we're going to have to vote on it, sir. Thank you very much. Staff, roll call vote on cease debate.
Question and
A point of
privilege,
privilege.
Honorable Alma Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Alma Begay votes red.
Staff, could you pause one moment, please? For your information, colleagues, the votes cast will be 2/3 of the votes cast that will require the approval of cease debate. I will go right now to point of privilege to Honorable Chair Charles Newton. What is your point of privilege?
Just really quick question. Who seconded the motion?
There was a motion by Honorable Edmund Yazzie to cease debate, second by Honorable Edison J. Waneka. Thank you. Staff, proceed with the votes.
Chairman Nez, this is Delegate Crotty with the point of privilege.
Staff, could you pause one moment for the voting? Honorable Chair Amber Kenneth-Crotty, what is your point of privilege?
Chairman Nez, may I request the contract from the contractor that we're discussing and reviewing my documents? I don't think that's ever been provided to leadership. If I could get a copy of that contract, that would help me. Thank you, Chairman Nez.
Honorable Chair Amber Kenneth-Crotty, it will be sent out to leadership to receive your requested documents. Thank you. Staff, please proceed with the votes.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Chairman Kealan Begay, vote green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel
Delegate Brown, vote.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes
vote
red.
red.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles votes red.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes red. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green. Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pinal Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pinal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Nathaniel votes green.
Honorable Jane Henry votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Red. Delegate Slater.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Monica. Honorable Edison Monica votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Evan Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable
I
Otto
vote red.
So.
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we have a vote of 11 in favor, 10 opposed, 2 not voting, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Motion fails for cease debate. 11 in favor, 10 opposed, chair not voting. Back to the main motion. We have reserved time. Honorable.
They don't do reserve time. What's up?
Honorable Chair Amber Kenneth-Crotty, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I was the question I wanted to ask. Thank you, Halona, for your legislation and bringing up this to the council. I would like a copy of the contract that's in question, and I would like any other supporting documentation, and to see then, in fact, what was the scope and, when documents were signed. And I think that is important and has not been provided in terms of all of these discussions. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Chairman Nez.
You have 4 minutes and 21 seconds reserved time, Chair Crotty. Honorable Halona, your response, sir?
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. I guess we need to get a copy of that contract. I'm not sure who it has at, the Department of Justice possibly. I'd like to turn that over to Ms. Doreen McPaul to provide an answer.
Ms. McPaul, AG.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I just sent to Chief of Staff Yazzie and to Dana a copy of the contract as well as the written request for emergency procurement from the Office of Controller. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McPaul. The staff did receive it just now. It will be sent to leadership. And thank you very much. We do have reserved time. Okay, I have Honorable Daniels in the queue. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker. Kudo Shina Kudo. I get Kudo a this case of Satati Kudo. I don't know that this is a very important legislation that we're gonna act on today, this evening. I don't know that Kudo na great I see Kudo I get Kudo you get the national I see but that is look at Kudo. So Kudo na great I'm gonna make a motion to do an amendment Kudo Pro Temp Speaker Kudo na great on the legislation where it says removal. Maybe have legislative council do the amendment for me. Instead of removing administrative leave with pay. Because the reason why I say that is because it's still being investigated. So yeah. So even so I'm going to make that motion without Pro Temp Speaker without I'd say give reserve time.
Second by Elmer PBK.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels, for that. Shanantai, we have an amendment one to the legislation by Honorable Daniels and Ms. Barbara. Did you receive any information on the amendment that Honorable Daniels is requesting?
Thank you, Speaker. The question, the information I have not received or did not hear from Delegate Daniels is the length of time that they want the controller on leave. How long would that be for, and what needs to take place before she is off of leave?
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. Shanantai, Honorable Daniels, Konat on Naida Kit. There was a question back to you.
Mr. Pro Temp Speaker Shana, just like I indicated, the investigation by Department of Justice is still going on. I don't know how long it's going to take. So I don't know how long it's going to take. So maybe until the investigation is done. I don't know. In the meantime, maybe in my amendment to put an acting controller in there for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. I would like to point out that page 3, paragraph B of the legislation does put forth that until a acting controller is appointed, would be appointed by the president, that there is a standing delegation of at the office of the controller. That standing delegation is what will be followed until the process can take place, and that standing delegation is attached to your legislation as Exhibit 2, and I will get your amendment out. Probably need no more than 5 minutes Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bob Ruff, for that. Let me go back to Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Pro Temp Speaker, was there a question by Legislative Council? Pro Temp Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Ms. Bob Ruff, koro natahnachi di 5 minutes to di kwagi page 3. She's making reference to page 3 of the legislation. Kwa hono bakano bigi yahatzi. So aro exhibit 2 gonelto. Ahona sari kilto. Washi denili. So we just need to have 5 minutes here, Shananta, to have our legislative council draft this this amendment for Honorable Daniels. So Honorable Daniels, so thank you.
Mr. Pro Temp Speaker, this is Daniel. I would certainly, with the amendment, could maybe go on recess for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. We'll take a 10-minute recess instead.
Chair, is that a chair decision? We're going to take a 10-minute recess?
Yes, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess at this time. It is 5:20. We'll come back at 5:30. 6:20. I'm on Arizona time. I apologize.
Chairman Nez, may I ask our legislative council, is the Agile contract, is that considered confidential? Thank you, Chairman.
Ms. Bobroff, may you respond, please?
Madam Chair, I need to refer that question to the Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Madam Attorney General, are you on the call still?
Yes, Speaker Pro Tem, I'm here, and just to respond to the question about the contract, the version that I sent you contains some of the review documents from other departments that otherwise wouldn't be distributed with the contract if it was requested through the public records law of the nation. And so the actual contract itself can be requested and would be provided under an appropriate request, but the version that I sent you, it contains attorney-client work product. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on recess now. We'll return at 6:30. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we'll go ahead and exit the recess. It's 6:30. I'd like to have a roll call vote and resume our meeting. So staff, could you do the roll call, please?
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable K. Almer Begay Jr. Honorable K. Almer Begay Jr.
Present.
Honorable K. Almer Begay Jr. is answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Baccarty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Baccarty is present. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Baccarty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Present.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Tanao Halona.
Hello, is present. Thank you.
Honorable Tanao Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez present.
Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Ricky Ness answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present. Delegate Slater.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Monica. Honorable Edison Monica answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Delegate Henyo present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm present.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Consulta.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have 20 members that answered roll call and one excused, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, staff. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we still have a quorum of 20, so we'll go ahead and proceed. The email was sent to us for Amendment 1. There is a motion by Honorable Herman Daniels. I'd like to ask Mr. Rico if you would please read this into the record, sir.
Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number one on page 1, lines 11 and 12. Delete, overstrike the following language, removing Perlin Kurt as controller of the Navajo Nation, and overstrike, and insert new language, immediately placing the controller of the Navajo Nation, Perlin Kurt, on leave with pay. 2, on page 2, lines 29 and 30, delete, overstrike, approving the removal of Perlin Kurt as the controller of the Navajo Nation, and overstrike, and insert new language, approving placing the controller of the Navajo Nation, Perlin Kurt, on leave with pay. 3, on page 3, lines 1 and 2, after the word immediate, delete the following language, overstrike, removal of Perlin Kurt as the controller of the Navajo Nation, and overstrike, and insert new language, underscore, placement of Perlin Kurt on leave with pay as the controller of the Navajo Nation for a period of 180 calendar days from the date of certification of this resolution, unless and until the Navajo Nation Council determines otherwise after receiving confirmation from the Attorney General that the investigation into the Office of the Controller activities has been completed, and underscore. 4, on page 3, line 3, add new paragraph as follows. New language, underscore, during the term of her leave, Ms. Kurt will assist with any investigation as requested by the Office of the Attorney General, will not access administrative building. Number 1, will not access any Navajo Nation systems, including but not limited to the Office of the Controller email system or the FMIS, will have no contact with the Office of the Controller staff or contractors retained by the nation, and will not engage in any business on behalf of the Navajo Nation, end underscore. 5, on page 3, lines 9 through 14, section 5, delete paragraph A in its entirety. Overstrike A, pursuant to 12 NC section 202B, the president may appoint an acting controller with the consent of the Budget and Finance Committee to serve during a vacancy in the controller position. The Navajo Nation Council hereby requests the president to work with the Budget and Finance Committee to expeditiously appoint an acting controller who shall serve until a permanent controller is confirmed by the Navajo Nation Council, and overstrike. 6, on page 3, lines 15 through 19, after the word policies, delete the following language, overstrike, and should the Navajo Nation president delay action in the appointment of an acting controller, and overstrike, so that the paragraph reads as follows. Overstrike paragraph B, paragraph A, to ensure continuity in the Navajo Nation's financial procedures and policies, the standing delegation of authority as attached as Exhibit 2, currently in place in the Office of the Controller, is recognized as the authority for an acting controller. 7, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, or exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in this legislation, and any proposed amendment thereto shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. There's a motion for Amendment 1 by Honorable Daniels. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Honorable Vince James seconds the motion. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, are there any comments, questions?
Chairman Nez?
Yes. Who is this?
This is Edmund. Edmund?
Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Chairman Yazzie, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, members of the council. I just have one question to the on this amendment. Is it right on how much the controller gets in her pay, for the record. If this passes, what's the whole total pay amount that she'll be getting while this is still under an investigation? Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you for that, Chairman Yasi. Madam Attorney General, may you respond to that question? Or do we need to get someone from the Controller's office, like perhaps Mr. Rob Willie?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I think I know the answer, but I would hate to give the wrong answer. I can check the budget that was approved last year just to confirm, if you give me one moment. Alternatively, if Mr. Willie is available, that would be great as well.
Thank you.
Question
Ms.
privilege,
McFall.
Kealan.
Honorable Kealan Begay, what is your point of privilege?
Speaker, Pro Tem Speaker, my point of privilege is that who is officially running the controller's office at the moment? That's my point of privilege. What documentation do we have in place of who is actually running the controller's office now? Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kealan Begay, for your question. Let me go to Madam Attorney General. May you respond to that question?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. As far as I know, the controller, Ms. Kirk, still has that responsibility. And I would defer if Rob Willie's available to confirm that she has been exercising that authority, particularly within the last 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McFall. Mr. Rob Willie, are you on the call, sir? Mr. Willie? Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Mr. Willie is not available. He didn't respond. And therefore, let me.
Speaker Pro
go.
Tem?
Yes, Ms. McFall, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Doreen McPaul again, and I just wanted to answer the question. The budget book that I have in front of me is for the comprehensive budget for fiscal year 2020. So that's at least the date of that approved budget. And the controller's salary under that budget is $225,014. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Attorney General, for that response. That was a question raised by Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazzie. Chairman Yazzie, there's your response. But Honorable Kealan Begay, we hope to have an answer for you, perhaps before the session is over as well. I have Honorable Chair Amber Kennesbaugh Crotty next on the queue. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Pro Tem Speaker. I'd like to ask first, so I want to ask questions on the amendment, but regarding this contract, because it sounds like, and it's not clear, the emergency legislation in terms of why we're moving forward. But I want to make sure, I have a question for page 3 of the contract, page 9, and then page 10. Chairman Nez, can we get our Attorney General, is that considered public information, or how can I move forward on asking these questions? And I'll reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Chair Amber Crotty. Madam Attorney General, your response?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So the contract that I have in front of me, at least the actual contract itself, has 8 numbered pages that go through, it looks like Exhibit B, and then there's some additional documentation beyond that. And, oh, there's a page 9, and then some additional memorandums and certificates attached, as well as the standing delegation. So I'm comfortable hearing the questions about the contract and the document itself.
Ms. McPaul, are you done?
Yes, I apologize. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We have Honorable Crotty, 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Chairman Nez, do I have the floor?
Yes, you do.
Oh, thank you. So I'd like to ask, so this is the digital copy, so I'm going to refer, so page 3 of my 22 is the 164 review. I'd like to, because I'm looking and hearing, and I'm trying to be very careful on what was discussed publicly, but it looks like this contract went through our 164 review and was sufficient by all 4 of the reviewers, including the division. I'm not sure what BRD is, the Office of Attorney General, and Office of the President, Vice President. And when I look at the contract on page 5, it's signed.
Point of order, Chairman Kiellen.
Honorable Kiellen Begay, what is your point of order, sir?
Chairman, I believe we have an amendment motion on the floor for us to discuss, and maybe Ms. Crotty can refer to the contract once we get back onto the main motion. Chairman, that's my point of order.
Thank you for your point of order. Honorable Chair Crotty, we're on the amendment, so may you direct your questions according to the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So it's on the amendment. So the amendment is to take action, an action on the controller for allegations that were made. And it's not clear because that's not in the legislation. It's not clearly stated why the emergency legislation was slated for emergency removal. And in the amendment, it doesn't look like there's any language on why there's language for to put on administrative leave without pay. So I think that would be my question. What is the clear reason on why this council, or why the amendment is to modify and to put the controller on administrative leave without pay? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Honorable Chair Crotty, I believe the amendment is with pay as stated.
With pay. Thank you for the correction.
Honorable Chair Crotty, you have 2:42 reserved time. We have Honorable Charlene So in the queue. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Shia. Respectfully, I ask that my colleagues take a little bit of slow pace as we review this contract. And there's just a lot of questions that we are presumably going through our heads right now. And one, I would ask that for the main motion, I believe, or maybe if I could do it now, I would like to table this legislation for 2 weeks as we review this contract. And right now, I feel like we're not giving a fair process. Accusations are made, and a lot of this needs to be clarified, and possibly with our DOJ and the respectable parties, so that we can get some more clarification as we proceed. That is my motion, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Charlene So. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, there is a motion to table legislation 0083-21 for 14 days, which is 2 weeks. Is there a second?
I'll second that. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
There is a second by Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. No questions on tabling motion, so we'll go straight to the roll call vote. Okay, before we do, I apologize. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Pernell Halona. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair, colleagues. I really don't believe that prolonging this is going to help us right now. I think the government's looking at us right now and watching to see what kind of decisions we're going to make. At this point in time, I think the decision that we are making right now to remove Mrs. Kirk as the controller I think we need to go ahead and remove her and just move forward with this legislation. We keep revisiting it and talking about it and going around in circles. We all know what needs to happen. 2 weeks ago, when she gave a report, she actually accused the council of one of our delegates of committing a felony, possibly. And so that also needs to be put out as well. I think we need to go ahead and move forward with this removal, and as we move forward and take care of this situation and move forward with a new acting, and then also move forward with a new controller. There's a lot of problems right now that are happening with our controller, especially contracts and funding that we've allocated that have not been approved. It's all been held up in the controller's office. There's a lot of funding that some departments over here through the executive branch, they can't get their programs rolling because the controller has not approved their funding. I don't know what kind of hands-on approach that she has, but some of that job that she does, she needs to be able to delegate some authority so that some of these projects can be moving forward. And that's not happening right now. So I urge my colleagues to go ahead and vote, and let's remove this controller. In the next 2 weeks, we're going to be working on ARP. We can't be working on trying to figure out what our controller is going to be doing, how our controller is doing, if we put her on leave. ARP is coming. The funding's already there. We need to move forward. I urge my colleagues to not to table this legislation, and that we need to move forward and make a decision now. Again, the government is watching us.
Thank you, Honorable Halona, for your closing statement there. Staff, we'll go to a roll call vote on the tabling motion. Motion by Honorable Charlene So, second by Honorable Chair Virginia Charles Noon. Roll call vote, please.
Point of privilege, Chair Nez.
Honorable Charles Noon, what is your point of privilege?
If we could please, out of respect for everyone, refer to each other by our names. I know that there was a comment made about this controller. Madam Controller does have a name for Lynette Kirk. And I think it's just out of respect that we recognize her during this process, since this whole process is about her. So I would like to ask my colleagues to please, as we do with Madam AG, refer to the controller as Madam Controller. That is a respect that we have given her, and I'd like to recognize that and remind my colleagues of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Honorable Chair Charles Noon. Honorable colleagues, I believe that it is appropriate that we continue to address Madam Controller as Madam Controller or Ms. Kirk, as well as Madam Attorney General as Ms. McPaul, or in that area there of respect. Staff, let's continue with the vote for the tabling motion.
Elmer Begay.
Albert Green. Albert Green.
Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Caleb votes green.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knutsbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knutsbach-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knutsbach-Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'll vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Panal Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Jamie votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
How about red?
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 9 in favor, 13 opposed, 1 non-voting, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem?
Thank you very much. Motion fails to table legislation 0083-21 with a vote of 9 in favor, 13 opposed. Pro Tem Speaker not voting. We'll go back to the amendment motion. And we don't have anybody in the queue, but we do have Honorable Chair Crotty with 2 minutes and 42 seconds. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My question was to the amending motioning party was in the amendment, it does not state why the controller would be put on administrative leave with pay. Could you provide that clarification? Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
Honorable Chair Crotty, you have 2:28 reserved time. Ado Nantai. Honorable Daniels, may you respond?
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker. Yeah, Kudo Shana. Other than Kudo Shana on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Kudo, Egi Bedak, Ego Kudo. Adonana Kudo, appreciate the question, Kudo Nagata by Delegate Crotty, Kudo Shama. Yeah, Kudo, thank you for your question, Kudo, in relating to why the language for administrative leave with pay. Yeah, this is a very simple amendment to take out the removal and replace it with administrative leave with pay. But maybe we can work on that. Maybe somewhere in the amendment we can insert that without maybe the legislative council without maybe she can help us insert some language in regards to Delegate Crotty's question. And one of the reasons why that I proposed this amendment is because the investigation is still going on. It's still going on. Maybe that's going to be one of the reasons why I proposed this amendment. Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker.
Pro Tem Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue.
Vice Chair Smith, we will put you in the queue right after Honorable Slater. So Honorable Slater, you have the floor, sir. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Chairman Nez. I have a question for the Attorney General, and it relates to what Shema Delegate Crotty is asking about, and that is, how can we add justification into the legislation? What information can we include in that to help make this stronger? And earlier, Chairman Shanai, he mentioned charges that have been filed. Can you acknowledge the charges that have been filed against Pearline Kirk? Reserve my time.
Thank you for your question, Honorable Slater. Madam A.G. McPaul, your response?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I can acknowledge that there are 2 criminal charges that have been filed against Madam Controller Perlene Kirk, and those are filed under seal. So beyond that, I can't comment on the nature of the charges, but I can acknowledge that those do exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam A.G. McPaul. Next, I have
Question of privilege?
Honorable Chair Crotty. Is that you?
No, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Okay, Honorable Chair Charles Noon, what is your point of privilege?
Thank you, Chair. And also, Madam AG, I just want to know, what is charges under seal? And do we have that authorized within the Navajo Nation as being, I guess, I would assume that it would be under Title 17, since that's the criminal code. But if you could enlighten me a little bit on what charges under seal is. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Thank you for your question, Honorable Chair
Question
Charles
of privilege, Pro Tem Speaker.
Before I go to you, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, before I go to you, I would like to have the 24th Navajo Nation Council do not misuse or abuse the point of privilege to ask questions and further the debate. If you want to ask questions, please request to get in the queue. So I believe, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, your question is a question that required for you to be in the queue. So I will have your time deducted for that purpose, and I will allow Madam AG to respond, and then I'm going to go back to Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith. But before I do that, Honorable Chair Edmund Yazzie, what is your point of privilege?
Pro Tem Speaker, that's what I was going to bring up. Maybe our Chief Attorney needs to give to us what a point of privilege or question of privilege is. But thank you for bringing that up, sir.
Madam Attorney General.
Can I restate my question?
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, to restate your question, you need to request to get in the queue. Or if you wish to request information based on point of privilege, you can request point of privilege.
Yes, Chair, I would like to request a point of privilege.
Okay. Madam Chair, what is your point of privilege?
I'm sorry, can we get the document that defines the charges under seal? Thank you.
Thank you. Your request for documents will be honored. Appreciate your point of privilege. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair, our Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Been just listening intently about the process and what's going on. I'm sure others are listening in. Speaking to the amendment, we're talking about immediately placing the controller of the Navajo Nation on leave with pay. I think that language should either be administrative leave or investigatory leave, because that will clarify what we're doing on behalf of this. The other one is with pay. I heard that the pay is in $225,000 plus, and that equals to paid vacation. I'd rather see this with leave without pay during this time of investigatory leave or administrative leave. I think that should be changed, Nanda. what's the purpose of putting someone on leave with pay? The other one is 180 days. And number 3, placement of Pearline Kurt on leave with pay as the controller of the Navajo Nation for a period of 180 days. That's 6 months. Now, we have ARPA money. We have the budget coming up. The question is to the sponsor of this amendment, who is going to be running the OOC? Who's going to be in charge of these things? We're going to be putting Ms. Pearline Kirk, the Office of Controller, on 180 days, where it says that she will not be allowed to be anywhere near the office, staff, engaged business on behalf of the Navajo Nation. So that is a big, big issue and a big, big problem for the Budget and Finance Committee, because we rely on these things as the office, OOC's office and OMB, and we rely heavily on them to move funding through the Navajo Nation. These are my concerns, Shananda. I don't think this amendment should even pass. So I reserve my time. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, your reserved time is 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Next in the queue on Amendment 1 is Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. You have the floor, 5 minutes.
Senator Kudo, brother, Speaker Kudosh, time Lagi. I have a question. Kudoni Che Yahatzi. This refers back to my question, question of a privilege. Who is actually running the controller's office as we speak? Because this amendment and this legislation will bar Shanale, Ms. Kirk from the office while this situation is being addressed. Jo Architant Source Liniki Ato Nidepe Ahwazenko and the 80 Ekukoto not been the Kakukoyat Echondishni a court at it out up says the ship. A coco took at any Attorney General Yohanana seat at it or Bia so Junin Haloya Hatzi Kodona Kiko Ena Sosindiniki be Beni Il Sosiki Jun a coco 8 on his chinanat after a stop. A coto Halet all on his chat a coco 80 or hard and Halon 80 a coto and mimic and non ne. Could I see ye go bit zero that codo ben it source and de. You offered ain the codo be ye hit the by yet hit the set. Due process need go codo baby don't hit I that a large or be banhunit halentika codo and mimic that it not dinal source key. A core arginal source cut DOJ just you need that could egg codo. The baby Nachidona can link go johut abe ahos and go a did Arnold Sosiki Kodo, a mimic the Adinhaki be Bonet Zad or Link A. Ado ended up on Sanaha case go a dick at the mimic dicky Adonane ya go store. What else should be continued to be the controller. A coco 180 days with pay. Ado Kodo at number 4, during her leave, will assist on with any investigation as requested by the Attorney General. Baka will have no access to the building 1. Shisazero Halet Ego is Nashla. To emergency, to not the nego and it ain't on Nadi, so Enadi need a Bahanane Z Ako baby na shishin no liniki the shinit hashat o jodi the ginal sos hot o ke he done has nin deki kat o baby taji the eat hajo ahos and the etik at not sos and then gi la ade hatol sos ko it in the obanan hinch consonant no liniki. I believe that the Navajo Nation Council should have legitimate legal documentation for us to make this decision as we speak. Otherwise, I'll continue to voice to say that we shouldn't be even making any legislation or talking on the legislation without any official document before us. So, what I could also say, banana seat or the chairman here.
Protect Chair, this is Delegate Yellowhair. Put me on queue.
Thank you.
Honorable
Kealan Begay, you have 1 minute and 3 seconds. And Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, you will be placed in the queue, as well as Honorable Eugene So. And back to your question, Honorable Kealan Begay, who is actually running the controller's office? As we understand divisions and programs, they each have a delegation of authority. And I believe that's where the controller's office probably does have their delegation of authority. And it probably is more than likely Mr. Willie from that office. And we did ask for him to, if he is on the call, there was no response. So just to let you know that there should be delegations of authority in place at the controller's office. So I will now go to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. You have the floor. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Nanta.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Delegate Yellowhair. Thank you, Pro Temp. Honorable Rick Nance, thank you very much. 24 Councilman, Attorney General, and then Legislative Council, Dina Bravo, thank you very much. As I individually, I don't listen to anybody else who tell me what to say, what to vote. I will make my own judgment. We have enough facts. We have enough evidence was brought by AG. A controller, she said. I thought ni county manager and Renegade one of those county managers cannot be a appointed as a temporary controller. So it's the best day. She could be in that committee. We're going to have that authority who will be the temporary controller as a being a committee. Without on this case. I thought he's not housing that door and that and he did not let it and he's shipping I'm against the table. I'm against also vacation with pay. It's not right to do that. They never not on the to say I want to go straight for removal. Asia says Bahoshin not on it. That's my voting that way. The never need no. Be honest. Take care of judiciary responsibility. Each one of us we took over. Be honest at the no that is Michelle also because been not heard enough evidence and facts already. Us the law and on or talk is the tinted all this. I'd like to reserve my time pro temp in case something needs to be follow up. Thank you very much, Honorable Rick Nance. Reserve my time. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Reserved. And I have next in the queue, Honorable Eugene So. But before I go to Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Daniels, do you have a point of privilege or a point of order or something?
Mr. Pro Temp Speaker, could or you go a speak could also narrate heard colleagues could that make questions. I don't know could or in so it on I discuss. I'm gonna withdraw my motion could let's go to the second party to wholly leadership on that speaker.
Okay, there's a withdrawal of Amendment 1 by Honorable Daniels. Honorable Vince James, do you concur to withdraw? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James, going once. Going twice.
Main motion is another.
Okay. Honorable James will have the main motion to the Amendment 1. Is there a second? Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times.
Charles Nguyen.
Withdrawn. I called 3 times already. Madam Chair Charles Newton. I went 1, 2, and 3. Nobody responded. So there is no Amendment 1 at this time. We will go back to the main motion. Are there any? We're going to go back to reserve time. Honorable Charles Newton, you have 1 minute and 31 seconds.
Chair Nance, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
So, thank you, Chair Nance. At this time, I think there's a lot of questions pertaining to the contract, and I know that there was a statement made that the contract that has been provided to us, some of it does have information that we can't talk on the record about. So if I could request the contract language that we can talk about, I think because the 164 process, as we know, based on the contract, it was approved. There are signatures on this. And what I worry about is usually, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam AG, but part of DOJ's responsibility for your attorneys is due diligence. And so where was that investigation when, when this contract was presented to your department and that was signed by 2 of your attorneys within your department, and also OPP and the other two signatures? Because I think that if we're going to talk about an investigation, then perhaps we should put everybody who signed that contract under investigation, just so that we're fair. As there's not only one signature on this contract, which made it at the very beginning when this investigation was started, that's what it sounded like. But I see 4, possibly 5, 6 signatures on this contract. So I'd like to know that. Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Noon. You have 4 seconds reserved time. Madam Attorney General McPaul, your response.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. And with respect to the contract, let me just say that there's nothing that is facially deficient about the contract itself, other than it's expired and there was testing going beyond it and beyond the scope of the contract. But the terms are all standard terms. The process was all standard process in getting it approved with the signatures that you've mentioned. But here's where the issues are. From our review and investigating this particular matter, we know how this contract came to the nation. We know who this contract went to within the Office of the Controller. We know from the proposal that was directed to the Office of the Controller that the representations that were made within the proposal are false. We also know that the representations made to advance this as a sole source contract are false. And we know that those representations that were made to my office, to Business Regulatory Development, to the President's office were inaccurate at best. That's what the problem is with the contract. Beyond the testing going beyond the scope, the testing being disapproved by the Health Command Center and by the Department of Health, and beyond the expired term of the contract. And there was a comment earlier that the Department of Justice didn't bring this to the attention of the leadership earlier. We brought it to the attention of the leadership as soon as we had information that the testing was continuing. The controller didn't bring the information to the leadership when the leadership asked her to continue to provide this testing for the legislative branch. We didn't know that was occurring. She did. She also knew that the testing was supposed to discontinue, that the Health Command didn't approve it. She was in that meeting directly with the company. So if anybody is to blame for not bringing it to your attention and continuing the services beyond the scope, it is not my office. We brought it to you as soon as we learned about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General McPaul. Next in the queue, I have Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. You have the floor, 5 minutes. Honorable Stewart.
Yeah, yes, additional Pro Tem Speaker, Aaron the Koro, Manigi, Council Delegates, and Manigi, Restaurants, and he managed the day Nahegi, the legislation with Nachegi, Pan, Bayadel Hegi, though Kodo Hashin Sogaso, Hikedo at Hazilo, the Hitaists are though a so Hashim, that seats in Shin, and then smashing a store. Aro hashit ashin so nahan sada keshin sto tlan hi keshin da kairo slashin ein his aj da jille en kunde ne he kut au ayan hinanish a del na do kut au aya ni keda desni in do kut au aya na khayan tike do kut au na khabanan in do leftan hi jeno benach kut an hinan stel na do kut au slashin nalan linigi Madam Controller Kirk linigi hashin sagaso benanish I lashin so kunde But just the case, in late 2017, yeah, do kujin. Wananish Jinsen, do you know your knowledge in there? Legislation be is to have a bachelor degree, knowledge in accounting, business, finance, egita, could out Di kut controller lenigi be title lenigi eya e kwa hot it ole baka do kut be kitil ni la kut na hadi list do kut nan shidi list but don't need ako anle da aso hashit ashin to niche hiche ya atche peso and lini hashit outro e to gi endo niche data yi ya ol ya hala e pelakan e poholi hashit e chios hashit e ya gansa case niche go e kujigi e ya ni hilla ben del nestona closita doni hizan hinsarazan dan lenige e kut e be ken de khaila do hil ka nature do kut so be ya del tiela do kut e ya ansas case ko kwagi e ya di de ni kut end drag I don't be khaitsi so kehlin lenigi hashin so so e hajibi ajigo bi sala so do kut so be ni hin an tinsa there's that fine line kwagi so de whether you're going to use it, how far you're going to use it. We have to continue with this investigation. However, their views are on this, what we're discussing now, it'll come out then. It'll come out then. Eya da ne hishin so na kuda shin ban tsde ke sho kwa da silze akonde kwa yan hinan kwa gi adigi yan hinan halchi da ban tsde ke shna kuda ye hanatsi whether you're going to vote green or red ekwan hasalak we can't be attorneys at this time kwa gi na sas hita ni khaji kwa gi bitkatini igi shamayaji yo kerigi amber crowdy don hito so da be yo kerigi those are all good, we're all bringing that back to the table now. We're all looking at it again. Case. But from here, we need to make those sound judgments. Herman Daniels. We still have a lot of questions now. So we have those questions, but we're limited on how much we can talk about. Well, right now we need to decide to do an amendment to have her continue for so many months. He pulled back. Mr. James, and we still have all those questions. But right now, I think it's up to us to decide what we need to do. As within our position, people can say, I'm going to listen to your vote, but that's up to them. They don't know what we know, what we've been told in the executive. That's for us to make these decisions making on behalf of the nation, on behalf of what we stand for legislative.
Time. Honorable Stewart.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement. Let me go to Honorable Charlene. So you have 5 minutes.
Ja, nana shiyaj ado ya nana eshnant. I don't sanal angi shudne. Abinda kwato fotozen kahot ziki ado abinda nidaliano tatine. Eish aita bedatsina. We're supposed to take our time with this decision. Benenaniki ekwen hitne, but ado. They're the ones who are suffering, and they're the ones who are going to be deeply affected if we move in this rational matter. And right now, and I can say this from a good point because all of us at that in some point in the way, we are not perfect. And we need to also re-examine ourselves. We say that wait till the end, don't jump to conclusions. Wait until the outcome. And a lot of our constituents are looking for that point. Guilty until proven. And where do we stand on that due diligence for the people? They're hurting right now. They're very worried. And right now, you know, I cannot speak for the controller. I can only speak for the people and what they're feeling right now. And it's very confusing to them, especially the fact that we went into executive session and we know things that they don't know. And this needs time to transpire, and it needs time to get community involvement, because the controller's boss is the people. The people are our bosses. They put us in this position. And where is the checks and balances when OPV doesn't really have a say in this matter? I would really like to know what President Nez would say. And with that, you know, during the 23rd Council with the president at the time, President McGay did appoint the controller, and it was confirmed. I don't know, with the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Of course, I ask that my colleagues not vote on emotions. I know that this is very frustrating, but this is time we need to remind ourselves to slow the pace down. That meaning of patience and understanding. And right now, you know, I just don't understand how we're progressing so fast. And we don't even know the outcome of these charges yet. Of course, it is not fair. It is not fair to anyone. It is not fair to the people. So with that, Shiyaj, I motion to table this legislation until the investigation is complete.
I'll second that, Charles Newton.
Thank you very much. What is her reserve time? Thank you, Honorable Charles Newton, for seconding the motion to table. Honorable Pernell Halona, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. You know, again, I'm going to reiterate the fact that, you know, tabling this and putting this down the road again is not going to really be helping us. We need to make a decision today. I don't think we're rushing into this. We've already been listening to it, and I've been talking about it for weeks. I think we need to go ahead and move forward with it. The main thing that I'm looking at is the monies that we're going to be just starting to work with the ARP funds that are coming in. That's going to have to be starting within a couple of weeks. We can't be messing around with doing this, trying to decide what we're going to do with our controller in a couple of weeks. We need to be working on our funding, on how we're going to be allocating that. That's where our focus needs to be. Operation OOC has personnel there that can carry out a lot of the duties, but they're going to need an acting director to make final decisions. We're going to need to start working on this AARP funding. We won't have time to be messing around with this issue. Right now, and I think you all see it, we're going round and round in circles. Look at what we're doing again. This is another tabling motion. We already tabled this, tried to table it once, and it failed. And I'm asking my colleagues again to vote it down again. Let's move forward with this legislation. Again, we're going to be working on the AARP within this next 2 weeks. We don't have time to be messing around with it. We need to make a decision here and move forward. I understand it's a lot of heartaches and people are unsure of what's going to happen with the future. But as leaders, we need to make this decision now. there are also out there where there were some agencies, Eastern Agency did a resolution, have no confidence in the controller. And other chapters are also following suit, doing the same thing. So this is a big issue. It's not only with just here in the Navajo Nation, it's with all of the Navajo Nation. It's with all the contracts and everything that is happening today that are not being completed. The other thing that I'm looking at too is I'm under the understanding that the controller hasn't been working for the past 2 weeks, a week and a half. And I don't understand why. I haven't anything.
Time. Thank you, Honorable Halona. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Honorable Charlene So, how many days are you requesting to table this legislation? 0083-21. Honorable Charlene So.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yes, I need a little bit of advisement from DOJ, considering the fact that this investigation campaigned for weeks into months. And I need to get a thorough understanding because I did state that until the investigation is done. And with that outcome, I feel that it is correct and right in the manner to proceed then forth.
So, Honorable Charlene So, are you requesting 2 months, 60 days?
I will go ahead and motion it for 180 days.
Okay. Tabling motion for 180 days. Honorable Charles Noon, do you concur?
I concur.
Okay, thank you very much. Staff, roll call vote, please.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Keelan Begay Jr.
I vote green. Gustavo Gay.
Honorable Keelan Begay Jr.
Keelan Begay Jr. votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knassbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knassbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knassbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Jamie votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
I vote red.
Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Did she? Oh, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Evan Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty via text votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Red.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 6 in favor, 16 opposed, 1 not voting, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem?
Thank you very much. Motion fails for tabling motion. A vote of 6 in favor, 16 opposed, and Pro Tem Speaker not voting. We'll go back to the main motion. I still have in the queue. Honorable Eugene So is next. Honorable Eugene So, you have the floor.
Yeah. Actually, 80年的I got hard for the year. On Hoban this case, my colleague. So caution I ni vehicle but he take but bitchy e cut. Na al had also. It's not unique grass. I think that deal kid. The way the mall reveal then as Canada, the president of the U.S. Trump, they had other charges were under seal. No, question you had not see during the fire show. Not the kid of that. ADE bond this case was my layman's term interpretation with my own 8th grade education. I been solved the overcast. It's Hala Nana all time. So Nana deep Nana all time. Other people or other charges or something like that is involved in this investigation. Even now, it's under investigation. So it's already pinpoint, but that pinpoint made it more advanced into more. That's what's going on. And Kododi no ya thought as a big DP. It internal Kazat in the end will net of this. But he began again registered. I thought in so this is so the key. Even it's not on the ongo. There's more evidence that yes, not now on it a deal at nana shot D. That's where it's headed to. It's obviously the but it's not on recreational for this use. So okay about this case. Even a date I thought would see what understand. So but not go say green job says right now. So or deep in the I don't that deep such a nice that but not so that the real quick see that the many other space the cause not the story. She could have pissed on it. We need to put somebody in there right away and get and vote green on this legislation. Let's go keep going. Like we said, that this is a 3-branch government. It's a check and balance. It's and I passed on that committee. Doesn't he get his inky? The AJ. I didn't he get his inky. He Sunday I thought in Cardo. But not just none of a argument as Cardi artist. No, but I should get these things. So even now, what the under seal, then get other Christian area chose eat. No watch I think the yash. Started chong. Hard up in Nasha. What area should all go Nash all get these chong. Nana. There's more to it than just this. A craggy stuff at all. To me, that's how I see it. Oh, reserve my time, whatever I have left. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So, you have 1 minute and 36 seconds. Next on the queue, I have Honorable Chairman Otto So. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Pro Tem Speaker Giselle Gato.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
And also, before you proceed, Honorable Elmer Begay, you still have reserved time of 2 minutes. Go ahead, Honorable Chairman So.
Yeah, thank you very much. The course ben his hon do need to touch it na hello. At the yan that see palo ad he go ad so nan had even put up in his hon do at not any to the hon to that this the is and then go to see key. A conda o ziho aiki ya ati enalka. Na haida the hanar nishkoko ya hot up ho out. It's a wanda bitchne. Koi project so. Eta ho ziho, eta ho don't the adi hostan. Never did me. He had ishi o ziho aibik echo ya ate ya. Bitte ishan hi hot zala. Ako ho ani abana ki an haidin sho. Ani o ziho o. Aru laata na tosto computers gunne besho yan gunne aru laandas ya the delete da bana delete this on the yan the doka. So it ani to be proven innocent till proven guilty. The due process. Speaker nay them put up a banana stay. Eight at the ark at the kiddo. As but he on still at a time. A bishman has only quite ya. We are his link. The due process was not granted to that individual. And the same thing, the table in motion happened on this legislation again. And I recall a legislation relating to the hip. There's an investigation going on. In the middle of an investigation, we changed the law. So, جو أرولا بان صدق كيسو الأوبان ديستي كوشي أو إنسانو إيتا هو بأسني أو كجهة إن الكا دون دا إلتنا كا إجي بكحكو إن دا إيا خد إيه بتاعتي إيه يتأني أت إيه أني أت إيه تو أت إيه تو أت إيه نتن ليدة تو تننا هنا could you the right hand, the right side, I need the right wing. I say the left hand. What does the right say to the left? You may have one group say, hey, there's a red flag and you guys need to take action and put the person on administrative leave. You have the other side say, no, don't put that person on administrative leave because so Joban Sokis don't the Kodoid Ani Ashedadod Ahi or your Abba T. Did I knew the one base near John? Okay, Kojinal Ka. RJ, a basic it is in RJ, a kick on the uncle. Ya, chain of command, none of snake. So, Stago couldn't kick a couldn't, now he did sit. What ego in the house? I know that it need this 3-branch government, it's a check and balance. Government. A coco ape, coco ya what Right now, we are in the three-branch government system. Until the Navajo people change the three-branch government system, let's go look at the due process of Madam Controller and go the route that could just put her on administrative leave, whether it's with pay or not, but she's still a Navajo Nation employee.
Time. Honorable
Thank you.
Chairman So, your time expired. Thank you very much for your statement. Next, I do have in the queue, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Pro Temp, Speaker. Kode Yananish Isin Taz. Yo, Hodat Egi. Nahishna. Shikasin. A Kodina Cheha. Bidye emergency legislation does it so. Akad Bandit, oh yate. Oh nasna dot, afe dota. Hare yaha itne. Koyal de Washington. Are Kushi the meal. So 1 billion. Egg landole. Oko Kashi Honet Nanishpadot Atagi Ebe Adozi. Kadegi Ayaha ARPA money that Inigido cares money. Esha. Bindo Nishigi Ayat Etole. Oko Apadan to Hatan Anta Itleta. Chepapa. Haushaya Yavigi Inch Kade to Azunda Dan Oko Ebony na Diwata Beha decision and da Chuk at Eha Sanawit I wasn't that Sozagi Open the teacher to Fishy Yaha let she ate or that tot is ein hin horny to what I said and get the schneider. Go I down because hit do but not a be azen. Out of not a ha nasi kato. Bahon is now a sheet out edo. Bahon is now a ha a sheet out edo so a conda. So we had a seat three-branch government, but not a without you was Shenanda. A without be had this city, Shenanda and Otlini. A na.
Delegate James, question.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, you have 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Honorable James, do you have a point of privilege or would you like to be placed in the queue?
Should not have placed in the queue.
Okay, thank you. You'll be right after Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Wanika, you have the floor, sir.
Put that speaker, what my this dog give again.
1 moment, please, Honorable Wanika. Please pause for a moment. We'll restart your time here. Honorable Elmer Begay, you're still on reserve time. So as soon as Honorable Wanika is done, I will go back to reserve time. Thank you. Honorable Wanika. Honorable Wanika, unmute.
Okay.
You're good. Thank you.
Ikala, Pro Tem Speaker, Chairman as Bahin Sandipuro,
Shawin Gido 24 Navajo Nation Council Arnold Toy and Hidishnido is clear when thou was Kitty Bandit. A Kudanin Zaba Yadasilti. A Kudoban case so Ashinil Tont Aita Hajishin it RGA Benitza. You could eat on us by a deal in the Toslao on Nitlashi. Benina the cheated at the dot is at the Benitza. 8 needs to know 1,000. It could be not it asago the Lord Halland's lay around the table, though leave with pay, though be the house and I'll kiss a lay. Penina, I don't nake Aita Penny Sagimna, don't net as a lay. It could oh, Jody be how need now they are the Vice Chair Smith and get out. Without the kilo out of it. Okay, I don't have a hard to that we're going to ruin her career without a big heart. So, hey, ruins your career. That I quit the zero. That's how you ruin it. Okay, it's those about those things. I don't think not so not cut to Ningi. Hashin the Honda's cow. 18 cares on 8,000 Lee. Even now, coordinal source days nil. At the Jopa was not in the cow a donald source coordinate nil donation. A day ya deal Cabahosen, not suspend the deepness without she, but not in the what are she been national source neatness. A company now quite Diego ship is a company now did obey how need Nazia data. Ako ala ni ada by that too. Era ni what the leave with pay the other lease the hotaba in the external car no. La court down also ni to go. A quita initial Saturday ni came near the listener. A good day, my husband Nalens no even his hand. A coke happening could open out niche cathedral over how need nest. I go make a motion to cease debate. I don't the dido, but the cathedral over how need nest. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Waneka. I believe there is enough people that spoke on this. There's a motion by Honorable Edison Waneka to cease debate. There's second by Honorable Paul Begay, who just raised his hand here in the council chambers. And therefore, we will go ahead and, are there any questions or comments? I apologize, non-debatable. Shanantai, we'll go ahead and vote on this. Roll call vote, please. It will be 2/3 of the votes that are cast.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about red?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Keon Begay Jr. votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown does not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach-Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty votes red. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Red.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes red. Honorable Canal Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Canal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Red. Delegate Slater.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote is share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Evan Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhead.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhead votes green. We're going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 12 in favor, 10 opposed, 1 non-voting, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem?
Thank you very much. The vote is 12 in favor, 10 opposed. Pro Tem Chair not voting. It requires a 2/3 vote of the votes cast by the members for cease debate. Fails. So we'll go back to the main motion. I have Honorable Vince James in the queue. Honorable James, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Here had another potent speaker, Ado Shinat Ahnosanegi, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ado da is not I the hitch be doya there's only a equato Chanaho and Lunigi Koto a Madden controller. Ajabanate Oko, Hunzatan his hodges. Later hodges there la a twin his army at that Minkin. The non hit earlier, not Dama card non hit earlier. A John has Dama card Naha, Ado Yadis. Biana Hado and the AA with one of them. I don't need Asa event of this. I don't know what art for better in any the hot chocolate up the Yadat here hold you a call one that the AA. I intend away in Hiyaja, in Lingo, in Lingo, Johot Abba, you'll hear when that thing is holding. Haishi, hot ass, then hit the net. Lego castle, Nick 8 Edole. The Yenlini, the Yajet at the suite at the away at Benina, in his art, his thought, Lenigi, Adenosen. Abba Aquanosen, Jocot Ado, Yadat here, called Arnis, Hoshi, men hit your hat. The Ako di de Kodoba Haniki Ako di December yeah down to eat that other housing. Ako Adonana contract in Lenido. They are housing base like that. Any Arja 8 sit off. Jokot Abeha or the Ado Hodgestan later or her you base like that. Any not so out that niche or her you non Sitalia. Ado beta is on the what on non-national Lenigi Italia. Many contracts have been in the same similar cases in the past where they provided service to the Navajo Nation beyond the ending terms of the contract. What ya which in Christinico. Adonana Kodo non-national Enigi, Attorney General, Madam General Oko, Kodo, Esto, the non-national. Denilsen do sato papa akonilsen oko okonde asaje ki hotini anigi jo kwaiki e bahane to hiti anle ako ado nana ne na soshi ya kodo nana shitalia nle ako madam controller nana shimlini insagi yila dot abis bahozino ya sadin choi bi ya بالخطط أيضا صادق أدات هي بالخطط أو إنان نشلني يجي تحتي يأكو أكو كن زحت أي شيء هاد بابا أهوني تنو بلتو نخيات أكو كدو بيش ما سأني بلني أو هيجي ياد لا دو هيجي ياد لا نخاي لا نخا تحت أي شيء هاد أكو كوايك شيء كدو هيتني سينكلكو أدونا كدو Nana Basis Tigi, Codon Hibesha and the Lani not on the Satahi, not kid the beach. The Queen the Shin, the Kaya Ashlatin Sajai, beach not kid, deed all now be hot the net, the Indian Glenigi, the Hini car, Aya the Cosensa, not it at Tahigi, Bed any clay, though what up in English. Yen, what are Naha though Naha Jimmy. Go what are which any Kaya Code. What are based on the hard large of the Tahigi, ya, but he nane Kaisaleco, Hash the hot edo, the Hinchonal kitten Linny, beat and put as a lake go, beat and not kiddo, Jocot echo. Ado sheet arnil eat in the arnil for that silly stoco. Later, Codan December hold just skin the Nigo dog fish one son, Glenny Yale here, or hold these leco. Ashi nil for it, Ashi. Yada Silvi on has Naha ye lunch is the Leko Kododan Shadow Madam Control. Could I has seat or listing in Hilda if I have some time, I'll reserve my time. I can't.
Honorable Vince James, you have 32 seconds reserved time. Next in the queue, we have Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Not etolis, Shana, Ado Kodo, Ispans, Anni, Glenegito, Ado Taisnostragi, Hunzati in the Bayet Tigi. She said, Zero, I think that out, baby, Hanas, Higi, Hanas, Sitolis. But I guess asking the question directly to the Department of Justice. Jo hit Ada Hagadit, I Holoto Ado hit out the Quaganal sauce. Baby Natch Nihe in the Dasiki. Jo to has Jo Bachos, the Niki Yego City, Ashanant, no Seniki. Juk at Aje, Bia, so on none hit ni. A quacky how Junhe indirectly the Nepanita Ado Kodo in here did I Jin Dajin a quacky la ehit ego gon he as a legislative body. A quacky has aniki gito na kin long been the Dashikito a hit none in the key. Don't on his isha alnahaki quacky penina go Kodoti it out. Nature Hado gas the dish ni sikish to shop on net zanta. That's one area. Yes, it's coming out of Kodona names and I thought you wait out the net out south stop again now thought I thought nana Joe had on Nana's case. Chicken and no siniki. So why is it that the council is not able to review or see the document, and that we make that after reviewing it, that we made the decision on this legislation. Chairman, I don't know if we could be able to get a direct response from the Department of Justice if we're, have the privilege to review those documents that are in question, and based on that we'll be able to make a decision on this legislation. I reserve the rest of my time, Chairman.
Chairman, can I make a motion?
Honorable Kealan Begay, you have 2 minutes and 18 seconds. And
Okay.
Let me go to the Attorney General, Ms. McPaul. And before I go to Madam Attorney General, just one moment, please. Honorable Eugene So, did you raise a point of privilege?
Yeah, if I can make a motion, would that be all right? That's my question.
Shananta, you're welcome to make a motion for an amendment if you're going to offer an amendment. If you're welcome to make a motion to cease debate or table, it's up to you what your motion is about.
How about if it's go back into the executive session so we can ask these questions? Thank you.
Honorable So, we're going to have to deduct your time because you're asking some questions, and I understand that your questions are in reference to something that you are considering to be very sensitive. But at this time, I believe we need to go back to the Attorney General to respond to Honorable Kealan Begay. Madam Attorney General McPaul.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. And just in response to the question from Delegate Kealan Begay, I'm not clear what other documents are being requested. We've provided the cease and desist letter. We've provided the confidential records hold that includes exactly what we're looking at. We've included the contract that was requested today, as well as the supplementary documents, which were the sole source justification for the emergency procurement, as well as the 213 that the controller, Perlene Kirk, signed and submitted to the Health Command Center regarding this testing. So I also am aware that the information that was requested from Dr. Jim on the testing protocols has been provided to the Chief of Staff and to the Chief Legislative Counsel. So I've provided as much information in terms of documents that I can. If there's other documentary evidence and information that the council is requesting, I would ask that those requests be done in executive session so I can tell you what we can and cannot provide. I will share that beyond the charges that have been filed, we are cooperating with our state and federal counterparts. And so some of the information relates to that as well. So if you want more information or more documents, we can go into executive session and I can answer questions and let you know what I can provide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Attorney General McPaul. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I don't have anybody in the queue, but I will go back to reserve time. Honorable Chair Charles Noon, you have 4 seconds.
I will just say that the Navajo Nation has no solid plan, no replacement, and we're subject to the scrutiny of the federal government. So I am going to vote red on this legislation, and I hope my colleagues follow suit. Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay, you have 2 minutes. Honorable Elmer Begay, Shutsala, Nanana.
Members of the Navajo Nation Council, I don't know the protest. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Proceed.
I'll go ahead and make the motion. My motion is going to be to make a motion to put Navajo Nation controller on administrative leave with pay, and to make a directive to Attorney General to hire a special prosecutor to do further investigation on all terrorist fundings, and this would include the Navajo tribal enterprises. It will be my motion. Reserve my time.
Honorable Elmer Begay, are you making a motion for Amendment 1?
Are we on the main motion?
Yes, we are.
So yeah, I'll making that motion.
Okay.
Second by Charles Newton.
Honorable Elmer Begay, could you restate your motion and Amendment 1, and perhaps our Chief Legislative Counsel and our attorneys are still on the line to provide any amendments if that's what you are requesting? Elmer Begay? Honorable Elmer Begay, did you email
Speaker,
our Legislative Counsel?
Protest Speaker, yeah, I emailed it Legislative Council. So don't deduct my time then if I'm going to restate my motion.
Okay, I'm not going to deduct your time. You did send your request to Legislative Council then. Ms. Bobroff, did you receive the amendment? Ms. Bobroff?
No, no, Speaker, I did not receive anything from Delegate Begay, but I can draft the amendment based on what he said. It's very similar to the other one. The one thing is the directive to the Department of Justice should be done separately than the amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
The Speaker, I sent the amendment to Mr. Rico too.
Ms. Bobroff, so how long would the amendment language take for you to prepare?
I'm sending it now. So
okay.
2 minutes.
Okay. We'll pause for 1 moment. Honorable Elmer Begay, our Chief Legislative Counsel, is working on the amendment language that you requested. So it will be ready real shortly and be sent email to us. And also that since you made the motion, after the reading of the amendment, I will ask for a second to that motion.
Okay, Pro Tem.
You're welcome. Aroshanantai. Arnold Swartho, Dyson Agi, should a net education and you're probably listening to this special session of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We are discussing legislation 0083-21. Korobe Hilhuid Nege, Koje, Beso Ikres, Interpanish Il Inigi, Nahalchan Taja, Banan Nishigi, Nacho Harold and Ninigi, Ego E, Sharbe, Dana Hadit, I Koroba Nate. ako on hilbahosan do kaila ye hiltaholna shida nosan la akoni hinant ahut egan hinanish il beshmas annit leni bez ani hadadil ido ana gay tinsant naje atsalas deron he president asatahe Sato Sobaji eat erotara a veto da eat put ende DTA hatipe dit ek at court say bidon watch all kisko a hakot attend Nadine Eshlape Raos kid Binda Asana Ara Sab kid has cansto a Hadahasitla Unzat ein hit all kisto Koro a has shot betan hadit ahiki amendment 1 is linigi banate a kokonas shot bakaki a hati all netigate a corrosion nihi all tchaudin now. So what I han hit question it or leso get I agi. Thank you for listening in on the 24th Navajo Nation Council special session. We're discussing legislation 0083-21, the removal of the controller from her position. We're on Amendment 1. There was an Amendment 1 earlier that was withdrawn. So we're back to another Amendment 1 sponsored by Honorable Elmer Begay. So Ms. Bobroff, just let us know when you're ready.
Thank you, Speaker. I did send out the amendment, and just to clarify, the amendment does not include the directive. I am working on that now. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Mr. Rico, could you read that into the record, sir?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, Amendment number 1 on page 1, lines 11 and 12, delete removing Pearline Kurt as controller of the Navajo Nation and insert immediately placing the controller of the Navajo Nation, Pearline Kurt, on investigatory leave with pay. 2 on page 2, lines 29 and 30, delete approving the removal of Pearline Kurt as the controller of the Navajo Nation and insert approving placing the controller of the Navajo Nation, Pearline Kurt, on investigatory leave with pay. 3 on page 3, lines 1 and 2, after the word immediate, delete removal of Pearline Kurt as the controller of the Navajo Nation and insert placement of Pearline Kurt on investigatory leave with pay as the controller of the Navajo Nation for a period of 180 calendar days from the date of certification of this resolution, unless and until the Navajo Nation Council determines otherwise after receiving confirmation from the Attorney General that the investigation into the Office of the Controller activities has been completed. 4 on page 3, line 3, add new paragraph as follows. New paragraph. The purpose of the investigatory leave is to allow the Office of the Attorney General to fully complete its investigation into the Office of the Controller activities. During the term of her investigatory leave, Ms. Kurt will assist with any investigation as requested by the Office of the Attorney General. Will not access Administrative Building Number 1, will not access any Navajo Nation systems, including but not limited to the Office of the Controller email system or the FMIS, will have no contact with Office of the Controller staff or contractors retained by the Navajo Nation, and will not engage in any business on behalf of the Navajo Nation. 5 on page 3, lines 9 through 14, section 5, delete paragraph A in its entirety. Delete paragraph A. Pursuant to 12 NC section 202B, the president may appoint an acting controller with the consent of the Budget and Finance Committee to serve during a vacancy in the controller position. The Navajo Nation Council hereby requests the president to work with the Budget and Finance Committee to expeditiously appoint an acting controller who shall serve until a permanent controller is confirmed by the Navajo Nation Council. 6 on page 3, lines 15 through 19, after the words policies, delete, and should the Navajo Nation president delay action in the appointment of an acting controller, end overstrike, so that the paragraph reads as follows. Overstrike the paragraph B will be new paragraph A, and the paragraph will read as follows. To ensure continuity in the Navajo Nation's financial procedures and policies, the standing delegation of authority as attached as Exhibit 2, currently in place in the Office of the Controller, is recognized as the authority for an acting controller. 7, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, or exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in this legislation, and any proposed amendment thereto shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Navajo Nation, the Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. There's a motion by Honorable Elmer Begay for Amendment 1 as read. Is there a second?
Second, Charles Noon.
Honorable Chair Charles Noon seconds the motion for Amendment 1. Are there any comments or questions?
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Delegate McKay.
Honorable Delegate Begay, go ahead.
I think Dana, I have a question regarding the directive to AG is to hire a special prosecutor, and the special prosecutor will do the investigation for all terrorist funding, which includes OPVP and tribal enterprises. Did you say that there's going to be separate amendment? That's the question.
Yes, that will be a separate directive. The way you have handled most of your directives is to adopt those separately after the legislation is acted on. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bob Roth, for that. Honorable Elmer Begay. Directive the amendment 1 session larger. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, are there any comments or questions on Amendment 1?
Chair, this is Delegate
Okay. I have Honorable Kealan Begay in the queue, and I'll have Honorable Charlene So next after. Honorable Kealan Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, Speaker, the amendment Kadosh Shabali and Nanatlahaki is the same one that Mr. Daniel but the only thing is investigatory leave. Is there such a term for that, and what is the policy on that one? Investigatory leave. Again, it goes back to the question: who will be running the controller's office? No access to the administrative building. Hire a special prosecutor. Is by motion. Or the federal government the keys Tony Adango, Jot Ago Edo, Donna Kinlon, that doll Casto, Cojo I Codon here, Attorney General, do Ado Codon here, legislative councils that I hate that the Shinto to Hashid Ado, Dojo, Bajini, Lishi, that's a benat, Hagit, Adit, Gaita, Nasno Shabe, Danati, Khan Halendin, Dol Kahaniniki, which is okay. But my point is that that doesn't really reflect the intent of this particular legislation. Jadi kat in it or chopa dot lil in gigi ko edat in not lagon son yeah stop na distinct as far as the intent of this legislation. Ko idiot I could have been na deskido is chairman. I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you, Honorable Keelan McGay. You have 2 minutes and 42 seconds. And I believe your question is directed to Ms. Bobroff.
Thank you, Speaker. I only heard the first part of Delegate Begay's question, and then my call dropped for a second. But the first question was Delegate Begay was asking why the term investigatory leave was used. I think he's more familiar with the term that of administrative leave. Administrative leave is something that's in the personnel policies manual, and that's what you put employees, you can put employees on, regular status employees. However, as we've previously discussed, the controller is a political appointee. She is not subject to the personnel policies manual. It doesn't apply to her. There are no specific procedures that set forth administrative leave, investigatory leave for a political appointee. However, the term investigatory leave describes what would be taking place. And I apologize, Delegate Begay, for not hearing the other part of your question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bobroff. Next in the queue, we have Honorable Charlene. So you have 5 minutes.
Yes, Shiash, I had a question regarding that investigatory leave. I'm wondering, does that go, if that were to happen in that scenario, shouldn't it go before HESI? And that's my question to Chief Counsel.
Thank you for the question. Ms. Bobroff?
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Madam. So I am not following why the investigatory leave would go in front of HESI. The Budget and Finance Committee is the controller's oversight. However, the controller does serve at the pleasure of the council. So perhaps, Madam, so if you could restate your question or add maybe add to it, I could provide you a more succinct answer. Thank you, Speaker.
Chair, may I?
Thank you for that, Ms. Bobroff. What I'll do is I'll go back to Honorable Charlene So to restate her question. Honorable So.
Thank you. So regarding that, it was mainly in the purpose of the discretion that it had to do with the Department of Health, the approvals that were needed, and so I'm also wondering, did the terms go before BNS, if that were the scenario? That is my question.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff.
Thank you. For what is in front of council now, the way the amendment set forth is that instead of removal, you are putting her on investigatory leave. That investigatory leave will be for 180 days unless council determines a lesser or longer time after they have received confirmation from the Office of the Attorney General that the investigation is complete. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bobroff. Next, I have Honorable Slater. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Finelli. Speaker Nez. My question was in regard to the investigatory leave and the cooperation with the Department of Justice and anyone else who may be cooperating and investigating with this matter. It's my understanding that in this investigation and the prior Remington investigation, that also includes the same characters that have brought us to this point in this alleged wrongdoing. That the controller did not cooperate and has not cooperated in any investigations. So if we're setting that as a condition for this removal, we need to think about whether that makes sense. I misspoke, not removal. The investigatory leave. Because we're essentially setting something up that is not going to take place. And then second, I would like to ask for confirmation from the Attorney General, if she can share this, that whether the controller has participated or cooperated in the Remington or this investigation, whether the same characters may be involved. And pardon me, colleagues. And what, apologize. And whether the federal government is participating or cooperating in this investigation. Because I think what needs to be plainly stated is that the feds are not participating from the side that the public thinks. They're participating on the investigatory side, as I understand it. And because of that, if decisions aren't made this evening that will reaffirm their faith in the Navajo Nation to control its fiscal security and really the funds of the American taxpayer, then yes, we are going to be imperiling ARPA. But it's not what people are understanding right now. So I reserve my time. Thank you.
Honorable Slater, you have 2 minutes and you have 2 minutes and 44 seconds reserved, Honorable Slater. Honorable Elmer Begay, I'm going to have to go back to reserve time. I don't have anyone in the queue. So let me go back to Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
Chairman, the other area, been night this kiki to the Cadenidia had seen Latin out of height out of slop and in Nago got over has on go a labin ye could do basis and hitch on a net or listered it and ni what the dog nis. Abahozen Benina go ish ila a penina cut. Din national society ato baby cast a hakila even in edor his ishan edneta. Oh, benina a contract A could be interpreted differently by us, but exactly height our a arj baby national society arch osla. A quacky baby now go a quacky baby has on as an emergency. Neniki Joe had ago a big or listen de jotishna. A coco adotic amendment 8 nahaki. Does that change the status as emergency legislation into a non-emergency legislation status, which nullifies the whole legislation and adds also I don't know that's on and quite a deed has actually amendment to give up with Casey Zishin. that will really change the intent of this legislation as an emergency status. So removing somebody as an emergency, but putting somebody on leave, on investigatory leave as an emergency. I don't know if that's the allowable. I will still stand on getting some form of the legal document that is being that had been developed to move us at the stage. Chairman, Speaker, could I reserve the rest of my time again?
Protest Speaker, this is Delegate Gay. I need to do some response on some questions.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Kealan Begay, for your questions. But Honorable Elmer Begay, let me go to Madam Attorney General, and I'll come back to you, Honorable Elmer Begay. So, Madam Attorney General.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Am I answering the questions posed by Delegate Slater, or was there more just for my?
Honorable Slater's question.
Okay, thank you. So with respect to the information that Delegate Slater shared, before I became Attorney General here in 2019, there was an ongoing investigation regarding the first Remington proposal bankruptcy investment to the nation. And when that issue arose again next year, that investigation was re-engaged and is ongoing. And I can share that we have similar concerns regarding procurement, regarding use of, for example, I can't think of what it's called now, but subcontracts to hire people involving some of the same characters. And with Remington, there was the additional concern of the intentional avoidance of the required due diligence. And somebody raised a concern about due diligence previously, but there was an intentional avoidance of DOJ that's required for the due diligence. So I can share that regarding that investigation. Thank you. Oh, and the other question was about the cooperation. Madam Controller Perlene Kirk declined to be interviewed or otherwise cooperate with that investigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPaul.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Honorable Slater, what is your point of privilege, sir?
Can the Attorney General answer the question regarding federal cooperation?
Madam Attorney General, may you respond, please?
Yes, Speaker Pro Tem, and I apologize, Delegate Slater, for that, missing that part of the question there. What I can say is that we are cooperating and coordinating with our federal partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. Honorable Elmer Begay, you have the floor, sir.
Protest Speaker, a response initially, because there were some questions regarding my amendment, so don't deduct my time. Ashwiga.
Yes.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay, back to Dana. Dana, I think thank you for the amendment that you wrote. But Dana, the amendment that I made is administrative leave with pay, and also this includes to make a directive to Attorney General to hire a special prosecutor. So this is all together, and this special prosecutor is to do an independent investigation on all CARES Act funds, which includes tribal enterprise and OPVP.
And this is all one amendment. So don't separate that. That was my directive, my amendment too. And then also to this is not the same as Shadad Herman Daniels Ilaki. This amendment that I'm making it includes special prosecutor, and then the special prosecutor is going to be independently cares again right now your question, and then Delegate Slater asked that the United States Federal Treasury already doing investigation on the Navajo Nation, and DOJ are supposed to be our attorneys to protect us. So that's the reason why we have to hire a special prosecutor to do a separate investigation on all CARES Act. So we don't want DOJ to do the investigation too, because the federal is already investigating us. So my directive is I have an action to DOJ to hire a special prosecutor. I think that's very important. It's going to be everybody. We're just leaving one person now. But there's a lot of everybody's going to be included in that. That will be this one of the main reasons why we're doing this amendment.
Yeah. Honorable Elmer Begay for your response there. Yes, Ms. Barbara?
I am not receiving any emails from Delegate Begay. So this is the first time, and so I don't even really understand what he's asking. So he just wants to put I think what I'm hearing is he wants to put the controller on administrative leave. I will need him to explain what he means by administrative leave. As I previously stated, the controller is not subject to the personnel policies, so I don't know what Delegate Begay means by administrative leave. The purpose, as I was understanding it, the purpose of placing her on leave was to do to complete the investigation. Thus, the term investigatory leave sounds descriptive and appropriate. I am revising on another item. I am revising to include a directive to the Attorney General to hire a special prosecutor. Of course, that's dependent on the availability of funds. So I think more funds are going to have to be given or provided to do that. So if Delegate Begay could explain what he means by administrative leave, is he saying that there won't be an investigation? And I apologize, but I can't email him apparently, or we can't email between each other. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Honorable Begay, Elmer Begay, Shitsele, Koron, Hegatit, Ahe, not on Nant El Kirikishi, Bichahanti. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Hello? Okay, yeah. I will go ahead and use the investigatory leave. The reason why I was understanding that was, that previously that it was in the Navajo Nation Code that we can put Navajo Nation President and Navajo Nation Speaker on administrative leave. So that's one of the reasons why I thought that the code was already still set like administrative leave. So I thought there was no difference. The position or way as the same level as the president and speaker. So thank you for that correction.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Ms. Barbara, did you get that?
Okay. I'm typing out this and I'll make that directive, and then also the amendment. I'm working on it, and I'll give to Ms. Dana Barbara.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. The amendment will be separate from the directive. As we normally do, we usually do the directive separate with a motion and a second. Ms. Barbara?
Speaker, you are correct that directives are generally done as separate. However, as I was understanding Delegate Begay, he actually wants it included in the legislation itself. So I am revising the amendment number 1 that he's holding to place the directive into the legislation. It will take me just a few minutes. I'm almost done, and get that back to you. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, Ms. Barbara.
Privilege.
Honorable Otto, what is your point of privilege?
Thank you very much. I believe we addressed the directives on a separate motion, not to be included in an amendment. Because a directive has a different meaning than an amendment. We are changing language in a legislation. And so that is just my point of privilege in bringing out, and we set precedents, and that's how we usually conduct business. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. Honorable Elmer Begay, Shanantai, Amendment 1 in Lagi, Legislation 0083-21. Kareyaha, Amendment beyond that, or legislation beyond that, Directive is Zoto Lechteneniki, Dida, Directive Iki, Ashati Eneli. Ahuta il Nekos and Abiga.
Pro-Tem Speaker Shana, what about if we put like legislative action, council with an action, we can we take the directive out, and as Navajo Nation Council do an action, legislative action. Can we use that word, Dana?
Ms. Barbara?
Thank you for the question, but I don't know, I don't understand what legislative action means. I don't actually understand what you mean when you say we can do it by legislative action. So if you could explain what you mean by that, I will answer.
Ms. Barbara, before I go back to Honorable Elmer Begay, what is your recommendation as far as this amendment plus the directive? What would you recommend that we do as far as Amendment 1 and the directive? Should we do it separately?
Yes, Speaker. I recommend that you do it separately. and I would recommend you act on the amendment, you act on the legislation, and then you issue the directive. And you're right, it does need a first, second, and a positive vote. That is my recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Honorable Elmer Begay. Netlishabiga Kadida, Koro recommendation Eliaki, Data legislative action in Iniki, Agate Koko, Directive Viki, legislation Bikida and Data, Directive Ashata Eliago, AP Pohonet, Zajon Hilne, Honorable Begay.
But kind of goes hand in hand in there because we'll be voting separately. Okay,
Point of order.
This is
Vice Chair Smith. Point of order.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, what is your point of order, sir?
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker. We're going round and round about how to do the directive. And it was explained by the Legislative Chief Counsel that it has to be separate. And when it's separate, we either vote on, well, we have an amendment in front of us. After the main motion, if we get there tonight, once the main motion is either passed or failed or whatever happens to it, and that's when you put your directive in. You get a motion and you second it. And then we vote on the directive. So that's my point of order. We need to move forward. And it's been talked about for the last probably 10 minutes now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Elmer Begay. What we will do is take care of the Amendment 1, and then after the legislation, we will make a motion to provide that directive. So, Ms. Bobroff, we will go ahead and stay with the Amendment 1.
All right, but try to support the special prosecutor.
Kushila, thank you. On the Amendment 1, Honorable Otto So, you're in the queue. Chairman So. Oh.
Okay. Not special prosecutor, not the yes, to speak to the amendment. If it's just to the amendment for the administrative leave, I'm willing to move forward to or investigatory leave. I'm for it. But CARES Act, it's a whole different, we're going to add in the whole programs. We have to have a whole separate legislation to address that matter. Let's just get back to the legislation and vote on the amendment that Mr. Elmer Begay has proposed. I don't Thank you.
Honorable Chairman So, you have 3 minutes and 38 seconds on reserve time. Let me go back to reserve time. There's nobody in the queue. Honorable Kialan Begay, you have 55 seconds, sir. Who's this?
Shanala, this is Delegate James. Question. Put me in the queue.
Honorable Vince James, I will have to put you in the queue, sir. Thank you. Honorable Kialan Begay, you have 55 seconds.
Chairman, I'll go ahead and waive my time.
Thank you. Honorable Charlene So, 4 minutes and 35 seconds.
Thank you. The only question that I did have with this amendment is the term that has been presented, with it being an investigatory leave. That term isn't legally recognized in policy, is it? That is my question to Chief Counsel. And if it's not within policy, would this be out of order? Reserve my time.
Honorable Charlene So, you have 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Ms. Bobroff, may you respond, please? Ms. Bobroff?
Apologies, I was muted. As I previously stated, the Navajo Nation does not have specific policies concerning putting political appointees on leave, on administrative leave, on investigatory leave. The nation does not have policies in place on every small scenario that might happen. I don't mean that this is a small scenario. I mean, there's just lots of things that have not arisen that the nation does not have policies on it. But as council is the governing body with the authority to establish policies, I completely think that the nation, the council is within its purview to use the term investigatory leave, and I drafted the amendment, so I certainly do not think it is out of order. You know, if there is going to be if people are uncomfortable with the term investigatory leave, most certainly we could just use leave. I don't think that the term, it could be leave or investigatory leave. I'm uncomfortable using the term administrative leave because that is a term specifically used in the Personnel Policies Manual. And as I explained earlier, the controller is not subject to that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Honorable Slater, you have 2 minutes and 44 seconds.
Thank you very much, Shanella, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Go ahead, proceed.
Thank you. The question that's here before us is whether we can continue to trust that this office can be faithfully fulfilled and that the highest financial and ethical standards are being adhered to with the Navajo people's money. With 2 criminal charges filed, with investigations from the Navajo Nation and the cooperation of the federal government, as we've heard, a repeat of the same sort of circumstances that brought us the Remington deal, we cannot make that decision and affirmatively say that those things are being done. Our finances are in question now because of the actions of the controller. And the federal government is going to be breathing down our neck if we do not do something. So colleagues, it's simple. It's not about all of these things that you're talking about. This is the big league. This is at-will employment. This is just like if you're the Secretary of the Treasury of the United States. A federal prosecutor brought 2 charges against the Treasury Secretary 7 days out of the week and twice on Sunday. I guarantee you that that person will be removed from office. Thank you. I yield any remaining time.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Honorable Oroso, you have 3 minutes and 38 seconds.
Yeah, the penal inigi could all the pen Islamic ashitwick. So I don't talk his so the could all be not kahagi. Yeah, even none should daily. He could always want to unneat in a ya could all not kahagi a ya so I see could all Hinha lad a lady like a pibanazla. Alcohol a pair coco a ya arge nan state a Bibasla or Bishmas and Maslar. Nike Okodo Nich they recommend la Attorney General. A could take it there. A yahut in car go a ado a what she hanaho edole. Jenny it told me. I call a bang go a bas here. Ado kodo e ya nike bishmas anni kliniki the jake go e ya did na kahiki e ya ajiga it ahe so dahi e bepasla. Her office will proceed with the investigation. If a special prosecutor is needed, she will recommend that. And therefore but oh anash the did that on not the bandit day so oh anash I don't the upper P so based on day hiki did any or 3 or near other had it ego that day young the neha isn't hit on me. You guys knew that this was here and this occurred. How come he didn't act? Let's put her on leave. I don't the 8 or had it other to Bachino, ya, Nahana the Dodnish. Oh, Anish, so ya, Hodo ask that now neither. Hala at the ya. Oh, no, I see the whole on. I couldn't got it. I so ya, or the or a nay or 3 ho at ne in the AI at the car. I could go a bear go. Let's give her the due process and allow the investigation to happen. Let's move forward with the investigatory leave for Madam Controller. But the old that old I should be where's the smoking gun to say let's remove her? But if it's a leave with pay for
Time.
Me, I
Honorable
would
Chair
support.
So.
Thank you.
Time. Thank you. We have Honorable Vince James in the queue. Honorable Vince James, Shanala, you have the floor. 5 minutes.
Yeah, another speaker, other members of the council. Ado siya at kahasing tonana. Kodot amendment diki adiaki jo kodo han just at naho nanan shibit adina na alkaf na jokot bana nit on the whole jishako. Ado apohonet zado hot naho belt nahabelt ako kodo belagan kachako jo the guide to the disciplinary action for a political appointee or office and ado haji yatke enachin la na jokot hatot zihiki be has ani be hadet and kodo ba na ini ka ko asa holongo a guide to a disciplinary action that Abe has run is kicked us to Hoshe out and or listen to a so upon the as cut a hana as naka deeper need either by ye tiki Kodona di ni go she's a Navajo Nation employee nadi ne Ado Abe last personal policy manual iki do bidet ita if you look at the title of the personnel policy manual, Navajo Nation employee, Nabaka ako kwagi is cut nakaho, do hajo baka the lay, do bohonet za the ako echo the dot nikli. Oko do Navajo Nation employee later, but the dot nikli the ado ya anana shon the ako. Ebenina kodoti os niki bahat dani ki benina kodo obes ke ni khadi amendment ki ya ibes ke ni khego nakayat ko ado benashe who's going to administer the disciplinary action jokot kwain khas la ko ado documentation we do bana di do the notice that italia ko agent here control the dot not so stop disciplinary action that deed but no that's but stop jo konda bahna dikita holoniki jo ba hatten le ko ba ye ko ko bahna speed reserve my time if you have.
This is Delegate Yellow Hair. This non share.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. You have 2 minutes and 14 seconds reserved time. Honorable Yellow Hair, do you wish to be placed in the queue?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't have anybody in the queue, so you have the floor right now. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Nana. Speaker Pro Tem, Daniel So put me in the queue. Sorry about the interruption.
Go ahead, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Okay, Nana, Ikoto Ski Abazania Sunat Ani. I say personal policy about this. As a liability, there's a different benefit to that. She's under a Navajo Nation Council. So, conflict is in the personal policy of Sati. And here, could you hire the councilman, 23rd council, but still, councilman hire Iliana, no Iban's Kisha. He would assure not on. He could Bahon Sindolity. Kodoti, she's a lawyer. auto CPA to borbe the hano agile license. Di kuto na ka no. Lashato na garo listi ni leave. Jabich is lado le. Ukota kunda kujiki na kaja aba all ta. E kuj be charge ya e kuto e biniki e the girl car guilty. It's zagoti e license pagato tin. Kwagi e apipe pohalni. Or zan schlecht aton nido. So Jay stuff by hoti. We're jeopardized. We're in the twin heart drops. So tati no ban needs. E ape. Kodot or remove ilia. Sheshiat e. Kashit aro list. Toto aro kodoto special prosecutor. E bahat sidiki olia. Yego a penalized us. And that beta on a strong discretionary act. Consummate a bit of that in the artist. A psyche about a needle, no, all that none is called it up. It is they thought on little Kuji gave what they could also special prosecution. But the earlier could not or remove the IA as is the best interest of the Navajo Nation. Hala Nahachi Bante Kata delayed about it also. I will be the same things like Hustan Daviga. She don't also what leave shit at all me. I could also in Tata Kistole. He could all be 19 Hasla. Actually, it is your disciplinary actions will be upon you. You could did Ahunana say up because I removal tonight. The not at another skin dika. Mr. Mar engineer at all this. Out of because aunt and the investigate or link at all funds that were on the CARE Act, and they may hold on to April money until the Navajo Nations take care and clear that allegations must become a crime. It's going to be bad on us, councilmen. Say I'm favoring you guys to vote removal tonight. Out of Ishana. Say what else this case. Could all open the deep. Let's go ahead and vote on it now. I green or red up at the what are each of this decision at on a cotic. I don't know see the question table that is all that subject table and they on upon it. As out of 100 out of then Mrs. Dina. He could all eat also administrative lead of that holiday policy by non even the conflict this day he asked about I had not so the took the question because seniority than council of Sydney. So I respect you guys to should be understand with this other personal policy, especially if you're in the law and order committee. I just start half committee because they deal with it policy. I'd like to reserve my time. Here, protect. Thank you very much. Once about yeah.
30. Yeah, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair for your statement. Let me go to Honorable Chairman Daniel So. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Ricky Nez, Otto, 24th Navajo Nation Council, my colleagues. It's quite interesting that we're doing a filibuster. The main question, of course, she serves at the pleasure of the council. The amendment, it's trying to run a different route. The council isn't having to act as the judicial branch in this particular legislation. There are charges filed. So in effect, it's out of our hands what occurs. It's part in the judicial branches at their doorstep. We have to understand that. Personnel policies, grievance, this doesn't apply. She's a political appointee. It's like an at will. If the boss does no longer trust and no longer trust her decision-making ability, the council has every right to enact the legislation. Amendment after amendment, table, that's just a filibuster to delay and cause some of this statements and actions that have been brought to the table to the public's ears, and for those that are on Zoom, to the public's eyes. We have that fiduciary responsibility. We've taken an oath to uphold the laws of the Navajo Nation. And in this respect, the law of the Navajo Nation is the controller serves at the pleasure of the Navajo Nation Council. And within that regard, the fiduciary responsibility that she didn't carry out now rests with us. Are we going to allow it, or are we not going to allow it? That's the part that is right in front of us. And in that respect, then that's what we should be looking at. And to try to go sideways with that legislation is just not prudent. It's not appropriate. Let's move forward. There are already delegations of authority in place, and when we enact the legislation, then the president and the BNF committee will have that responsibility to name a replacement in a quick manner. So the other is, no matter what we do, we are in the congressional eyes, their view. We are under scrutiny by the U.S. Department of Treasury. Whether we approve the legislation or we don't approve it, we're going to get extra scrutiny. This particular situation brings us to that part. We didn't do that. It was done. And how are we going to best protect the integrity of the Navajo Nation, protect the financial management integrity of, protect the trust?
Time. Honorable Chairman So, your time is up, sir. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Chair,
we don't have
Eugene, go.
Honorable Eugene So, you have the floor.
All day we've been discussing this. There's only seems that two people that I kind of admire. I was going to ask a question. Madam Controller is a political appointee at will. We don't have no grievance, no due process. What I get this was my 8th grade education. No matter how we're gonna, without anything. around that also the costumes the half your cost it contact but it on it adult it on so ban just kid I thought so Spain so I thought not kid we have seen it la hen sit it's go in kado o ban it on hunza ni nation na filibuster on open na hoita. That's what happened to one of my legislation in regards to any president candidate or any candidate case you see the video that no do ni da ni so da ho sa open na na was they the things that should be yeah, it's cut and the audience my layman's term. This is at will. What I does on it, I the need choice not and so we don't have no grievance. We have no due process. Now for any purpose we can do that. But now they are see what happened. I not been that so. It only based upon the trust that we gave her. It's not only the contract, there's more than this. If we want to, I would like more promotion into executive session again. That Madam DePaul has requested a few hours ago. That's it. So you can tell you about other young that during the executive session. So if it's all right, I would like to motion for another executive session so you guys you can all hear what is that needs to be heard. That's going to be my motion. Being told, Mr. Naz, portrait.
Honorable Eugene So, could all motion in like reserve time to a Haiti. Aro kate be ha lango na big eastio kahunza hall just what out of link to nego. Aro na kide on a table honest ha kade amendment na kigonagi bonahonest ha. A con here yan hohodni di beshbans an notleni bears ani hadoshegi, height ashin oshe, dot is dot a chigi and hin hasela. Ben hanadot, in higishe a she hande that end. Koroki a yaha, netaros al tozigi, at se be held kidile, a dear companate on legislation. Arotic at executive session, the litigation and Hans at la executive session at Lai Hale Kitchens na Kish taught as a Halit the Quila hours in Kishan and Honorable So. Honorable Eugene So. Hans at Latin Nation and Honorable So. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Honorable So. Let me just go back to reserve time. Honorable Charlene So, you have 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
Thank you, Nana Shiaj. As I hope that we are coming to a concluding part. It's been a long day, and I really hope that our staff have a safe travel back home tonight. And one thing that really bothers me, Shanant, is that we did not hear from the controller. I'm thinking that that is something we still need to do. I know that we have deliberated on this for quite some time. And within the United States, Secretary of Treasury is also given the opportunity to speak and to give their statement. It is their right. And this is one that we're pulling from the controller. We talk about transparency and due diligence. We're not doing that. And we have a hard decision to make. As I said, this is a decision that we cannot make now. We have to wait for the full investigation. I don't know how many times this needs to be repeated as well. And nobody is guilty until it's proven within court. That I have to reiterate again. And right now, I'm asking for the understanding of my colleagues. We are hurting Navajo people, and they need to understand what's going on. They need time to process this, because right now they are left in the dark, which is completely unfair and unjust to them. And not only that, our elders are out there. They put so much hope in us. And I feel like we're letting every voter down at this point. Yes, we have a job to do, but we also have to do it within the humane and by due diligence in that matter. And I've spoken before. Many of us have made mistakes. Our past leaders have made mistakes. And some were not served justice. Some got a slap on the hand. Now, if we reflect on that, I just think that there's a double standard at some point in this translation, in this case. And I hope that my colleagues will take a little bit more time to think about this before we vote. And right now, Chair Assad and Nan Ben Nahadeshna, I'm going to table this legislation for 30 days because there are questions that need to be answered. We need the OPVP to be present at the table. We need more clarifications from DOJ and our Chief Counsel. I made this motion again, my final motion, and I hope my colleagues will support it. Reserve time.
Thank you.
Delegate Brown, second.
Honorable Charlene So. There's a motion to table the legislation 0083-21 for 30 days. Second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Pernell Halona. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker Nez. I guess, it's getting late. Everybody's trying to figure out a way around this situation, but, there is not any way around this situation. The decision needs to be made and needs to be done now. The federal government's looking at us, wondering what kind of decision we're going to make. If we don't make a positive decision here and lay out a positive plan here on which way we're going to be going here, it could cause us problems in the future. We didn't bring this upon ourselves. It's something that was brought on upon us, and now that we have to figure out what we need to do to remedy the situation. At this point in time, we need to really think about it. I can see the division here with my colleagues here. Yes, we want to do the right thing, but no, we don't want to because she's our friend, she's our relative. That's not has anything to do with what we're working on here today. This is business. real business, a business decision that we had to make. The business decision that we're working on right now, I was looking at the $8 million that was still sitting in boxes on her office floor. That was my biggest gripe, was that we need to recover that money. The Navajo Nation can't afford to be losing $8 million, and now that we're up to 5 years with that 4E program, every year that turns, we lose that money because they're not going after it. That's one program that we know there's a problem with it. We need to get our money back. How many other programs do we not know about that are in the same position? I worry about those kind of things. I think about those things. But the services that we're providing to the people from Department of Social Services, those are the ones that are suffering, the people. Because there's going to be no more money for them if we don't get any more money from returning a reimbursement on 4E program. That's just one piece of the pie, and that's $8 million that's been sitting over there.
Time. Honorable Halona, your time's up. Thank you very much for your closing statement. Staff, could you do the roll call vote at this time, please?
Question of privilege. Question of privilege. Otto
Honorable Otto So, what is your point of privilege?
Thank you very much. To Chief Legal Counsel, a legislation is an emergency. What happens to the legislation if it is tabled as an emergency legislation? Because the emergency legislation is heard at council level only. So, does it kill the legislation immediately? Thank you.
Ms. Bobroff?
Thank you, Speaker. I don't believe that tabling an emergency legislation automatically kills the legislation. And so tabling it would be allowable. It does, of course, bring up the issue of whether it is still an emergency. But that is always, whether it's an emergency or not, is always a question for the leadership for council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bobroff. Staff, roll call vote, please.
Question of privilege.
May you identify yourself for the question of privilege?
Delegate Elmer Begay.
Delegate Honorable Elmer Begay, what is your point of privilege?
I have a question of privilege for Dana and also the Attorney General. We're looking at a resolution that was passed back in 2010 relating to intergovernmental relation and government services relating to enactment of special prosecutor. And that through that there's a process. The Attorney General or Chief of Legislative Counsel shall conduct a preliminary investigation pursuant to provision section under whenever it states on there that after that, that there's an official refer from the Navajo Nation Council. So within that, I think we know that we heard from Attorney General that she did conduct a investigation regarding this matter. So within that 10 to 15 days, give it back to the council. So the council will do a session on it, and then how they're going to take care of it. I think this will be best
Point
time
of
to
order,
do it
Speaker.
because right now, we're saying that the federal is doing the
Honorable Begay.
investigation.
Edmund
Begay.
Yazzie, sir.
Honorable Yazzie, what is your point of order?
Point of order
privilege?
is what is the question of privilege? Okay, maybe our chief legislative needs to remind us what a question of privilege is, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. And Delegate Yazzie, if you will turn to Rule 16 in your Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. Rule 16 addresses points of privilege. It says that points of privilege are those questions which relate to the rights and privileges of the Navajo Nation Council or of its members when the council is in session. The point of privilege shall not be seconded and debated. Any delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional comments from the sponsor, raise the safety of the council, to maintain care among and between all members of the council and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. Point of privilege shall not be used to engage in additional debates. So that is what lays out your points of privilege. Thank you, Delegate Yazzie, for the question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. Honorable Elmer Begay, may you get to the point of your point of privilege. If you're asking for information, ask the direct question related to your point of privilege.
My point of question is that I was trying to read this, and at the same time, I'm questioning is that right now we're looking at the federal doing the investigation. So right now Navajo Nation, we're doing our own investigation. So federal is looking at us, hey, this is federal money, you're doing the investigation yourself. Is it a conflict of interest? I thought DOJ is our attorneys. They're supposed to speak on our behalf of it. Now we're doing our own investigation. That's the reason why I'm saying this, is that hire a special prosecutor so we won't be doing conflict of interest. That's just my question. Are we doing that? So that's my question.
Thank you. Honorable Begay, a point of privilege is a point of privilege. It's not counsel. We need to remind ourselves there's no such thing as question of privilege. We have gotten so used to it that we call it an AKA. It's not even in the rule book. So this point of privilege is just seeking information on whether there is a conflict of interest. Our Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Bobroff, could you answer?
Thank you, Speaker. So there is a special prosecutor statute. It is an extreme measure. It does state that the Attorney General shall conduct a preliminary investigation whenever she receives information sufficient to constitute grounds, whether any of the persons listed in Section B of this section has committed a violation of any federal or state criminal law or any law or regulation of the Navajo Nation, or committed any act upon which the Navajo Nation may have a civil cause of action. And then it goes on to state it's probably about it's five long pages. It is set forth at 2 NC 2021. I would point out that a special prosecutor can be called in extraordinary situations, but a special prosecutor is not a requirement for the Office of the Attorney General to investigate any illegal or questionable activities that is brought to her attention. She can investigate them without calling a special prosecutor. That is all within her responsibilities to do that. So I am interpreting what Delegate Begay was asking. There is not a conflict of interest for the Attorney General to be doing an investigation of the director of a division or a department or an office, such as the controller or such. That is not a conflict of interest. That's actually one of the Attorney General's responsibilities. So I hope that was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Staff, we'll go ahead and roll call vote for tabling motion for 30 days. Please.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Barclay.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Barclay votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Barclay votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Jamie votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Red.
Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edison Winica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Otto So.
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Edison Monica.
Red.
Honorable Edison Monica votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 9 in favor, 13 opposed, 1 not voting, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Speaker Pro Tem, Ms. Delegate Halona.
Delegate, honorable members of the 24th Council, the vote is 9 in favor, 13 opposed. Motion fails for tabling motion. And Honorable Halona, what
Yes,
are
sir.
you raising a point of privilege or point of order? What is
Order. I wanted to make a correction on my vote. I voted green when I was supposed to be voting red. I wanted to make sure I get my vote changed back to red. Thank you, Speaker.
Staff?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The vote is 8 in favor, 14 opposed, 1 non-voting, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker, the change has been made.
Thank you very much. There's a correction.
I don't know why I was thinking you were voting ready to. I'm ready to.
8 in favor, 14 opposed. Pro Tem Speaker not voting. Tabling motion fails. Please keep your phones on mute. Would certainly appreciate that. We're back to the Amendment 1, reserve time. I have Honorable Vince James with 2 minutes and 14 seconds.
Pro Temp Speakers, Vice Chair Smith, put me in the queue.
Will certainly do, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Vince James, you have 2 minutes and 14 seconds.
National speakers, members of the council, Ado Tohasinto, Ado Kodo Chanaho Igibana, Ado Kodo Amendment Elia Gibana Chedeya Equality, the guidance of what is the guidance of the disciplinary action for a political at will political appointee. Ako ado eya esha not aha or zita ako benina additionally jo eya dota istoi kita regarding table of penalties. Ako quite eben na bahna addition ako anadi now nation personnel policy man is ado big ehonil order big ehonil ida for political at will be named the table of penalties so hey aden hanahi zo hoban nane kayako hay ala eya ekodo hajo hindi nesto hajo nisheten about is misty neo base our working relationship with the Navajo people ebony not additional ako hanza the whole just ako the had gila sahobe at ako aja ni hit the league hit edo total chain the quite oil as ane netle do ya ashon ako hanza the whole just what bahna de kidole ako quite has ani gi ako hajo ne go sto hajo ba na has not the human resource issues and not that ako hanza the whole just la ado hajo hit hot and in 24 council delegates in Glenigi, Jokot Bansis case the call. Or the Nady and he judge a hold out a hosted a bit kid, not me, Nani call a quiet banana seeds the whole conduct the banate, put Aba, Banana kid or reserve my time if you have.
Honorable Vince James, you have 9 seconds remaining for your reserve time. Ms. Bobroff?
Thank you, Speaker. I believe I have said numerous times that the Personnel Policies Manual does not apply to the controller. If Delegate James wants to would like me to find some type, even though they don't apply, try some offense in the personnel policies manual that might match what the controller has been charged with. I could try to do that.
Point of order, this is Vice Chair Smith. Point of order.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, what is your point of order, sir?
Thank you. With all due respect, Chief Legislative Counsel, it sounds like we're trying to mend and mold and cut and paste something tonight. Well, it's late. Political appointees is at will. Period. That's it. We keep talking about personal procedures, personal policy procedures. That does not apply. It does not apply.
Point of privilege?
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, what is your point of order? Could you state your point of order, please?
The point of order is we're getting the Legislative Chief Counsel to try to look for something out there in the laws to put in so that it would be tweaked into this amendment regarding personal policies. The will is at will.
Point of
That's
privilege?
it.
Honorable Chair Charles Noonan, I believe the point of order needs to complete its course before I recognize your point of privilege. Vice Chair Smith, may you proceed with your point of order, please?
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair, or Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. My point of order is that the laws, or the way it's written, is just saying that the political appointee is at will. And now we're asking Legislative Chief Counsel to see if they can dig up something. That's my point of order. We shouldn't be trying to dig something up and try to fabricate it tonight. If there's going to be an amendment to, if there's going to be a change of law, we can do that in Title II later on to prevent all this. Thank you. That's my point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Honorable James, as our Chief Legislative Counsel had stated, she has reiterated that the controller is not under the personnel policy, but rather she is a political appointed at-will position. And now I'll go to the point of privilege. Madam Chair Charles Noonan.
Chair Naz, I did call a point of privilege because you just allowed another delegate to engage in additional debate. I believe that the question was geared towards our Office of Chief Legislative Counsel. And Chair Naz, you allowed a delegate to answer the question of the Legislative Counsel, whom the question was posed to, which is why I was calling a point of privilege. And by allowing him to complete his point of privilege, you allowed him to engage in additional debate. I just want to make that clear and on the record that if we are going to stick to the point of privilege, then we need to understand what the rules are and not interrupt the Office of Legislative Counsel when they're providing answers to questions that are being posed by delegates. Thank you.
Madam Chair Charles Noonan, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. did not raise a point of privilege. He was not engaging in any type of additional debate. His point of order was what he had addressed. Ms. Barbroff, back to you.
I'm confused, Chair Naz. You just now he didn't raise a point of privilege, and then you went to point of order. What rules are you stating when you're talking about a point of order? My understanding is Rule 16 does state point of privilege, and there is no specification to point of order. So if I can get some clarification from Chair Naz, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Noon. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. raised a point of order. A point of order takes precedence, so I allowed him to address that. During his point of order, he was not engaging in any additional debate. Back to you, Ms. Bobroff.
Chair Naz.
Thank you, Speaker Naz.
Chair Naz, can you tell me what rule point of order is found in?
Madam Chair, it's Rule 25.
25. Ms. Bobroff, let me read Rule 25 for my honorable colleagues. Rule 25, Shanantai. Point of order, appeal of decision. If a motion, procedure, or remark appears to be in violation of the established rules of the council, any council delegate may raise point of order. A point of order motion shall not be used to engage in additional debate. The point of order shall be raised immediately after the error is made. The council delegate raising the point of order may interrupt a speaker, provided the council delegate concisely states the rule violated pursuant to the point of order raised, or when a vote in progress, or to raise the issue. B, the point of order is not subject to debate. C, the speaker shall immediately decide and rule upon the point of order before any action on the question is made by the council. D, once the speaker has made his or her decision on the point of order, any delegate may appeal the decision. The appeal must be seconded. The appeal shall not be amended. If the appeal is made and seconded, the speaker shall restate his or her decision and submit the matter to the judgment of the council. The decision shall then be subject to debate by the council, during which the speaker may state his or her reasons for the decision. Upon conclusion of debate, a vote shall be taken and the decision of the speaker shall be reversed if the majority of all votes cast are in favor of the appeal.
Point of order, Chair Naz.
Open to, yes, what is your point of order, Chair Charles Noon?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. If you want to complete that sentence or your statement.
Honorable Chair Charles Noon, could you repeat your statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair Naz, and thank you. I was reading also from Rule 25, and it states, as you stated for the record, if a motion, procedure, or remark appears to be in violation of the established rules of the council, any council delegate may raise a point of order. So I guess my question would be, what motion, procedure, or remark was in violation of the established rules of council? Because it sounds like it was a debate that was being made. So that's why I was calling my point of order, was to ask for clarification in regards to what the violation was. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Noon. When our Chief Legislative Counsel was expounding, and not only at that time, but numerous times responded to the question that was raised by Honorable Vince James, and Ms. Bobroff did respond repeatedly throughout the evening, where she had stated that this position of the controller's position is a political appointed position and not subject to the Navajo Nation personnel policies and procedures. And that is where she had repeated that. And that's when Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith had raised a point of order, understanding that we have heard this throughout the evening numerous times. And I did, when you did raise your point of privilege, I allowed Honorable Chair, Vice Chair Smith to proceed to his point of order, and which he did. And the violation is the repeated questioning of the same questions raised by Honorable James, and the same answers were provided by Ms. Bobroff. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair Nez.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, what is your point of order?
Yes, Chair Nez. So my point of order is, if the violation is our Chief Legislative Counsel having to respond repeatedly, where does it state within the rules of council that she can't do that? Thank you, thank you, Chair Nez.
Chair Richard Nez, Ricky Nez, I want a motion for recess. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So, one moment please for your recess. We need to clear this up. The question raised, the point of order raised by Honorable Charles Newton here is that, could you restate that, Honorable Charles Newton?
Yes, Chair Nez, you stated that it was a violation of having legislative counsel repeat herself to a question that was asked. My question is, per Rule 25, if a motion, procedure, remark appears to be in violation of the established rules of the council, any council delegate may raise a point of order. So my question to you is, if this is a violation, where does it state in the established rules of the council that the Chief Legislative Counsel cannot repeat herself or respond repeatedly? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions there. Under Rule 25, point of order, appeal of decision. Once the speaker has made his or her decision on the point of order, any delegate may appeal the decision. You're welcome, Honorable Chair Charles Newton, to make that appeal if you feel that I did not properly continue with this at all here.
Chair Nez, I can't do that until you tell me what established rule you are referring to. Thank you.
Speaker, point of order, Kealan.
Honorable Begay, what is your point of order?
I believe we're just reading into the procedures, which further delay the process. We need to get back to the legislation that's on the motion that's on the table. Maybe direct ourselves to do a 101 on the point of privilege and the point of order class. But let's get back to the legislation, Speaker. That's my point of order.
Honorable Begay, I cannot at this time recognize any violation as was brought up here prior to your point of order. So I'm going to read this first paragraph again. If a motion, procedure, or remark appears to be in violation of the established rules of the council, if it appears or a remark appears to be in violation of the established rules of the council, Honorable Charles Newton, I believe there is not any violation, but a repeated question that was raised throughout the evening and where Ms. Bobroff had to respond repeatedly with the same answers. I apologize if I've confused you. Do you have any further comments?
No, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding the established rules. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll allow Ms. Bobroff to complete her statement.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate James and I have had a little texting conversation, and I apparently did not hear his question correctly. What he asked was whether there is a table of penalties that applies to a political appointee or at-will employees, and there are no such table of penalties. The actions that, the penalties, if you will, or the actions that council wants to take in response to the situation is completely at the discretion of council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, you have 30 seconds. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Going once.
Okay, Yate, Speaker. Pro-Tem Speaker Yate here. Oh yeah, I read over that the change of studied at Ila at 11 in the on that national on in the Senate. I let's take care of this business tonight. Vote red, green. Legislation. So the objective is a asking for the
Honorable Yellowhair, time is up. Thank you. Let me go to Honorable Herman Daniels. You have the floor, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Kudo Pro-Tem Speaker Kudo. I don't know. Good evening, Kudo. Nagayna is not a was that Kidlaho. I don't know Kudo speaking to the amendment Kudo. As you can again, I believe amendment, right, Mr. Speaker, Pro-Tem Speaker.
Honorable Daniels, could you repeat your statement, sir?
Okay. Are we on the amendment, Pro-Tem Speaker?
Oh, we're still on Amendment 1.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Pro-Tem Speaker. The lago by Yatwaski Shanat Senegi, Adonana tabling do, not the banana, Kako Ado Prada, Adonana Rate amendment, Stand 8 or withdraw Mr. But oh yeah, the quiz here, Bohan Trakodo, Adonana executive session, we are Nadi Nota. About hard to hit or about end the door. Aside by Yanati, Tiana, and the call. So Nagati Kodo amendments so the Kodo, Nitatin, so the Kodo, Shitakodo, abo net na koto so koto na gaito on nas tatiti kan for ye koto na gaito. I'd like to make a motion to cease debate koto pro tem speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels, I will honor your motion to cease debate. Is there a second?
This is Edmund. I second.
Thank you. There's a motion by Honorable Herman Daniels to cease debate, second by Honorable Edmund Yasi. It's not debatable. Roll call vote, please. Darren. We will allow to go ahead and cease debate on the amendment. Staff, roll call vote, please.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty did not vote.
Delegate Amber. Shema Delegate Amber Knesset Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty votes red. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Who votes green?
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater via text votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Evan Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
So it is.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Monica votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 17 in favor, 5 opposed, 1 not voting, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, cease debate. Passes 17 in favor, 5 opposed. Pro Tem Speaker not voting. So we'll go ahead and vote on Amendment 1 at this time. Roll call vote, please.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kiel, what's green?
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty does not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Panal Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Panal Halona votes red. Honorable Jimmy Henyo.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater does not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
16. Oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winica.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty.
Shama Delegate Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater does not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Vince James via text votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, pretend you have a vote of 9 in favor, 12 opposed, 2 not voting, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Amendment 1 fails with a vote of 9 in favor, 12 opposed. Pro Tem Speaker not voting. Back to the main motion. We have reserved time. Honorable Elmer Begay, you have 1 minute and 15 seconds. I apologize. Honorable Chair Amber Kenneth Bacrati, you have 4 minutes and 21 seconds remaining. Honorable Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Nez, colleagues. I appreciate the time. I wanted to ask Madam Attorney General if there is, what publicly is going to be conveyed either in a press release in terms of what's been discussed and the report given today at council. I'm receiving a lot of inquiries, and I think at this point it's not clear in terms of what can be said publicly about the investigation. And so I have seen press releases in the past, and I wanted to know if that needs to be a recommendation from the council, or is there a press release plan to provide additional information to the public on what's been presented at council today. Thank you, Chairman Nez, and I'll reserve my time.
Thank you. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I will have to defer to the Attorney General. Chief Legislative Counsel or the Office of Legislative Counsel doesn't issue press releases, so we definitely don't have one planned. I do not know if the Attorney General does. Thank you very much.
Madam Attorney General, Ms. McPaul.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Delegate Crotty, for the question. We did prepare a statement just related to the Agile contract and the cease and desist letter, a statement that we did brief the leadership and that the investigation's ongoing and that we wouldn't comment further on it. With respect to what the council can share, I will defer to Dana, but my understanding from our executive session conversations today, as well as in the past several days, that the sensitive information relating to the investigation is supposed to be kept confidential. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPaul. Honorable Herman Daniels, you have 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Chairman Nez. Yeah, I don't know what Seneki Kodo. The Lago Eba Payasi Kodo. Asari at Daka Houses got really Nez not a doy was the educated or you're not it's neat or this special session is only for up to midnight. Out of saying that they out of with if we don't take action. So Kodona Gaita Lago a night the kit, yeah, go night the kit. I don't know, investigation man al day, but how was day? I don't know, this is like new to the council. Yesterday, in that we had our first meeting on this. Yesterday morning, 7 o'clock, Basha Seedling, out of his home. A call with Anshi Abasbeda husband there, DOJ. A Craigie or yes, the 11 mad on his never. A with that. But yesterday in Dakoto, ben his horn big hot. Kid no ben his horn echo. So I go in the kid go go night the kid. I don't know listening to my colleagues, 24th Council. You have a lot of questions. So I'm going to make a motion to table this legislation for 10 days. 10 days. Deal this case. And there's my 30 days, 180 days, but 10 days. No, days need to go. I don't think I don't let another thought physical. I don't know question and is source of many sort of data. The point is source of many things $1,000 add. So it would have $100. So I'll make that motion to table this legislation for 10 days. Mr. Pro Temp Speaker. Thank you.
Second by Charles Newton.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels, for your motion to table legislation 0083-21 for 10 days. There's a motion by Honorable Chair Charles Newton. Honorable Pernell Halona, you have 3 minutes to make your closing statement, sir.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chairman. We're at another juncture here where we're spinning our wheels still, Council. I don't know how else to put it. We already know what needs to be done. We should hurry up and make this decision so we can move forward. We're not learning anything new. Everything that we're going over right now, we're just rehashing everything that we talked about 2 hours ago. I'm asking the council, my colleagues, to vote red on this legislation, this amendment, and move forward with this business at hand. Like Delegate Slater stated, we're under a microscope right now from the federal government. Spinning our wheels like we're doing right now doesn't make us look any favorable in their eyes. We need to make a sound business decision. With billions of dollars at stake here, a sound business decision needs to be made. It needs to be made by this council, and it needs to be made tonight. So I'm asking my colleagues to vote red on this tabling motion, and let's take care of business. We need to take care of business, and they need to take care of it today. We're always going to be pushing it out to tomorrow. We continue. That's how our council is going to be. Let it go till tomorrow. And that's not what I want this council to be like. I want this council to take action. Positive action right now. That's what we need to do. So I'm asking my colleagues here. Do not table this legislation. Let's move forward. Make the right decision. Thank you. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Staff, let's have a roll call vote at this time for tabling motion for 10 days.
What was that?
Almer Begay. Almer Begay. Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kiel Begay Jr.
Kiel votes red.
Kiel Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanasakrati.
Delegate Amber Keenan-Falcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanasakrati votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Luna votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
Red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
tako shonjo no ko se chi o sa aste.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater via text votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 8 in favor, 14 opposed, 1 non-voting, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you. Cease debate. This tabling motion failed with a vote of 8 in favor, 14 opposed. Pro Tem Speaker not voting. Back to the main motion. We have Honorable Eugene So, 1 minute and 36 seconds remaining time. Honorable So.
Your class, I was going to ask for a recess till tomorrow morning. That was my motion, but my phone went off. So on here the patient hit me right about the recess, have a recess, sleep on it, and vote on it tomorrow. Put our motion aside for recess.
Honorable Eugene So. This is a one-day special session, Shananta. It is not scheduled for tomorrow. It's only scheduled for today up to 12 o'clock at midnight. So Honorable Eugene So, if you would withdraw your motion, we would appreciate that.
If I withdraw my motion, would you give me my time back?
Okay. Okay. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., you have 2 minutes and 31 seconds.
Yeah, should say Pro Temp Speaker out of 24th Navajo Nation Council. We've been at this all day. I just want to mention something here, Shananta. I don't know, Finnegan. 23rd Council, your controller, Ado Utsago, Ado Nanish, Ado Utsao, Lado. It's up. Not yet Hanapa don't need. Sad now it ahi. Ado Algo, a Hutza. A cortidic, a han hitasus, any horse nickel. Hajishi, a the cheat does it, to is that. A co any horse nickel. Oda Ubans this case neither. Controller Sadam, not that but don't need. A co at will but don't need. The Hanandlish. Kadeha Nanish Nastota but don't need. A co what Abbey had this edition and that on Sniggy. Digan Hiltaholo? Dada Hosia. Ash wanted dark creature. Adult citizen by Alia, Benda. If she has you now. Arnold. I can't get this. So I could I waive my time.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Vince James, you have 32 seconds remaining.
Reserve my time, Shanada. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay, you have 2 minutes and 18 seconds remaining.
Chairman, I just continue to stand by my position of the way I want to be voting, Nikki, the actual document from DOJ. So that's where I will stand, but I'll go ahead and reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay, you have 2 minutes and 2 seconds remaining. Let me go back to Honorable Elmer Begay, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Honorable Elmer Begay, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Honorable Chair Amber Kennesbaugh-Crowdy, you have 3 minutes and 21 seconds.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. I want to go back to the contract if we're on the main motion. It looks like it was properly went through the 164. It was signed properly on November 20th. But I'm reading, I could look for the page, but there is, because we're talking about the contract being expired, but there is language that says until all tests are rendered. Can I get a response from the AG in terms of how that's been, it's in the contract. I just need to understand, because I keep hearing about an expired contract. I'll need more information. Thank you, Chairman S. I reserve my time.
Honorable Crotty, you have 2:37 remaining. Ms. Bobroff?
Thank you, Speaker. I think that question needs to be answered by the Attorney General. My office did not have anything to do with that contract.
Thank you. Madam AG, Ms. McPaul.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, Delegate Crotty, for the question. So the very first term of the contract, paragraph 1, says the nation agrees to use the services of the consultant beginning November 17th and ending December 30th, period. There is a scope of work, that's the second paragraph of the contract, that refers to attachment B, that has the scope of work. And under that, it talks about the type of testing, that will be used on a weekly basis to begin November 17th, 2020 and end December 30th, 2020. And then in parentheses it says, and until testing is exhausted with all the tests rendered. So position of Department of Justice is that it uses an and, not an or, and it can't be read as an or without rendering the contract term invalid. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPaul. Honorable Vince James, you have 32 seconds.
Reserve my time, Shanada. Thank you.
Honorable Keelan.
Okay.
Honorable Keelan Begay, you have 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
Reserve time, Chair. Thank you.
Don't give a K.
Honorable Elmer Begay, you have 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining.
Okay, none of the Chair, Pro Temp Chair, out of the members of the council. I'll make a motion to do another amendment. So I sent it to Chief Legislative Counsel so she can read it. Thank you. Reserve my time.
50 seconds.
Honorable Begay, you have 50 seconds remaining. You have a motion for Amendment 1. Ms. Bobroff, do you have the request for this amendment? Amendment 1? Amendment 2? Okay, it failed. Ms. Bobroff?
Thank you. I did receive an email from Delegate Begay. I thought he was requesting another directive because this amendment applies to hiring a special prosecutor to investigate all entities of the nation. So I will need just a second. You know, as I've said before, your usual status is to do directives as a separate vote, but I guess Delegate Begay actually wants this as an amendment to the legislation. It will take me just a few minutes to convert that. My apologies for the confusion.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Honorable Begay. So your amendment is a directive? Nanta?
I'm back here. Can you hear me?
Homer Begay?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Sure.
I'm not going to take any time from you. So is your amendment, motion in lagi, is it a directive or a separate amendment?
It's a directive to only they need Attorney General and Chief Legislative Counsel regarding the hiring of a special prosecutor. It's how it's been changed to that. So it's a separate amendment as a directive.
Honorable Begay, directive Begay normally is done after the votes are taken on the main motion of the legislation. And after that, you can motion to have that directive. There will be a second and a separate directive will be provided at that time. Nantai. Honorable Begay?
Chair, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'll go ahead and make that as an amendment then, without the directive. Because we don't know what's going to happen to the legislation.
Okay, so Honorable Begay, you want your amendment, the directive to be part of the amendment.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So take the directive out. So.
Ms. Bobroff, do you have that amendment?
Thank you. I need just a few minutes to convert it from a directive to an amendment. It probably will take me 5 minutes.
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Doreen McPaul.
Thank you.
May I provide some information on what the delegate is asking of my office? Because I haven't had an opportunity to speak to that.
Yes, Ms. McPaul, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just want to share with the council and everybody who's listening that the Department of Justice does have special investigators that are contracted out separate from our office. We have more than one on board. We did an RFP for that, evaluated proposals, and made selections. So we have multiple special investigators to assist our office in various jurisdictions. That's the first thing. The second thing is we also have had, since before I got here, conflict prosecutors to assist with cases where the prosecutor's office may have a conflict. So I do have special investigators at our disposal that are separate from the department. And I also have conflict prosecutors. So what Delegate Begay is asking for with respect to the special prosecutor is a very specific thing that Dana's already gone over through the statutory process that has a lot to do with my independent responsibilities and authorities. And if I determine that a special prosecutor is needed, then there is a court process for that. So I can't just go and hire a special prosecutor under that statute. So I did want to share that with the council and for everybody who's listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. McPaul, for that. Appreciate it. We'll wait on Ms. Bobroff to send out the amendment language.
Speaker, point of order. Kealan.
Honorable Kealan Begay, according to the point of order, I would like for you to address what violation that you have recognized within your point of order.
I believe the Department of Justice has identified the process of the the request for the amendment, which is not necessary, Chairman.
Honorable Kealan Begay, your point of order as addressed by the Attorney General, Ms. McPaul, as well as Ms. Bobroff earlier, that Ms. Honorable Elmer Begay had stated and requested the directive. Shananta Elmer Begay. The directive in Keriki, it would be best to have it after the votes are taken for the main motion of this legislation. Nanta Elmer, I don't believe that we need an amendment to this legislation, but rather you're requesting a directive, which is normally done at the end after the votes are taken. Honorable Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Attorney General Koro, Ms. McPaul Yahatzi, Data, Department of Justice, Aja, Special Investigators, Shundayost, Aron the Conflict Prosecutors, Prosecutor, Das Inigi, Aja Asati Bananas, Ako Astin Hollo, Ako Dirigi, Directive Asati. The legislation been in the law keren that the directive in kere kishiast at all nil Honorable Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Pro Tem Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead, Honorable Begay.
Can you state that again?
Okay. Kuro Attorney General Yahatzi, Aitan Special Investigators, Chundayost, into the conflict prosecutors, though, Chundayost, no Yahatzi, they already have that Austin, Hualani Benina, the directive in Leheki, Sato, Aitan, Hualon. According, after we vote on the legislation in the Tahit Aura, data directive in Kediki, a queen that the Hajo, Australia, Biga Hato, Honorable Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Back there at Pro Tem, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Begay.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Can I ask a question to AG and also the Legislative Council?
Oh, yes, you can do that with your time, Honorable Begay. You have 50 seconds.
Right now, that we all know that special prosecutor, we're trying to hire that. But do we know that the United States Treasury already doing investigation on us? And they're doing the investigation of what over the CARES Act funds. So right now we're our own DOJ are investigating with that with their own outside counsel and all the attorneys. That's what DOJ is all under. So we're duplicating another service. So I would say that there's a conflict of interest. So so right now that's what we're doing. They're investigating this. So even if it's a special prosecutor, there will be the
Time.
separate.
Time, Honorable Begay. Ms. McPaul, could you respond and clearly make some clarifications on whether there will be any conflicts of interest that Honorable Elmer Begay is concerned about?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. And just, I want to reiterate that this question has already been asked and Dana's already answered it and went through the special prosecutor statute and spoke about the conflict of interest provisions that do not apply in this situation. And I don't know what more I can add other than to say my office does not have a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay, our Attorney General, Kuro not on Hichahanatiki, Aita, our Chief Legislative Counsel expounded on it. Aita Satoye in Hithor Nagi, Behas Ani Holonigi statutes keeping in Nachi Esto, conflicts of interest Holigehiki, Ba Atten, Jana, Eohota, Honorable Begay. So, with that, with that,
Speaker. Okay.
Honorable Begay, do you have a point of privilege? Point of order?
Point of privilege.
Okay, what is your point of privilege that you would like to receive information on?
So right now, I would say that if it's, I'll just go with the amendment. What the directive that I was doing. So go ahead and I should go with the amendment then. So if it's gonna be, so I don't know. I think Dana already sending the amendment that's gonna be made to 83-21. So I'll go ahead and give the amendment as an amendment, not the directive. So I just received it now.
Point of privilege, Chair Nance.
Honorable Chair Charles Noon, what is your point of privilege?
Chair Nance, I'm a little bit confused. We have an amendment before us. The amendment hasn't been read into record, but I believe there's comments already being made about the amendment. The comments from the Madam AG. So I'm a little bit confused. Is the amendment going to be read into the record? Are we talking about the amendment? What are we doing? Thank you, Chair Nance.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. When Honorable Elmer Begay had requested an amendment, within that amendment, he wanted a directive as Amendment 1. Therefore, he had made a motion while Ms. Barbara was preparing the amendment to the language, which has now been sent out to our delegates. So at this time, we will just go ahead and have Mr. Rico read this into the record.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, this is amendment number 1 on page 30 or page 3, line 20. Add the following new section. Section 6, directive to Attorney General and Chief Legislative Counsel pursuant to 2 NNC section 2021 EDSEC 1. Within 15 days, the Navajo Nation Attorney General and Chief Legislative Counsel shall conduct an immediate investigation to establish the grounds to hire a special prosecutor to investigate all expenditures of CARES Act funds allocated to the Navajo Nation, including CARES funds appropriated to all Navajo Nation enterprises, entities, authorities, and corporations, all Navajo Nation offices, programs, departments, divisions within all 3 branches, chapters, regardless of LGA certification, businesses, and nonprofits. 2, upon completion of the 15 days inquiry, the Navajo Nation Attorney General and the Chief Legislative Counsel shall report to the Navajo Nation Council of the grounds to hire a special prosecutor. 3, this directive is subject to the availability of funds to conduct the investigation. 2, renumber or relate succeeding paragraphs, sections, or exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in this legislation and any proposed amendment thereto which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. There's a motion by Honorable Elmer Begay. Would like to establish a second to the motion.
Second by Charles Newton.
Thank you, Honorable Charles Newton. Comments or questions? We have Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Chairman Yazzie, you have the floor, sir. 5 minutes.
Yeah, sir. On the main motion.
On the main motion, we're on Amendment 1, sir. So we don't have anybody in the queue for this Amendment 1.
Speaker Kellen.
Honorable Kealan Begay, you have the floor. 5 minutes.
Chairman, Kudola Legislative Council, the Department of Justice, if it needs to be expanded out to and it's the Department of Justice then dilahit ego the north nana could the he shinalin linigi nachipiti no up at past is to that the nena could oh ended not all kanati no la nani za hajila yisiki besi zila so kwaki oye gonna hin ako ilna did I don't know if that's the intent to defeat the legislation. Kudo o bahatanot happen na hash. Let's throw in some mucky wrench. Need that at the a coco di na al kahwin zingo go to the federal funding based on the Washington that the net deheki to honey o down baby to os ada. So I RGK to hit ada to dig a sati hoto nido. Da she ned na be hope Washington be based on you on his but another note that between na asla kwan na ka ni go that the question na to ha go a kate o to hot za ya ben na the quit meal so she based on na na yo spot on hit the dog ni so ba na han na to list to. So again, I think it's better for if there shouldn't you hold ni go that based on each Yaki that Pinta Alka. The U.S. Treasury Department that do other Asatoshi Department of Justice people hold Pinti. A Pinti on netted on liquid or a huge nada or zero need the end the AR didn't shape of J baby not shape quota or zip not could prosecute that don't no AR didn't the April and should be higher than Naco. Ato takoy o han khao da sa ba khal te sto so ede kwa ki la shit akudo be motion na lia go ope kid night ajiki I truly don't understand what we're trying to do here. We're defending an individual, but at the same time we're putting in another language to go ahead and investigate everyone else. O ni go la kudo na sa de ki pinana so up in night. So it about this. Some kudos, could I reserve the rest of my time.
2 minutes and 8 seconds. Honorable Begay. And just we are lawmakers. This amendment is up to you to decide to go forward or not. If you believe that the Attorney General has their work cut out to do what they need to do already, vote as you wish. Amendment 1. I don't have anybody in the queue for Amendment 1. Are there any comments or questions Honorable members of the 24th Council.
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Honorable Charles Newton, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Nez. I'm going to say that I do support this amendment because I have concerns about this investigation and it being run by the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. I think that removing this case from the Navajo Nation Attorney General, Doreen McCall, and placing this investigation with a special prosecutor is actually good for the nation because there is no connection of this special prosecutor to the Navajo Nation or any political benefit to the outcome of this case. The concern that I have is the fact that during the special budget council debate that we had, there was question of whether the Navajo Nation Department of Justice was allowed hazard pay. I was the one who spoke about it, and my understanding is that the controller actually has not paid the hazard pay, and as a result of that, Department of Justice is putting pressure on the controller. This is something that we need to consider because the Department of Justice is not, there's a conflict there in this investigation. And then there is also the comment made about the federal cooperation and coordinating with federal partners. Are the feds investigating this case with the controller? Because if they are, to me, that seems like the Navajo Nation is also a party to the investigation. So what Delegate Elmer Begay is stating about the conflict, there's another conflict that does exist. Navajo Nation Department of Justice is investigating the Navajo Nation. So how are they going to defend the Navajo Nation when CARES money is found to have gone missing? So that's where the conflict exists. So I think that we do need to assign a special prosecutor to this case because the Navajo Nation Department of Justice has opened up a can of worms. They've opened up an investigation that will that is open to the entire Navajo Nation, which includes OPVP, the enterprises, any division or department that has received funding. In addition to that, I also want to state that the procedures and protocols that I did request for, they were not sent. A testing strategy was sent, which outlines how tests should be administered, but nothing states the approval process that is required. In fact, if you look at that executive summary, it only states testing for COVID-19 should be done by or in collaboration with local facilities as often as possible. It doesn't make it clear that this coordination should be taking place. I'm sorry, somebody's talking. Can I pause my time?
Please mute your phones. I'll give you 5 seconds. Ms. Charles Newton.
Thank you for that, Chair Naz. So I see a conflict in this, and I think that this does need to happen. We are proceeding forward with an investigation against one person because of a contract that expired when there are 6 signatures on that contract. And none of those people are being investigated, only the controller. So for those reasons, I support this amendment, and I hope that you do too. I reserve the rest of my time.
Speaker Pro Tem, I would like to address that.
1:35. You have 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining. Honorable Charles Newton, Madam Attorney General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and I will try to address the comments that were just raised as respectfully as I can. Delegate Charles Newton brought up several issues, one relating to hazard duty pay for the Department of Justice. And she indicated that the controller has not paid those, and hence my department has a conflict. All of those statements are completely fabricated and false. The Department of Justice has not even submitted packets for hazard duty pay. Hence, the controller cannot not pay something that's not been submitted. And I would just ask that the delegates exercise their responsibility to speak to the facts, to tell people the truth, and to not speak generic. This is very dangerous. These allegations against my department, against me personally, are not acceptable. And also, beyond the hazard duty pay issue, which I hope I've squashed for the final time tonight, the Delegate Charles Newton is limiting this to an issue regarding the expiration of a contract, for example, or about coordinating testing. Those are issues that have to do with agile technologies, which our office has addressed. We have stopped that testing. What is being addressed to the council in relation to that testing contract are the aberrations, which I've already spoken to this evening with respect to that, with respect to how that contract came into place. I mentioned, we know who presented that contract to the Office of the Controller. We know who received that information. We know who pushed that information within the office to establish the contract. So it's not just an issue about testing. It's not just an issue about the scope of work. It's not just an issue about the expiration of the contract. It's about the internal handling of this particular contract and others that is the reason why we brought this issue to the council as the responsible oversight for the controller. And we've issued the cease and desist. We've addressed the contract issue. So that's not being an issue that's really on the table for discussion tonight with respect to the legislation that is pending before the council. That's the reason that we looked into the information to begin with, but I'm telling you that what we found is so much more. And I've shared as much as I can with respect to that, to include that criminal charges have been filed, and we are continuing with the records hold so that there's no additional destruction of documents or removal of documents. And I can tell you, and I invite all of you to go to Admin 1 tomorrow and look in the controller's office. It's been boxed up and it's basically empty. Look in the conference room where all the CARES Act fund planning was happening. It's been boxed up and things have been removed. I don't know what more I can share with the council tonight related to what has happened without being attacked for my own integrity and for doing my job. But I'm not going to apologize for it. I've done my job and I will rest well tonight, whether you vote on this or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General McCall. Honorable colleagues, we have 38 minutes left, Shanantai. And is there a point of privilege or what's?
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Honorable Charles Noon, do you have a point of privilege, point of order?
Yes, yes, I do. And I'm getting ready to eat.
Which one, Honorable Charles Noon?
A point of
Point of privilege is for if you desire to have information. Point of order is for you to recognize any violation. Point of privilege. What is your point of privilege, Chair Charles Newton?
Thank you, Chair Daz. I'm getting ready to email you and the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I would like to get the most recent budget that was considered by council that included the special duty pay and hazard pay for Navajo Nation employees. Within that, the hazard pay is
point of order, Speaker.
The Madam AG stated that she's never
Speaker,
requested
point of order.
Budget comes into play. So if I can get that budget, I can prove that the hazard pay has been requested. Thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem, those weren't my words.
Honorable Chair Edmund Yazzie, what is your point of order?
This is a debating issue on the question, so we need to move on, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Charles Newton, your point of privilege that you're asking for documents from the latest budget. Staff, if you would retrieve some of these documents and send to leadership, would appreciate that.
Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that. Madam A.G. McPaul.
Thank you. I will stipulate to the fact that my department got $250,000 of funding for the purpose of hazard pay for my department. What I didn't say that I've never requested the funding, as Ms. Delegate Charles Newton has put the words in my mouth. What I said was, and this goes to her comments before, that the controller has not paid it, and that's why I have a conflict. What I said was, our department has not submitted packets to be paid hazard duty pay at this time. Therefore, there's been nothing submitted to the Office of the Controller for the controller to deny or not pay. That is just simply false.
Thank you, Ms. McPaul. Next,
Point of privilege.
I have Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Chair Naz, I would like to ask that we go back.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, do you have a point of privilege or a point of order?
Yes, I have a point of privilege. Since we're talking about what has been said, can we go back on the record to hear what the Madam AG has stated on the record about the hazard pay and the clarification that has been provided? Because perhaps
Chair Charles Newton, I requested that staff send these documents that you requested so the whole leadership can take a look at it and come to their own conclusion with this. So I'm going to have to go back to the queue. Honorable Chair Amber Kennisbach-Crotty, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd like to reserve my time. Thank you, Chair.
4:52, Honorable Crotty. And I don't have anybody in the queue. So back to Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, 1 minute, 35 seconds.
Thank you, Chair Naz. I'm going to go ahead and reserve my time while we await the budget that was submitted by the Department of Justice regarding the hazard pay. Thank you.
Delegate Gaines, please put me in the queue.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, your time is 1 minute and 30 seconds. And I will go to Honorable Kiel Begay. 2 minutes and 8 seconds.
Chairman, we really need to get back on the amendment. Just again, just to delay the process and the vote. That's very, very much visible. So with that, I will go ahead and waive my time.
Thank you, Honorable Kiel Begay. I have Honorable Vince James in the queue. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Chanel speakers and members of the council. Honorable Elmer Begay, the question that I have is why are we jumping to conclusion to remove Madam Controller regarding the federal funds usage? And that in that perspective, I do agree with the amendment item 1, pursuant to item number 1 as well. And then my number 2 question is, where in our policy does it state we can remove a political appointee position because of federal funds? Again, that is more of the respondents to the pursuant page 1, and item number 2. Nana, my third one is in regards to, can I make comments on the contract regarding page 2, item number 2, 3, and 5? Reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James, you have 3 minutes and 52 seconds reserved. Ms. Barbara, your response?
Thank you for the question. As far as the question about removing the controller for activities concerning federal funds, to begin with, let me restate, the council can remove the controller for whatever reasons they feel are sufficient, whatever reasons cause them to no longer be pleased with her being controller. As far as the federal funds, I think that and this applies in any instance. The misuse of federal funds that are under the control of the nation is unlawful, it's illegal, and puts the nation in a compromised position as to having to repay those funds. So I would urge council not to try to get buried in a difference between Navajo Nation funds or federal funds. Once the nation accepts those funds, they accept the obligation to use them appropriately. As far as the last question, your last question, I think it's your last question, about asking about certain pages of the contract, I need to defer that question to the AG. Thank you. I hope I didn't miss anything.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Madam Attorney General, Ms. McPaul, your response?
What was the part of the question? I'm sorry, Pro Tem Speaker. What was the part of the question that Dana wanted me to answer?
Honorable Vince James, could you repeat that question for Madam AG? I'll not take away your time. Honorable Vince James.
Sorry, Pro Tem Speaker Shinale. I was talking while I was unmuted. I apologize. In regards to the question for number 3, Madam AG, can I make comments or can I ask questions about the contract that we received earlier this evening that was emailed to us? And the questions that I want to ask are pertaining to page 2, and the items that I have questions on are items number 2, item number 3, and item number 5. Those are the questions that I would like to ask some questions on it. Am I in order to do that? Yeah.
Thank you. Madam McPaul.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you for repeating the question for me, Delegate James. I am happy to entertain questions about the contract again this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, Chair Charles Newton. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Is there any other speaker for me in the queue? Speaker
Okay.
I reserve my time.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Amber Kenneth-Karate, you have 4 minutes and 52 seconds.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to state for the record that as a delegate, and I am trying to be patient and trying to understand the gravity of the investigation and all of the moving pieces. And so in that quest and within the time frame that we've received information, what's not clear and what's challenging, Pro Tem Speaker, is we collectively do not have all of the information, and I'm relying on comments that I'm hearing on the floor to get more information. I think it should be well known that we don't have, or I don't have, all of the information. And so when I ask a question or asking for additional information, it's because there's things that are not adding up in terms of how to move forward. So I appreciate, although we're having, a very lengthy conversation, I think at least having these questions, getting as much information out there is very helpful. Understanding that there is an ongoing investigation does make it a challenge. And so I think the compromise was the administrative leave with pay, as we, allowed more time for the investigation, allowed more time to get information, and now looking at the way that the legislation was brought before us has made some challenges. So to this amendment, and hearing what Attorney General McPaul mentioned, and I just want to then ask for the first section of this amendment is, and Attorney General Paul had cited in the code the process for the special prosecutor, or how that works. Is this the process? So if it says pursuant to Title II, is this, and help me out, Dina, and I apologize because I'm not pulling out my book right now, but is this verbatim what section, or what Title II Section 2021 states on how to move forward with a special prosecutor? And I think what's important at this note too is the third line, subject to availability of funds. What I just want to make sure is what funds, and so this is a question to the amending party, what funds are being identified? Because we know in some of our laws, and I'm just taking an example, or chapter officials, that they're subject to availability of funds, or they were in the past, and then they never received the funding. So I just want to make sure first that this is all language that's in the Title II. And then the second question is, what are we going to do about the funding? And I'll try to reserve my time. Thank you, Chairman Ness.
Thank you. Madam A.G. McPaul. 127.
Speaker, this is Dana, and I think the question was posed to me, and the question was, does Delegate Elmer Begay's amendment match what is in 2 NNC 2021, which is the special prosecutor statute? And the answer is that it reflects what is in the statute. It does not repeat the statute verbatim. Under the statute, the Attorney General actually has 60 days to conduct a preliminary investigation. And the statute is like 5 very, very long pages. But as far as the initial steps, there are 60 days to conduct a preliminary investigation to determine whether there are sufficient grounds to investigate, and then upon completion of the preliminary investigation, if the Attorney General finds that there are no reasonable grounds to believe that further investigation or prosecution is warranted, or that the matter may be handled by the Attorney General, the Office of the Prosecutor, or other officials or employees of the Department of Justice without resulting in personal, financial, or political conflict of interest, the Attorney General may take such lawful action or inaction as she deems appropriate. And then it goes on further that if the Attorney General does believe there are reasonable grounds for further investigation and that the matter cannot be handled by the Attorney General, the Office of the Prosecutor, or any other official or employee of the Department of Justice without resulting in personal, financial, or political conflict of interest, the Attorney General shall apply to the Special Division of the Window Rock District Court for appointment of a special prosecutor. And then the statute goes on and gets into very specifics. So the piece included in Delegate Begay's amendment, it reflects, but is not verbatim of the statute. And it also does shorten the investigation period. And it also has the Attorney General and myself making a report to the council. Under the Special Prosecutor Statute, that is not a requirement, that report to the council. That is something that the Attorney General, if she deems that there should be a special prosecutor, she would go straight to the Special District of the Window Rock District Court for the appointment of the special prosecutor. I hope that was helpful. Let me know if I missed something that you would like me to expound on. Thank you.
Speaker Pro
Thank you, Ms.
Tem.
Barbara. Ms. McPaul.
Thank you, and I appreciate Dana addressing the question that was raised by Delegate Crotty. One thing that she also mentioned is the paragraph 3 about the subject to the availability of funds, and I just want to point the council to the Title 2 of Title 2 of the Code, Section 1964B. And I include this in every report that I provide to the council on a quarterly basis. But it talks about the Office of the Attorney General here. Attorney General is the chief legal officer, but that section says, the Attorney General shall render legal services to the Navajo Nation government, including its chapters, branches, and entities, subject to available resources as may be required. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McPaul. Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Honorable Vince James.
That's just another. I had another Speaker Pro Tem. In regards to asking questions on page 2, item 2, 3, and 5. Can I get an answer on that? Reserve my time.
Thank you. Ms. Bobroff?
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Delegate Hill. I asked to be put in the queue. I don't know if I'm being recognized or not.
Thank you, Speaker. I think the question was about the contract, and I believe that the Attorney General will need to address that. Thank you.
Madam Attorney General?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. And I did answer the question that Delegate James asked and then repeated for me so they could answer. And he has questions about page 2, sections 2, 3, and 5. And I said I would entertain those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Henio, you have the floor, 5 minutes.
Question of privilege, Delegate James, point of privilege.
Honorable Vince James, what is your point of privilege?
Here at another speaker, Pro Tem. Can I ask those questions regarding page 2, items 2, 3, and 5?
Honorable James, I'm going to have to come back to you because you're asking questions. So I have to go over to Honorable Chairman Henio, who's been in the queue. I had gone to reserve time and now going back to those colleagues that are in the queue. Honorable Chairman Henio.
I guess you again, Speaker Pro Tem, Honorable witness, notion that the 24th Navajo Council, they admitted that before us is straightforward. I didn't leave publishing and ideas and not to amend the way I see it. Even in Naya, Kodoya, Nila, I a motion to debate the shake on. The amendment law you face here. So a motion to cease debate, reserve time.
Second.
Honorable Chairman Henio, motions to cease debate. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by who?
Daniels.
Honorable Daniels. Thank you for that. There's no debate. Staff, roll call vote.
Question of privilege, Chair Naz, really quickly. I'm sorry, point of privilege.
Who is asking for a point of privilege?
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, what is your point of privilege?
I just need clarification. Is this a motion to cease debate for Amendment 1?
Yes, there is.
Thank you, Chair Ness.
Thank you. Roll call vote, staff.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Gina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Gina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi.
Delegate Amber Kenneth Cardi votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardi votes red. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Canal Halona.
Vote votes green.
Honorable Canal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Rahina votes green.
And Mr. Jamie Henry votes green. And Vince James. And Vince James. And Vince James did not vote. And Carl Slater. And Carl Slater later via text votes green. And Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
And Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. And Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
And Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. And Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Monica. Honorable Edison Monica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Monica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yalzi.
Green.
Edmund Yalzi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Alma Begay. Honorable Alma Begay. Honorable Alma Begay did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes
Delegate
red.
McKay.
Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Yes.
Honorable Eugene So. How do you vote? Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Albert Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Albert Begay
Can you hear
votes
me?
green.
I vote red.
Eugene
I mean,
So.
I vote red. I changed my vote.
Honorable Albert Begay votes red.
This is Delegate Brown. I changed my vote to red.
Honorable Delegate Brown votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 15 in favor, 6 opposed, 2 not voting, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. The vote is 15 in favor, 6 opposed. Pro Tem Speaker not voting. Motion carries for cease debate. Go back to the Amendment 1. None die. So staff, roll call vote.
Honorable Albert Begay.
Point of order, Delegate
Point
James.
of privilege.
Honorable Vince James, what is your point of order? Make sure you say the violation.
Point of order. Don't you still have reserve time?
Honorable Vince James, cease debate, clears all the reserve time. We're voting on the Amendment 1. Honorable Chair Charles Noon, what is your point of privilege?
Point of order, Delegate James.
Honorable Vince James, what is your point of order? Please name your violation.
Another speaker, point of order. I thought we did cease debate on Amendment 2, not the main motion.
Honorable Vince James, we just voted on cease debate for the amendment. We haven't voted on the main motion yet. Thank you. Honorable Chair Charles Noonan, what is your point of privilege?
Actually, it's a point of order. Chair Naz, on page 7 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 12 sees debate. 12D states that by a vote of 2/3 of the delegates casting votes shall cause the motion to cease debate to carry. At this point, I believe that's 16 votes, and I don't think that the Green had enough 16 votes. I could be wrong, so I would need some clarification on that, Chair Naz. Thank you.
Present voting.
Mr. Rico?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, Rule 12D, by a vote of 2/3 of the delegates casting votes shall cause the motion to cease debate. I believe the vote was 15-6. That's 21 votes. 21 votes. 2/3 of that is 14. So with a vote of in favor of 15, it passes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Staff, continue the roll call vote, please.
Point of order, Delegate James.
Delegate Vince James, what is your point of order? Make sure you name the violation and the rule.
Another speaker, Pro Tem. I'm doing a point of order because there's still reserved time under the main motion. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James, we haven't gone back to the main motion yet. We're still on the amendment motion. Staff, continue the roll call vote.
Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Point of privilege, Chair Naz, I apologize, but are we voting on Amendment 1?
Honorable Chair Charles Noonan, we are voting on Amendment 1. Yes. Staff, continue roll call vote.
Thank you. I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kaneswa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kaneswa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kaneswa-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Speaker Daniels excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did not vote. Honorable Panal Halona.
Red.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Panal Halona votes red. Honorable Mark Phelan votes red. Honorable Jamie Haniel.
Any votes red.
Honorable Jamie Haniel votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater via text votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
Red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene
Delegate
So.
Brown votes green.
Honorable Eugene So.
Hey, can you hear me this time?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Alma Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Alma Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Alma Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Pro Temp, I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Kernspot-Crotty. Delegate Amber Kernspot-Crotty votes green. Thank you. Honorable Amber Kernspot-Crotty votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 7 in favor, 15 opposed, 1 non-voting, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem.
Speaker, did you give a vote?
Thank you. Yes, we did. We have a vote of 7 in favor, 15 opposed on Amendment 1 fails. Sunanta. We are done for tonight. Sleep well, get some rest. Be safe out there. God bless you. Sunanta. It is what we do. We're lawmakers, and thank you very much. Yeah. I have to commend Honorable Speaker Damon for sitting here with us, running these meetings day in and out, and what he has to put up with as far as staying up late with staff. And I want to say thank you very much, staff, for taking care of me and the whole Navajo Nation. Thank you very much. We're done. Sunanta. Pakona.
Thank you, Satilla.
Go ahead now, Ush.